Oh, I went into the wrong channel like an idiot. Wrong one. There's Algared. Right, so bad. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm having one of those days. These boys will tell you I've been running like a hellish chook trying to get ready. But anyway, welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Most Cute, joined by my partner in crime, Algared, and our special guest today is Daily Noob. How is everyone doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Yep.
Okay. You sound about as wake as I do, Algared. That's great. Thanks.
And I feel total awesome. You know, always. You know, standard.
All right, so today we've got an Antares giveaway thanks to CIG. We're going to do it the same way as we did last time, as Algared decided. Let's try on Algared. So in the giveaway channel on the Discord, we actually do have that, so you can go in and join that as you please. And at the end of the stream, we'll let you know who won that one. We're going to be going through ISC if that drops, as it usually does. Reminding myself that I've got to start the bot as well. I'll give that a minute though. But yeah, I have to start the bot. And we'll be taking your questions. But I've been hanging out with cannot find live, so the bot is not ready. But I've been hanging out with you, Daily Noob, for a little bit. So I thought I'd invite you on.
Yeah,
we got
thanks.
Our second reclaiming run done last night, which was kind of fun. And you've been very lucky, I think, Algared, you were kind of talking before the stream, actually getting into the game a lot more than some other people. So yeah, Algared hasn't even managed to get in yet.
Shut up, all of you, both. Both be quiet.
There's actually a secret to that. You've got to send Chris Roberts feed pics.
Yes, that's it.
Doesn't work.
I reckon it'd be really funny though, because like I was saying to Daily Noob, like, wouldn't if it went funny if it went the other way? Like it'd be like, right, no more feed pics. All right, so welcome to those that are watching on YouTube, and we've got a few people on Twitch as well already. Nice to see you both. All right, I'll get the bot started again. Try again. See if she's wanting to work. Hey, she is working now. Great, she's woken up, unlike myself. Here we go. All right, so Algared, anything you want to talk about this week? Why we're getting started?
No, because I can't talk Star Citizen because I can't get in.
Been a bit like that. I've got to be honest.
You know, so my only concern when I first couldn't get in was because it was giving an account issue. You know, saying your account's not valid.
Yeah, same
so
here.
You know, so I thought, oh, better check that. The response from CIG is, yeah, this is one of the bugs that's going with it. So it's a frustrating bug. It's an annoying bug, but it's what happens with alpha. And if you don't like it, you know, tough.
Yep.
But it's frustrating. I won't deny that. But yeah.
Yeah. So do you reckon it was the way you were able to get in Daily Noob? Do you reckon it was anything to do with just like time of day or anything like that? You just happen to be lucky in that window? Because, you know, like I'd assume sometime early in our afternoon, as the Americans are going off to bed, that would be the lowest population time. So is that roughly around about when you were getting on? I think. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
I think it's actually sheer persistence, to be honest. Like just not taking no for an answer and constantly just trying again and again. A lot of people suggested doing things like character like repairs. It's a repair now. And like re-downloading the game. Well, I tried everything and it just happened to be like just, you know, stick with it and work at it.
Oh.
Okay.
Which is hard when you're during the week when you're working and you're time poor. So the frustration. Drop Yogurt in our YouTube chat says that it's because I've got too many ships. I have heard that as it's loading, you know, it's going through the process of loading crap. So if you've got lots of crap, it more likely to die.
I had wondered that too, and I did actually say that to you. Like,
yeah, you
like,
did.
I often, because like I found that a lot of people were Alt F4ing, and I found that I was bringing down the console and typing quit, and I got through not super quick, but like if I tried for like, you know, 12 times in a row or something like that, it would get through. It was almost like I was just repetitively, consistently doing it. So yeah, it's a bit weird, but yeah.
Yes. So Stenrika says 19004 is a whale penalty. It's a whale tax apparently. So And yes, I'm certainly feeling that. That is the error that I continually get. So if it is a process that loading the account and then timing out as it's doing that just because it's so big, yes, that would be that would certainly be the issue. And it's just going to be one of those things where, you just got to wait for CIG to sort out the bugs. But it's not as if they could see that bug before it went live, because that's what we were doing Evercardi and the PTU for. The PTU was finding out those bugs, and those bugs were not there in PTU.
I think they kind of saw this coming though too, with how long they prep for going live. So to speak.
Yeah.
And just that, I'm actually kind of going to be honest, like a 1 week turnaround, like for how complicated this tech is, like, and those of us that have been here for bigger patches, like one of the things that I was watching Star Jump during the week, they did a stream, and both of them said, oh, we haven't really, this is the biggest patch they've been for here. And obviously there's some bigger patches you and I have seen.
The joys of youth.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. I was like, oh, lucky little lad.
Whippersnapper. Yeah. So I got to go to Old Man Hurston for that. No, you young whippersnappers, you just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it was so, but it was, so some people that I've considered have been here quite a while are still seeing that as a really big patch, and it is a big patch, but it's not the biggest by far. But definitely, we've got a lot of moving parts with this, and I've talked with a few other people as well. And there are a few people that are actually rather impressed how quickly this has moved. Well, Daily Noob, you've been playing it, and you were saying to Algared before the show, like it is starting to get really smooth now, isn't it? Like
it was so nice. It was so nice today. It was really smooth. We had a whole bunch of missions we did. We had one that we couldn't finish because there was just typical 317 stuff where an enemy just didn't spawn. But that's, we've seen that before, so I wouldn't attribute that to this patch. But it's been really good. I still know a few people that can't get in.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just reading what Gecko said in Twitch chat. He goes, "P.S. Patience entity streaming," which is true. You have to be very patient with it.
While the YouTube stream is complaining that it's too many javelins, that's why I can't get in. Or I do like Mirash's idea of you should club together to get me a pauper account, so that I can be like the masses. Just that
But I actually borrow one off your butler, Algared. It'll be fine. You'll be right.
Well, I actually do have my old account with
you do, don't you? That's right.
With the Aurora. Actually, it's now a cutter. I did upgrade her to a cutter.
Nice.
Out of curiosity, did you try and log in with that account?
I haven't yet, and I should.
That'd be a good test, actually.
It would be a good test
if
to
we
see,
could
because
that
could be something that actually helps. If I can get in that, can't get in the whale account, then that might be an indication for CIG where the issue is. So it is worth looking at. Yeah.
Well, it did affect our review of the Antares. We did a bias guide, didn't we? And we couldn't get in on at that. Like, I was in half an hour before the show, and then 30k kicked me out, which was really annoying. And then I just couldn't get back in. So we worked around it though. Ruined my joke though, didn't Algared? And I always hate when a good joke is ruined.
It did ruin your joke. You wanted to be able to say it was a lemon.
Yes.
In its yellow skin. You forever ruined that skin for me. I was saying.
That's my job, Algared. I ruined everything for you. Haven't you figured that out by now? That's the whole thing. The reason I'm here is to ruin everything for you, apparently.
That's all I say.
Ruin the MSR. Like, the list just goes on and on.
Yep. And now I know. So now you know what Execute's job is. His job is to ruin my life. Okay.
No. Just ruin SC for you. Not your life. Just SC.
Okay. Just SC.
Yeah. Oh dear. All right. So how I also did run around with the Antares with you for a bit, Daily Noob. How did you actually find that just quietly? Like, what's your kind of take on that? Because there was a lot of drama around that when it dropped as well. There was a lot of people hating on it. Where have you kind of landed on it?
I don't know how, but I ended up with one.
It's just that then.
No. The thing is, I actually don't know how. Like, I'm not joking with you. I don't know how I got it. It's just in my hangar.
Oh wow.
Yeah, maybe all the feed pics. Anyway, so what ended up happening for us is we tested it out and nothing really worked, right?
That's correct.
So I haven't really been able to get on and test it functionally, it looks pretty as hell. Like the as you dubbed it, the Mexican wave.
Yep.
The
spine,
the vents. Yeah, the vents open up, and that looks really cool.
For Australians, it's a Victorian wave because we all know they're Mexicans down south.
But
what I mean.
I think the cool thing about it is it still packs some firepower and it has 40k ish whole health like the regular Scorpion, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I actually do think if you put it up against the other QED ships and EMP ships, it's actually in a really nice place because it gets a mix of everything. It's kind of it is really the jack of all trades because it's still got the combat and the EMP and the QED, so it's actually got a lot going for it. But obviously, you take a step back with needing the co-pilot, but I think it all works out because of that.
I agree. The fact that you need a co-pilot for it balances the ship out a lot too. One of the big things though is I haven't double checked on this, so I'm sure chat will, correct us, but I'm pretty sure it's got a smaller range than the Mantis as well.
Right, I actually think it does. Like you might remember when we were talking on the before the live stream, not the live stream, before we were doing the show.
Yeah,
and we watched, and I said, "Hey, did you notice about in the ad for the Antares that they've got it land based? It's based on a planet. They're looking up. They're seeing doing the Luke Skywalker, looking up, seeing the battle in space, and they launch from their planet. Everything says the Antares is a carrier based or planetary defense ship.
I also
it's not a long range fighter.
You've just reminded me of something, but you are correct. Yes, it definitely makes it look like it's a defense ship, not an offensive ship. There's actually apparently a supercut. I haven't seen it, but it really looks like that the cinematic for both of those was made at the same time because it is the Scorpius and the Antares cinematic interwoven into each other. I haven't looked at it, but I've been told about it. I just haven't had time. Obviously, you know what I get like.
Yep.
But I do want to watch that. I'm not going to watch it on live stream because every time we watch something that someone else has done, our videos get claimed, so it just really turned me off doing it. But I would like to encourage someone, if someone's got a link, drop it, and then other people can watch it. Obviously, I've got no problem with that. So yeah, someone shoot me a link and I'll drop it. But yeah, apparently it's a really nice, it kind of shows a little bit like that this ship was planned. It wasn't just tacked on. But I have a lot of people say that they have, their variants have felt a bit tacked on lately. If you know how they're made, they kind of do feel a bit tacked on in that way. But I guess that it just makes it easier for the developer to make something. And that said, I do think that this ship lands between other ships. I do know some people feel a bit uncomfortable, as we call it, tread on or tread into the, obviously it treads onto the Mantis and it treads onto the actual Scorpius, and a little bit onto the Cutlass Blue as well. But that's going to be, as we said in our review, going to be more and more common. And the example I gave was, the more there is of something, as you go up to those more and more niche ships, that's going to happen less and less. But I expect at every point, at some point, some ship is going to have some form of competition, if you will. And they've even stated in the future direct competitors, and the example they gave at the time was like a direct competitor to the Mole, was something that they brought up. So, and Prospector, I think it was actually. But so I'm expecting that we will, as time goes by, get direct competition. So that kind of shows you how many ships they're envisioning, because that bottom end of town has got nothing like what it's going to be right now. They're essentially doubling that bottom end of town, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. We thought we had enough fighters. There's a lot more to come. Let's just put it that way. That kind of baffles me when I think of it like that. We really are going to be spoiled for choice. And I'm obviously talking many years down the road, but yeah.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Yeah, but yeah, when you look at the role of the Antares, and at first glance, you do think it treads all over, the Mantis or the Blue or whatever. But then when you actually look at the parts on it and the components on it, you go, no, it doesn't. The roles are different. There's overlap, but it doesn't do the job of one particular ship.
Yep.
And even if it does have better equipment than, say, the Blue, it doesn't have the bounty cages, so you can't go bounty hunting in it. You can go bounty killing, but you can't go bounty, So it really does give more flavour. And as we were saying, it's a ship where we can see it being paired with other ships to do a job or to enhance the skills of a group. Which again, it pulls into what that thing that CIG keep pushing for is that group gameplay. It's you don't want to be on the big capital ship working together or a claimant working together. You can be in those smaller ships working together, doing the job. So,
well, that's a good point. Daily Noob, do you see bigger ships coming down the line that kind of have similar features, like a bigger EMP or a bigger QED ship? Is that something that you would want or no?
The one thing that would hold that back is bigger ships tend to be a little slower, right? So they'll eventually be outran unless they've got some crazy range on their guns, but then again, further off the easier to dodge.
Yep.
So I could see them releasing it to fill the gap, but I question the effectiveness of it. Like you'd be essentially using those bigger ships to chase bigger ships, you know. But also you could have it so bigger ships just can't be like quantum jammed by small ships. Like you need a much bigger, you know, quantum jam device to be able to stop the larger ships, which would create some very interesting gameplay aspects just alone from that.
It does still make the concept of, like, say, I'm trying to think of something with a really big gun, like a Bengal or even Javelin with size 10s, you know, and the torpedoes as well. If you can't leave and they're actually firing at you, rather scary.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think what'll kind of become a thing is numbers. You know, you'll have, you know, multiple little ships, so you can, you know, bring something down that swarm approach. But we'll have to see, because I think what I'm liking with a lot of what I'm seeing with CIG is that it's really well thought out. Every time something comes along and I start to understand how it works, I'm like, oh wow, that's actually quite balanced already. And you know, all the design docs we've seen, even things like that came out last week, like the engineering and stuff, like they show a lot of planning. And the thing that kind of misses there though, is when they release it to us, it doesn't have everything, and so people kind of jump the gun and forget. Like it even happened with the Antares when we did the review on that, didn't Algared? Like people, like some of the other people we looked at their reviews, they very much what the ship can do now, but not thinking way into the future, including other elements. And I think we talked about things like armor and stuff like that, didn't we, Algared? Like things that just weren't included, and it's very hard to differentiate with those because we don't exactly know how those systems are going to work. But when you go, okay, so if I add these few extra things, how is that going to change everything? And when you bring that in, it certainly changes the level of where certain ships are at the time.
Well, even if you just think of the range of ships, so if you think of the range of, you know, the fighters, like at the moment, some of the light fighters are the meta ships, the Arrow.
Yep.
I know it's your favourite ship, Daily Noob, the Arrow. You know, so, and I know that's one of the meta ships that people use in combat, and yet it's a short range ship. It's not going to be a ship that you just hop in and just keep, you know, put the fastest quantum drive on and just go zipping all over the place, because it's not going to have a range. It's going to need a carrier or some form of ship to take it to different locations or different systems. Whereas a ship like I keep going to call it the Bulldog.
I'm thinking Vanguard, or am I mistaken?
The Vanguard, which was the original. The Bulldog was the original name.
Sorry, it's funny. I understood your thinking enough to know what you were talking about. Sorry, I've been with Algared that long. I just went, he's talking about the Vanguard.
Yeah, well, the Vanguard was originally called the Bulldog, so, and then they changed it to. But that is designed as a long range fighter. It's not for shooting long range, but for going long range. So you'll expect to see those ships have that, you know, come into their own when it's going long distance or going without a carrier. Whereas the small meta ships will be struggling. And then it'll be the defense ships versus the attacking ships in that case. So, so lots of variation and lots of nice juicy stuff coming. So.
We got Star Jump in chat real quick. I just want to shout out. They did a really cool, nice video called, I believe it was called Star Jump Fleet. God, whatever it was on the Kraken. I'm terrible at names. Sorry, Grim. But yeah, they did a really nice, really high highly produced video on the Kraken, and guess what they're doing next, Algared?
Endeavour.
Yeah,
It's got to be the Endeavour.
it is the Endeavour, and I'm looking forward to it a lot.
If you're talking, the Inforunners, it's got to be the Endeavour. If you're saying, what are they doing? Because we are known as the cult of the Endeavour.
I want like Algared's face on the side of it somewhere in the cinematic. In the I don't know. He'll do something. I know what he's like. He'll do something.
If he puts my face on it, it's got to be Hurston Dynamic Colors as well, because old man Hurston.
Yeah, Shipyard. So there you go. It's called Star Jump Shipyard. Which was really good. I think it's gone really well for them, views wise. It's the type of thing we've been really missing, like a highly tailored to the actual ship curation, and I'm sure it takes a lot of work for them to get it done, but it looks really good, and it kind of puts CIG to shame. I'm gonna be honest, like that. If they were doing stuff like that when ships come out, they would sell a shit ton more ships, right? Like so, if that's what I would be doing from the marketing people. I would be having a video like that to sell the Antares, like this is the Antares, and it like that's obviously a lot of work. But they've got the stuff there now to do that. They're putting the time to make the assets for the fleet viewer and stuff like that. So it's bearing some fruit to them, and I wish them a lot of luck, because it looks really good, and their information. Well, it's changed my mind on the privateer when I watched it. I was like, is that right? I was watching the video. I don't think that information is right. When checked it, and I was wrong, and I was like, holy shit, So
I'm still staggered that you had that information wrong, X, because when you told me, I'm thinking,
yeah,
what the hell are you on about? Of course, it's got 10.
Only human after all. Only human after all. Yeah, no, I just had it stuck in my head for some reason. It was 5 shops, but it actually turns out it was 10. And it totally changed my perspective on the privateer quite drastically. So I'm actually considering, like, I've got the upgrade in buyback, so I'm now flirting with that idea. But we'll talk about that at another time and go through that. All right, I think we're at that point. We'll take some questions, Algared. What do you reckon?
Well, before we take the questions, so there were comments in chat regarding my inability to access the game. I have tried; it wouldn't work, mainly because it wants me to do my 2-factor authentication for that account, and I can't be bothered to dig it up and find it.
It has been that time of year, isn't it?
While we're on stream as well, the other thing was subscriber ? I'm assuming am I a subscriber? And does that help? Yes, I am a subscriber. And no, that doesn't seem to help. So that's those 2 questions. Well, I did try to get in, but
you a subscriber, Daily Noob, just out of curiosity?
I am now, but at the very, very start when I was still able to get in, I wasn't. So because I didn't realize it ran out, and bills came out, didn't have enough money in there, so I went, and when I got paid, I resubbed. So I don't think that's a thing.
No. I think the only advantage of being a sub is you get that flair, the monthly flair, and if you're not someone who really is into subscribing to support the making of things like ISC and the media stuff, your best bet is to subscribe when the stuff you want. Go into the subscriber store, buy everything you want, and then not subscribe for another 6 months or so until there's something else you want.
Do what I do, and I just get Algared to buy it for me.
Yeah, or you can do that. Or you get a mate who's a subscriber and say, "Can you buy that for me?"
I just but normally it now works out. Like when they drop something, I think I'm trying to think of the last thing I got you to get me, but it works out cheaper for me to subscribe for that month. So I end up doing that anyway, because then I get it for cheaper. Because especially it's usually one of the armor sets or something like that, and they end up selling them for $15. So it's like, well, I might as well just spend 10 and subscribe or whatever. So that's what I end up doing.
Subscribe, get it for free, and
I end up usually subscribing for a Centurion or something like that, just because I get both of them and it works out cheaper.
Imperator's both.
Well, it's got
Centurion's one, but I know.
Sorry, but it gets to that point now where some of that subscriber flair has got so expensive in the subscriber store, which is a joke. It's hilarious.
Well, I suppose they've got to make it that flip for those people who are, I suppose, doing that and doing that process of I'll subscribe and then go into the store and buy it. They've got to make it at least worthwhile for those people who are subscribed the whole time. So
and Shempasta does make an important point. If you are buying or know you're going to buy a bigger ship, you can almost in one go get your whole subscription back with a coupon. So that is something to keep in mind. If you know you're going to buy something big that year, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can get your money back instantly with a coupon. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Shem.
Yeah, because I think even if you do Imperator, it's like $220 for the year. Might be a little bit more, but roughly $220 for the year. And then you can get a max, I think it's $200. Is it 200 or 100? But you can get basically most of that back in the coupon.
Yeah.
And then you've got all the flair items that you tack on that you get. So
yeah,
overall, if you're in for a year, it balances. But
it's 10%. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So
10% up to 100 or 200 or something like that.
Yeah,
so.
which is very close to what you. I think it's like 110 Australian. I think for the single one. So that's without 10%. So that would make it 100. So yeah.
Well, the Centurion one I think it's a $50 cashback.
Okay.
Discount you can get up to, so 10% up to, or 5% up to 50.
So that makes it half of the cost then. Okay. Yep.
And then the Imperator is, I think, 10% up to 100. I think that's. I'd have to go and have a reread of the rules. It's been a long time since I've bothered reading them. But
all right.
Anyway, questions as you were saying.
Just real quick. Texas Space Navy's recommending why settle for one Kraken when you can just have two. Well, I'd get another ship before I got a second Kraken, like I'd get an Idris or something like that. But I do have my eye on a privateer at the moment. Not a privateer. A Pioneer. And ironically, with how I don't know if I've ever told that publicly how I got my Kraken. I've told both of you gentlemen how I got my Kraken. But let's just put it this way, with the way that I figured out how to get mine, I ended up getting mine for a third of the price. So if you actually do that, I actually got it for less than a Pioneer, which is kind of crazy. So yeah. If you ever want to know, I will tell you in private, but it's not something I think I should publicly advertise is probably the best way to put it. But yeah. Anyway.
Rhymes with only pants.
Only pants.
Only pants, yeah.
Actually, there's actually a person that's on Twitch called OnlyPans, and she does cooking streams. It's quite funny. I thought it was a very clever name. Yeah.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go sub.
Yeah. All right, Algared, first question, please.
First question. Nova 42. Someone elsewhere said you won't be able to wear a helmet in a pilot seat. Do you have any idea where they may have gotten that idea from? They're probably referring to heavy armor.
Yeah.
Because they've always said you would need, in fighters, you will need to wear at least an undersuit with a helmet because they don't have atmosphere. So, or they don't have much atmosphere. So, yeah.
My thinking would be the same as you, I'd agree with that. Just real quick, Daily Noob, you're fairly new, aren't you? So I just want to throw that out there so our audience is aware of that. So if you do have any questions for Daily Noob, here's what you've been around since. When did you start?
Geez, I've been around for about 3.5, 4 months.
Yeah, so you're doing pretty well for someone that's.
So you are a noob.
Yeah, he is a noob.
Yeah, live up to the name, man.
But he's definitely like Sponge, definitely learning as he goes and taking a lot on board. And you're actually. Can I tell people a bit of your background? Do you mind?
No, go for it.
So you're actually an Australian veteran, aren't you? In a turn of phrase.
Yeah. So when I was a sailor and busted my back.
Hello, sailor. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
But busted my back and it's that's why I started streaming because I really can't do a whole lot else right now. And man, Twitch and YouTube have just been awesome. Like I've met heaps of really cool people and a lot of people also involved in the game myself. Like my Discord's boomed with like newer players, and I love to just walk them through the game, show them how to make some money, and yeah, it's been awesome. This community blown my mind because I came from Tarkov originally, and they're a bunch of trolly. Well, there's some good people in the community, but it's a different group of people. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, I can relate to that because I play Hunt. Obviously, that's something you and I have to do too. We have to play some Hunt.
I love Hunt.
And I would really like to set up a game with Croncy because he plays that too. So at one point it'd be kind of cool just to hang out and play some Hunt with some fellow content creators. We should get that going. We'll talk to Croncy and see if we can get that working. But Algared, we've got that super chat there. I know I could see you chopping at the bit, so go for it. Yep.
So, well, actually, I was half expecting you were going to do it. But Ace Hamebone, thank you for your weekly $10 super chat. I got to say that because it does feel like it is a weekly one.
It really does. Yes, he stops by very regularly and thanks us. So I appreciate the support there, Sambone.
And we do. It is always humbling. Whenever we get super chat from you guys or Patreon support or anything like that, and yeah, it staggers me to think that you guys do that for us. But it does, even though it's humbling and we say, hey, it's not necessary, it really does help us do things like, replace equipment and do those things. So thank you very much for that. So I got a question for you, Daily Noob. Why have you got the big smiley face at the end of your name?
Oh, well, funnily enough, A, B, and C were taken. I'm like, fuck it, I'll put D there. Sorry for swearing.
That's
but yeah, I just chucked it because I'm not fussed about the name. Honestly, like if you put out decent content, people are going to watch you. Yeah, so the name meant almost nothing to me. But I did want to represent the fact that I'm a bit of a smooth brain, so Noob was the one. So I did plan on doing content pretty regularly, if not daily. So yeah, that was it.
So hence Daily Noob.
Very, very small amount of thought went into it, but it was good.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry.
I did see a comment from Nova about their question, but I have lost it. And they were talking about the armor.
Was it on Twitch or YouTube?
Oh, it was on Twitch. There it is. So wearing no armor was another point they made. I think they were talking about no helmet at all. And it's possible they were talking about wearing a helmet. Like I think at the moment, if you're wearing an undersuit, you could wear the heavy armor helmet. So they could be talking about that. But
we haven't had an update on that in a while, though, have we? And the last update we had was that heavy. You needed particular seats to wear heavy armor, and we've seen some of the dropships, for example, they actually have bigger seats to accommodate heavy armor and stuff like that. So that's something. Yeah, that's it. You've got to go look at some of the seats, and you can clearly tell they're designed for bigger bodies, so to speak.
And when they brought out the Spartan, that was a specific thing they said. They said the Spartan is the first ship to be actually built with wearing, you can have your crew wearing heavy armor and ready to go straight out the bat.
Yep.
Every other ship has always been, you can't necessarily wear heavy armor. So you look at it, you compare the seats in an Ursa to the seats in a Spartan, you go, yeah, okay.
Well, that shows you something right there, Algared. We haven't seen a ship that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think if I'm wrong, I'll totally admit it. But I'm trying to think of a ship that allows you to kind of get out of your seat, and then there's a suit behind you, so you can change into heavy armor potentially, and then go out. I don't think we've seen that. We've seen it in like utility-based ships. Like I know the Mole's got suits and stuff like that behind where you get out, but I haven't seen. I don't think I can. I don't know. You guys correct me if you think I'm wrong. I haven't seen a combat ship that's got a suit of armor behind you.
We saw it in the shorts for was it the Galaxy or the Polaris when they did that? There was that big room with suit locker or whatever it may, or it may have even been the 600i rework where they've put that in. But yeah, we haven't seen that. But they have talked about. They've always talked about the light ships not necessarily having atmosphere in the ship, so you'd have to be wearing a suit and be plugged into the tank for the oxygen. If that's still the case, you've got to wear a helmet regardless.
I know in the Corsair, in the captain's quarters there's a suit locker that's right behind the pilot seat.
There you go.
I
do know there's little lockers on the Cutlass too. Now I think about it, they're not like B grade suit lockers though. They're like so the ones I'm talking about on the Mole, how like they're for a full suit, like they almost look like a the real big ones almost look like a escape pod.
Yeah,
they almost look like an escape pod. But maybe they do have smaller ones, and they probably take more time to get out or something like that. But again, that's just something to keep in mind down the road. The point I'm trying to make here is there's just more things that we can't see coming, or we don't know how they're going to work yet. And I'm just absolutely baffled that people do not keep the now versus release thing in mind when it comes to purchasing decisions, because like Agra and I obviously almost exclusively the other way, aren't we, Algared? We're trying to
More
plan.
often than not, yeah. It's nice when you can play the game now and you can enjoy what you've got now and stuff. But you've always got to keep in mind this is alpha.
Yeah.
Everything's going to change, and things that they plan, and even the engineering chat or the building chat, they talk about the things they want to do.
Yeah.
And probably the most important thing Jared said last week, and I know there's lots of people who bag Jared out and that dislike how he does things or what he says, but the key thing he said last week with the engineering thing was what the designer was saying was the stuff that they want to do, the things that they are thinking they can do and planning to do. But as time goes on, they may be things they can't do or go beyond that or change that. So they may have said years ago that you will have to wear a spacesuit when you're in a fighter. That may change. That may be you just wear an undersuit with no helmet. It might be, because of the size of the seat. Things may change in the way they do things to either balance the game or because of the way mechanics work. And it's just
100%. Like they, as you said, they may come down the line in the future and they could redo seats so they're a seat size, as an example. Like all we know at the moment, as you said, is that there are some that don't allow you to wear heavy armor, but they might, for gameplay reasons, as you said, have to change that again. They will do what is required to get the balance correct. Yeah, absolutely agree with that. All right, next question, Algared, please.
So, JJ has a question. Did I hear that the Kraken is in Star Citizen now? Does that mean we could see it in the verse soon?
I actually noticed when I was playing, I might have been playing with Daily Noob, I might have been playing with someone else. We were at Cousins Crow, and the Kraken model was way more updated to my eyes. Like, it had higher res textures and stuff like that. I did reach out to Grim and Piggles, and Piggles said that the LODs had been updated. So they've probably just updated their LODs, and that's affected the Holo model as well. But yeah, to my eye, if you go to Cousin Crow, have a look at the Kraken model, it is definitely more crisp. It's got high res textures. There are lights on it. There weren't lights on it before. And someone even told to me, apparently, if you get it just the right angle, you can look through the cockpit, and one of the terminals actually, like, you can see pictures in the terminal. So if they've gone to that level of detailed updates things, they've definitely worked on the model at some point. And I think the other thing is, in the Antares, there was a Kraken in the Antares video. So they've definitely been working on or with that model a bit more. Does that mean it will come in the game? Can't tell you that definitely, but when I did talk to Grim as well, and Grim, you can back me up if I remember this incorrectly, but he was saying to me, and I kind of agree with him, it would make a lot of sense, like they put the external Idris model in game as like a boss. They could do that with a Kraken for Pyro. And I'd agree with him. It makes a lot of sense. They don't have to do any of the internals. They just redo the outside, polish it up, optimize it, gut the internals like they did with the Idris, and boom, there's another big ship for us to play with, or shoot against, So I could see that happening, and that allows them to come back and update it another time because you're not actually getting on it. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Noob.
Yeah.
All I can say to that is I'd absolutely love to do a suicide run where I try to land my ship in one of those hangars as it's closing after one of the, whatever ships they put in there flies out.
Ooh, I don't know if they do the hangar. As I said, I was thinking of it more like if they're trying to keep it just as an external model. But yeah, I could see them definitely taking off the deck. That would be interesting. But yeah, if they went that extra mile and used it like a spawn closet, you're true. That would give them a big. It'd be interesting from a boss perspective if it can have some kind of respawning of ship mechanics, so you've got to close it down quicker. That's kind of an interesting gameplay choice too, if you think about it. It's got ability to respawn Buccaneers, like just create them. And the other one would obviously be the Dragonflies too, from the Dragonfly Bay. I just thought of that one too. That could be really interesting.
And if you think of how horrible the P-52 is in Arena Commander to take out.
Dragonflies.
The Dragonflies could be a nasty little swarm of little things.
You were saying before the show about your background. Your friend's not a fan of the M50, and that's why you used it as your background. Maybe the Dragonfly will very quickly become your friend's new nightmare.
You know, I know he's going to stealth bomb me after doing this to him, so
yeah,
all right.
What you were going to say?
Well, at least you haven't named and shamed him.
Yeah, that's fine. No, don't name him. And shame him. Right.
But the fact that he doesn't like the M50 probably means he's a person of taste, because he's clearly not going into the meta. So
meta.
Yeah.
All right. Next question, please, Algared.
Before we go on to the next question, I've got to say, Daily Noob, you've got to talk up.
Yes.
We've got to talk up?
Yes,
Sorry,
man.
Not talk up. I mean, if you want to say something, butt in and say, execute. Shut up. Let me say something.
This is
it's cool.
This is a discussion. It is not
because
it's not talking heads, and it's taken some of our audience many years to get that. You know that this is a discussion, and if you don't start talking, we'll just keep kicking you in the butt every once in a while. Like I have been prodding you with questions. I know Algared's doing it too, but when Algared's noticing it as well, that's how I know it's gone too far. Because I'm always
want to talk over yours.
No, just do it. Just do it. That's
you're
what it is.
Sitting there just going, oh yeah,
waiting like a little puppy for
no,
a bone.
I was thinking, he's just sitting there saying, oh yeah, I'm listening to Inforunners. Yeah, that's cool. But you're on Inforunners.
That's what Loudgun said as well. Like he was like, we were doing the episode we did with him. He goes, I'm keep like he was treating it like he was listening to the episode because he listens, and then we had to keep prodding him to talk and stuff because he wasn't used to actually being on it. So I think it might be a bit of that as well. Like because I know you stop by and listen as well. But yeah,
you've seen my stream. I don't usually shut up, so I just didn't want to talk over yours. But as far as the Kraken goes, seeing that in Pyro, if we did get that, that'd be. I mean, that's just smart marketing. Like, how many people do you reckon are going and bought the Idris just because they're in WoW every time they see it or come up against it, or get blown the hell away from the size 10 railgun on the front? Like,
it also makes me think of other things too. Like like a lot of people have said, well, even in their marketing, they've said ship for Pyro. Like they mentioned the Galaxy and the Liberator have both had those marketing lines on them. So we could be getting a few bigger ships as.
Yeah.
What else do you call them? Bosses? I don't know what else to call it, but yeah.
Well, even if you think of the role that the Kraken is, at a bare minimum, the Kraken is a transport ship. It's a better transport ship, and it's a proper carrier, so it's better than the Liberator. But it is still a transport ship. It's a ship you can use to take 10 or so ships across jump points. So
absolutely.
So it does have that role.
I think
if it's in Squadron 40.
Sorry, I think Mr. Puff and stuff in chat is talking to you because he's yelling. He's obviously talking to old man Heston. He says, "Hey guys, any experience with the butchery of the gamepad bindings in 318? Horrendous. I don't use a gamepad, so I honestly cannot comment on that at all, mate. I don't
can help there.
Oh, you can go for it.
Yep. So we found out earlier today actually that if you go through and unbind all the joystick options, it actually helps with the gamepad because some reason the engine's picking up the joystick bindings as gamepad and vice versa. So if you go and get rid of all those, your gamepad should work better.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, Mr. Puff and stuff. Just a rebuttal to you or a reply to what you said there. Our questions are usually done with the word question. We have a bot that picks them up. So if you look in the chat, there's a Nightbot there. That's how our questions are done. So we're saying that apparently most live streams have capitals. I've never seen that before, but not in all my life. And I've been using PC since 1986, and I've never seen that. But okay, if that's how you think they're done, no harm, no foul, mate.
It doesn't, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean
it's not
live
true.
Streams go and
do
that. With Squadron 42 and the Kraken, it makes, to go back to JJ's question, it makes sense that it is because it ties in with that view that Drake do pirate ships, and we know that the big UE bad guys in there are pirates. So it would make sense for that being the capital ship that the pirates have got. From a short, we know the Vandal turn up, and I could see the UEE fighting that, and the bad guys turn up in their Kraken and end up helping save the day, or something like that. But do I know the story? No. Have I paid attention to the story? No. Am I speculating? Yeah. So I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Don't hold it up and say, "Oh, Al said it was going to be this," and it's not.
as for people that are putting questions in chat, I'm just reading by Miko. He thinks we're ignoring his question. No, Miko, it's a list. Your question is in the list. I can see it. We just haven't got to it yet. And as Algared would state, I think we got to almost, what was it, 10 o'clock our time, and the questions were at 7 o'clock. Like, we sometimes get multiple hours behind because we're very thorough with our responses. So if you want really quick answers, this is not the channel for you. We are very detailed in our responses. So so apologies. It is a queue system, and we try to get through them as we can, and sometimes we miss out on questions. That's just the nature of how this is. But if you're looking for quick responses, we're a bit more detailed than that. I don't know if that makes us different or worse. I don't know. I don't know.
I think it makes us more like a radio show, you know, because we just talk about it and then go off on a tangent and we come back and
I don't know. Daily Noob, do you watch anyone else that does type of questions and answer stuff? Like, what's your take on it? Because like Astropub, our fellow Inforunner, he does this and he just like flies through shit in comparison to us.
He's very quick. But the difference is with Astropub, you get and again, I love his content, but like you get dot points and you get really like immediate information that's straight off the top of his head. I find with you two, you speculate and bounce ideas back and forth off each other and come to different conclusions as well. So it's
the discussion.
You know, it's just different. It's different content. It's done differently.
Not better or worse, just different. No, I agree with you.
Radio show with the the team rather than radio show with just the one back show.
We've always seen that as a strength, hasn't we, Algared? Like the discussion and the back and forth. So we prefer that. And it makes it very difficult when we go on other shows, doesn't it, Algared? Because if they do it in a different way, we've just got to kind of what you were doing earlier, just sit there and wait to speak, and it's not what we're used to because we like that the discussion and the flowing of ideas. And it's borne a lot of fruit for us. I think
before you move off from the topic of the Kraken, though, to clear one thing up for a few questions that I've had on it. I was led to believe that they're releasing it in waves to people who have purchased it.
They've done that with a few ships, and so the Kraken was the very first ship they ever asked for interest, and so you basically put up your interest, and then they had 6 waves when it was purchasable the first time. I would almost expect them to do that again, but it only seems to be with the really big ships. We haven't seen it again since the Kraken.
So is it going to be released to people in order of which have purchased it in wave or just all at once?
We have no confirmation on that.
The way they've released ships in the past is that ship just goes live. Could they release the Kraken in waves to people? Yeah. But I know that in the Kraken, I was in wave 2. And CIG said, "Hey, we've put you in wave 2 because that's the Australian time zone."
Yep.
That was the only reason they said I was in wave 2. So, it was just a marketing tool so that people could.
Yeah, I think you've got some information there from purchasing cross with release because I as Algared said, I'd fully expect them just to release to everyone because people would be crying bloody murder.
The reason I ask is now I can clear it up in chat with people who have asked. So that's.
I wouldn't
because it sounded like an odd concept for him to do that. It's like you've purchased a ship, it's being released, it's in the game. Here's your ship. Imagine the riots who can get their Kraken on release day.
I wouldn't be surprised though if they make some of those bigger ones into big events as well. Like I can fully see them getting a bunch of content creators together and having some kind of like Kraken v Idris fight or something like that, or Kraken on Kraken fight or something like that, because like to have and multi streams going on Twitch of 50 people fighting each other would be nuts. So that's what I'm considering down the line, that they'll make a hype out of it. So 24 hours before it goes, they get a bunch of content together, get a content creators together for a preview or something like that. Kind of a little bit what they did with the Antares. They kind of did use that Antares to help with sales and stuff. They gave it to a lot of content creators. We've been on both sides of that now, Algared, haven't we? So we missed out on the MSR, but we were there for the Antares to look at that. I know you didn't get a chance to look, but you know what I'm
No, because I still can't get in. But
but I do wish in a lot of ways my personal preference, like if the marketing department was to watch this segment right now I'm talking, would be maybe give it to everyone for 24 hours to try, you know, and then after that, maybe 24 hours exclusive for, or maybe 24 hours before for content creators, then everyone, and then off, and then it's for sale. So it, because personally, I think the thing that sells ships the most is being able to use them, right? I can think of at least 4 or 5 ships, Algared. I don't know about you because I know you own a lot more than me, but Daily New, maybe you could speak to this as well. But if I've had a chance to use them, I've gone, I want this ship. And I think you talked about
Corsair.
yeah, but you also said the Reclaimer a bit as well. Like it confirmed when
Yes.
you used it with me, it kind of confirmed to you that was a gameplay that you wanted, right?
Yep.
And I honestly, I totally agree with you. Actually, having a chance to use ships really cements for me. Yeah, I want it. I want this.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll let you speak to that. Sorry.
No, well, yeah, you're absolutely right. So I always loved the look of the Reclaimer. I was like, this is a cool ship, but I don't know if large scale group salvaging is kind of something I want to really get into. But after doing it, able to just like whatever role you're in salvaging, you can sit back and talk to chat and have a good time, which is one of the bigger things. But as soon as me and you went out, we did a couple runs now, and it's just, put it this way, I own the ship now, you know. So it's such a great ship. And it was the same with the Corsair. When I first got into the game, someone went, check this thing out, and I just went, it's asymmetrical. It's exploration, and it's, you know, got large guns on the front. What else do you want? Yeah,
and it spoke to you, and that's the thing. Like, and sometimes you just don't get that feel until you get to use it. And I reckon it's going to go the other way too. To be honest with you, I reckon there'll be ships that I'll use, and I'm like, oh shit, not a fan. And I'll be honest with you, that's what happened with the Corsair for me. I went the other way because I have a Connie and a Redeemer. I was just like, this is just too similar to those two ships, but they are the other side of it. Kind of like what we were saying with the Antares, with the Mantis and the Cutlass Blue or the Scorpius. If I had 2 of those, I probably wouldn't get an Antares. You know, but if I didn't have those, then the Antares is probably the better option. Sorry.
Exactly. If you can't get both, get the one in the middle.
Yeah, that's it.
And if you're looking at the ship, you pick the one that you like the flight model for at best, or the one you like.
That's
you
it.
have the best feel for. And
I hate how the Corsair flies. I still love it.
They're going to update that. Don't worry. That's definitely a very temporary thing. It will change. It may get worse in some respects and better in others. But yeah, as I keep saying, and I, like, as I said, I love to ruin things for people. Excuse me. The Corsair is very much an open pizza box when you fly it. It just...
I always just point out to people that even in the original design documents, the Corsair was stated as flies worse than a Connie.
Right. This is just for the CIG marketing department. You ready? That's the Corsair. Done.
All right. Thank you for that live demonstration of a Corsair flying through atmosphere.
It's terrible.
Or is it Corsair flying in general?
It feels awkward as hell to fly. The wings are just too big. It's too hard to land. They are cool though. They are very cool, right? And it does that Imperial shuttle thing. Like, I really love that feel of it. It's just so big. It just makes the ship twice the size it actually is. It's ironically the same thing between the Scorpion and the Hurricane Algared. It's exactly the same thing, because the ship's just so much bigger. It's very detrimental to the feel of that ship.
The trouble with the Corsair... Sorry, Algared, go on.
I was going to say, the thing that I'd like to see with the Corsair, I hope that it still flies worse than a Connie. I hope they stick to that. But the thing that I hope that it does better than a Connie is flies in atmosphere. Because it's got the wings as opposed to the fans. And I imagine both of them will have issues in light atmosphere because, you know, the wings won't give lift, the fans won't have the atmosphere to go through. But they are the things that I would hope would. The
Corsair needs to fly like, you know, a brick though, and the reason is because you got to, like, you're basically a Redeemer strapped to the front of it that the pilot controls. Yeah, that's a lot of bloody power. So it needs to fly like shit. If it didn't, it'd be broken.
Yeah, and that's probably my biggest complaint about the Redeemer is not the Redeemer, the Corsair, is that it's got so much firepower controlled by the pilot that you really want. That there's almost no point being a crew member on that ship.
I've said so many times, Algared, I fully agree with you. I've said so many times, if they reduce the size of the hard points that the pilot gets by one size, so it's like 4 size 4s and 2 size 3s, and then upgrade all the turrets by one size, so they're all size 3s, that ship would be bloody perfect. It'd lower the range overall, but it would make the crew actually feel like they can do something.
I'm actually expecting further down the line that the guy, like, I honestly thought the guy underneath would be on control of the turret, but he's only controlled the back turret. I found that really weird. Like, why go to all the effort to have someone sit on the front window and then not allow them to shoot forward? It was so bizarre to me.
And not have them control that, they're in a better position to see what's
exactly
the nose turret's got control of. Why can't it control the nose turret?
And while you're flying forward, he could essentially shoot off to the side. I just like, and I know that's not the best feature, right?
No.
But like, it just allows you to shoot at something slightly off center as you go past it or something like that. I just maybe in the future, but yeah. Really quick, I just want to reiterate, we are giving away a Scorpius Antares on this. I did it right at the start, so now there's a few more people here.
Yep.
So if you jump onto the Discord, go to our giveaway channel, you can just click the enter button. All you need is your Discord login, and it allows us to give that away to people on Twitch and on YouTube. That's why we do it this way. So yeah, just jump on the Discord. You can do !Discord. I believe you can do it in either chat. Lemming will let me know if I'm wrong there. But yeah, you can go !Discord and it'll give you a link to our Discord. Go on there, follow the rules, jump into the giveaway channel, click the enter button, done. That was the easiest way for us to do it for both Discord and both Twitch and YouTube. It was the easiest way to allow us to do both.
There you go. So on Twitch, Werberg 1978, I think, did Discord, and it's a Nightbot comes up and says, join us on Discord with the link. And I assume it's the same in YouTube as well. But follow that link, it takes you to our Discord, go to our giveaway channel.
38 entries so far. So yeah, doesn't cost you anything. It's just a click and you're in. So yeah, that simple.
Yep. Maybe I should do it.
Let us know, MetaGen, if that actually worked, because he did !Discord. There we go. It did come up. Sweet. Yep. It is working on both. Thank you for confirming that for me, MetaGen. Appreciate it. All right, next question, Algared.
Question. Is the 19004 bug the new passcode to enter the Mile High Club? No. Next question. That was from Shinobi Trip. Yes, I'm pretty certain it was almost a meme joke. It's certainly not the code to get into the Million Mile High Club because I can't get in at all.
Yeah.
All right. Stefan Zietti says, should CIG permanently name one of Algared's Javelin number 3 if found? Contact Inforunners. I think Execute would have Inforunners crossed out and just Execute put in there so that he would get that Javelin, and Badges will say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Badges.
Yeah, so, Badges would be name placement would be my other ship as a Perseus or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Executes Loner or something like that would be the other one.
Mine would be my other ship's a Javelin. So
yeah, that'd be funny.
Yep. Bardo Dardo says it's probably been asked before, but what is the point in having 3 Javelins? If they are limited, and surely it's just taking them away from other people who try to buy them. Tough. That's my response.
That's actually a
many ships?
I actually want to know the answer to that question, to be honest. Why did you buy 3 Krakens? Javelins. What is the point of having, like, because they take so many people? I've actually brought this up with you before. So can you answer that, or?
I can answer. I always intended to have 2 so that, because I like having, the ships I really wanted, I wanted 2 of. So if one got destroyed and I was waiting, then I could get it. So the time of waiting for a ship, if it was not available, but if it's been timed out or whatever, that type of thing. The first one was literally the $100 million mark. So it was the ship that crossed $100 million in backing. The second one, the first one was in the original sale. The second one was the $100 million mark, and the third one was in the pack when I rejiggled my packs, and I that's the one I keep forgetting I've got because it's in the pack, not solo. So,
Hey, Jen.
but the advantage of it is I bought them with the view of
G'day,
being
mate.
for the org. You know, so and that was the first one was definitely for with the idea of giving the org something to do. So they're run down, they need to be repaired. This is why we're doing our trade runs. This is why we're doing this mission. This is why we're going to get this part because we need it to upgrade our javelin so we can do stuff.
I also think and we haven't really talked about this extensively, but I actually can see a need if you're in multiple areas, rather than having to fly ships between places, it could just be easier to go somewhere and collect them in an org scenario, especially if you're all coming from different places rather than, going to everyone has to almost leave where they are, go there to get the javelin and come back, and then afterwards they've got to take the javelin back, get back into all their ships and go again. Or, so I can see pros and cons for every approach in that regard. But
if he really, really, really wants to protect the whole A as an escort, that's three javelins. No one's gonna mess with you.
No one's gonna stuff that whole A.
But the other thing is, like, in terms of the you're taking them away from the sale. There's only one of those I've actually bought in a javelin sale, and that was the first one. The others were part of things that I got as other packs.
Saying pre-positioning is the military term for what I'm describing. So there you go. So pre-positioning. That's I have to kind of remember that word now. But yeah, that's what I meant. So rather than, oh shit, the fight's on and having to go there, it's just there. You just, everyone gets there, gets on and go. And it's going to be hard if you're trying to get a fully crewed javelin. 83 people is a lot of people. I don't know if that'll pan out at the end of the day with the way things are moving now. I do think they'll try to bring some of those numbers down, but man, javelins, the one ship you're not going to want to mess with at the moment.
Well, I think
the AI though, like the blades.
Yeah, I think they were talking originally like it's an 80 crew ship. It's got 80 places for 80 crew, but it was always seen as the crew for 30 odd players. So I think I've always got the idea that on capital ships you'll have your engineer, your chief engineer, and he would be giving the jobs to the NPC crew. So he'd be giving, okay, you go repair that, you go repair this, you go do this, you optimize this. And I think we'll see that type of role as to how those capital ships are working. But that's pure speculation. And you could have equally an engineer with 3 or 4 human engineers who are doing the same thing. So
we've got a mini fix my fleet opportunity in chat. The Mazzaro is saying, what should I get with my budget for my money? Well, what's your budget?
Yeah.
Mazzaro, let us know your budget and we'll come back to that.
And what are you into?
Yeah, so what we do when we do a fix my fleet, the first question we ask is, what are your top 3 professions? So yeah, give us your top 3 professions and your budget, and we'll get back to that. Keep an eye out in chat. I'm sure Lemming or Cam will bring it to our attention.
Yeah. So if you're a fighter jock,
the Mazzaro,
Yep. So if you're a fighter jock and that's all you like doing, then buying a mining craft would be absolute lunacy. But if you're a miner, buying a fighter would be absolute lunacy. So if they're the things that make your jam. JJ said in the YouTube chat that he actually got he's got 2 BMMs, and he did it for the same reason I've got. I do for the Javelin, and I've done the same for the Polaris, and I've done the same for other ships. It's just so that it gives me the ability to pre-position them elsewhere. It does give me the ability to have them available if one's destroyed. I can just go to the other one. I want to be able to fly the ships I want to fly when I want to fly them. I don't want to go, oh crap.
So Mazzaro said he's into salvage and mining, and he's got a $169 budget. Mazzaro, do you have a preference? Because at that price point, you're only going to be able to get one. So what's higher preference, salvage or mining? The other thing I'd probably say too is, eventually almost everyone in this game escalates. So I'd probably somewhere see if you can, get the smaller of those ships. So if say you're into salvage, get the Vulture, and then maybe see if you can get us a CCU for a claimer. And as you work your way up turn that into a reclaimer eventually, and vice versa to the prospector to a bigger mining vehicle as well. And the advantage you've obviously got with the miner is as you go up the chain, you can jump through things like the mole and stuff like that. And the really big advantage is with the mining side of it is if you end up getting something like an Orion, you actually get the mole and the prospector as loaners at the moment. But again, we probably wouldn't want to encourage you to actually spend more money in the game, but just people do it naturally anyway. We haven't ran into someone that ends up spending less. They just always end up. Actually, no. There's that one guy. Was it just Mitch? Go Mitch yourself. I think he's. Yeah. Do you remember that guy?
Vaguely.
But yeah. But even he was putting in $10 a month to get to what he wanted to buy. So he had that taught us a lot about cash flow that episode. But he was still, didn't have a lot of it, but he knew what he wanted to do, and so yeah, everyone we've ran into pretty much does want to.
I got one thing for that is if you like both mining and salvage, and that's your price budget, grab yourself the vulture because you can then buy the prospector in game and have both to get off the ground with.
Yep,
that'd be my go-to if I was my budget. And that's what I had to buy.
That's
because
probably,
you can't get the vulture in game.
You will eventually in a couple of months. So the other way you could go is if well, just the opposite of what you said essentially. Get the prospector and then earn the vulture in game. It depends whatever your preference is. So you're essentially answering your own question. What's your preference, salvage or mining, and just get that one and then earn the other one in game. Yeah, I know I wouldn't disagree with that.
I don't know if you're saying, well, what's the most profitable? Well,
how good are you?
But yeah, it comes down to how good you are and also what you enjoy doing.
Thanks, Simon.
If doing mining is a chore, even though it gives you more cash or more UEC, is that a better use of your time, or is that or is that more profitable for you? If it feels like a job, then it's not a game, and it's not worth. In my opinion, it's not worth having.
So just in chat, C McD says salvage is easier than mining, so better start with the vulture. But we don't have all of salvage, just as we don't have all of mining. So you can't. So that's a now thing versus a release thing. We don't have the underground mining. We don't have munching. We don't have collecting of components on salvage. There is so much more to come. So they're all things that you've got to put into your computations. And how do you know? Just like when salvage came along, people have this expectation of what salvage is going to be. But did your expectations meet reality? Some of you it would have done. Others it wouldn't have. I'm sure, right? And there is someone out there that's gone and done salvage and gone, this sucks, and they've just melted whatever ship it was. You know what I mean? And they've gone, I'm going back to mining. And it will go both ways. Like everyone has different tastes, so you got to remember your expectations versus reality. Like there are things that we kind of try to teach you guys, and they may come out feel completely how they feel for us. They may feel fantastic, but they may feel terrible for you. Just that expectation. And I'm thinking of Ender here. I was listening to Ender and Starjump on their show, and Ender was going, I didn't think salvage would be that good, and he went out and brought a vulture. So and I know Grim will back me up on that if he's still in chat. People have had their expectations changed. So just remember that. And the only way you can protect yourself is those CCUs. That's why we bring that up stuff a lot. Have a CCU if you are unsure, because there's again, the more patient you are, the less money you can spend. So a way to look at it, are you better off to go buy all the ships and spend all this money, or could you just buy the CCUs and then upgrade into the ones that you want? So you can get around things if you're money conscious. You've got to be picky and choosy and patient, which is really hard to be in this game because it's taking so damn long to get things done.
My question for you, Mazzaro, is that $169 you've spent already, or is it, and you've got in credits, or is it money you're looking at putting in? Because if it's money you're looking at putting in, I'd be looking at just getting a starter pack at ISC or the next ship that comes out that's got LTI on it. And then I'd be looking at buying the CCUs to go up to the biggest ship that I can, but does the profession I want.
Because you can get that a lot cheaper, can't you, with the Warbond CCUs too?
And if you do that with the Warbond CCUs, if you've got a $150 ship and you can bring it down $20 or $30,
Yeah.
That's an additional $20 or $30 you can put into
So what's
something else.
oh, he said extra. So what's your entire so that's $169 extra, and what's your how much have you actually spent? Because you can combine stuff as well. So you might be better off going straight to the Reclaimer or straight to the Orion if you can afford it. But again, you don't have to do that. You could just get a CCU. And right now, the Reclaimer is available. Unfortunately, the everyday available CCU for that is kind of expensive at the moment. So you can either go straight from the mold to the Reclaimer, or better yet, just get a chain of, say, something like the Valkyrie or a Crucible or Endeavor. They cost less, but it also allows you at a later date, as we were saying, to get those Warbond CCUs, and they'll more than likely have a few of those, like the Valkyrie, drop for Invictus.
Okay, so Mazzara, you said you've got an Aurora and an STV. That STV, is that with LTI?
Yeah.
Because if that STV has lifetime insurance,
turn that into
that is what you'll be using to. That's your start point for your CCU chain.
Yep.
Then pick the ship you want,
and
then buy the CCU closest to that ship.
Yep.
And then fill in the gap at your pleasure with Warbond CCUs. And every time you can put a Warbond CCU into that chain, you'll bring the price down by $5 or $10.
Yep.
And eventually, you might be able to get.
So someone's just saying in Twitch, and I agree with them, a Valkyrie to Reclaimer CCU, pick that up right now if you can. And then at Invictus and AIE, try and get Warbond CCUs for that Reclaimer, and it'll bring the price down. But again, are you after... I must have missed it. Someone tell me in chat, has he gone for mining or salvage? What's his major preference? And again, pick the ship based on what you want, and that earn down economy is a really big thing. So again, you don't have to answer Mazzara if you don't want to, but yeah, salvage, Reclaimer, mining, the Orion, and aim for those, and then earn down. And again, just fill in the gaps. You've got time. The game's not out yet. If you can be patient, like obviously the Reclaimer, you could use it now, so that's awesome, and you can obviously use some of the mining vehicles now. But if you can be patient, you can save a lot of money. And you guys always like there's always going to be someone in game that wants to go out and do a salvage run, go out and do a mining run. Just ask. It's a very, very friendly community. I have not met a single, I don't know about you guys, but I've met a single people I go, does someone have this ship? And someone wants to show you their ship, so they will pull it out. Yeah, so he said salvage. So yeah, so go for the Reclaimer, mate. And again, that Valkyrie, if you want to get the smallest amount of money, I think it's $25. A Valkyrie to Reclaimer will cost you $25, and then just over time fill in the gap with Warbond CCUs. The more sales you go through, the cheaper it'll get, and you'll probably find you can get that at least. I'd say at minimum you could get that down $50 minimum. Very easily.
That's a $400 ship.
I reckon you could almost get 100 if you took your time.
Yeah, and I reckon if you take your time, you could easily get it down to 300.
Yeah.
So yes, that's still more than you're looking at spending.
I do like the Reclaimer, but I would say the same. Sorry, someone in chat's having to go at me because I like the Reclaimer, but you could do the same thing any ship. You guys know this. We're just taking the opportunity to teach someone new. You guys asked us if we'll do a Fix My Fleet live. This is the closest you're going to get until we actually find someone.
This is basically a Fix My Fleet live. This is what we do. This is literally the type of discussions we do before we go to the video. We've put it all up and go, all right, this is what he had. This is what we suggested. How do you feel? Yes. Okay. It literally does, the videos we do are literally the 5-minute, 10 or 15-minute summary of this whole type of conversation.
Right. I'm getting bugged to do ISC, so we better go do ISC because we're getting bugged. So I've turned off the noise suppression. So we've
got to remember to turn it back on when we're finished.
Yes, please remind me. I'm swapping you guys over, so give me a second. This one. All right. Here we go. And feel free to speak up, Noob, if at any point there's something you want to talk about with this.
Hey, before we get on to the normal business of Inside Star Citizen this week, we wanted to take a moment and recognize and acknowledge what's currently happening with the live gameplay experience. Obviously, anyone that's been following the project for any period of time knows that running a live gameplay environment throughout the process of development...
Wait a second. I just realized I haven't set this scene up. I've got to turn Noob back on. Hold on. Wait, no, wrong one. Nope. So that one, Algared, I'll move you into the middle. I'll put Noob over here. There we go. Bang. No, there's 2 Algareds now. Right, there we go. Real good. And back back to this one. No, wrong one. This one. Yep, I'm terrible. All right, here we go.
Is an unusual, sometimes trying, but often rewarding experience. But it's not just the tremendous work of our developers that make this possible. It's also the continuing commitment of you, our players, that allow us to test things at scale. Because it's often easy to forget that with the hype and excitement of a new release, that every level of Star Citizen is a development and testing platform, even the live alpha. Now, even knowing that the launch of Alpha 3.18 was going to be rougher than normal, I think it's fair and safe to say that we were all hoping for a somewhat smoother experience than the one that you have been finding the last week. Now, while I'm going to continue...
Go ahead.
I said it's been fine. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, as I said,
Shut up.
I think,
Shut up. That's all I'll say. Shut up.
I still think they did it fairly quick. I was expecting it to be a lot rockier than it was, to be honest with you.
Oh, look. Considering, like it's like I said before, the problem we've got at the moment, certainly with login, it was not visible and could not be seen in PTU. I had no problem getting into PTU. It was literally that move across to a live.
Yeah. I think
it
it was just that login server, and it seemed to be converting you across. And I just hope something like that doesn't happen on launch, where everyone that's really close to the server gets in, and then everyone else has to wait days and days to get in because the login server is so. Hopefully they've learned something from that, and maybe they have. Like, I know it costs them a little bit more money, but at the start of launch or something like that, they have multiple login servers, and then basically after time they consolidate them back into one. I know that's a bit of extra work, but that's gonna, like, imagine on launch day if we had to wait 5 days to get in.
It's been much worse in the past. They've obviously learned from it, so they'll just continue to learn from it
and improve. Yeah, definitely.
Like, one before you go on, one thing that I think this really shows is if people think that this patch is bad, this is only a pre-taste of what 4.0 is going to be like.
Oh yeah, server meshing is going to be.
Pyro is going to be just as people will say it's just as much a dumpster fire.
Yep.
It's not a dumpster fire. It's just the problems it has, and it will be good. Just patience. When you get frustrated, just patience. Go play another game for a while. Come back, try it again.
It's like Disco was saying. It shows that every step of this is alpha and it's in progress.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, and and like I said, every step it's working. Everything is working in PTU.
Have you?
The logins are working in PTU, no problem, and you go to live and something's broke.
Have either of you gone and watched like some of the casual people that the real bigger streamers, like the people like 2,000 plus viewers, like I can't remember the guy's name, but he used to do his name's Bruce something, and I popped in to watch him trying to log in, and he's just sitting there, and the guys in his Discord just absolutely shitting on the game. But it's like, again, it's not a game. It's not a release game. It is in development, and people just, they are so blind to that because it's out and anyone can jump in and play it. It has to be at the same level of every other game that's out, and just.
I think part of it is the fact that it's out, it's playable, and it's on par or better than some of the so-called release games that are out there.
Yeah.
And so people hold it for they expect it to be working, but it is an alpha.
So I had a lot of people coming through. I felt like while I was streaming and I was in game at times, or even when I wasn't, I was putting out a lot of fires, and as people are coming through, they're just mad that they can't get in, they can't play the game, and I understand that. There's people that are being like, I just forked out $400 for a claimer and I can't even get to my ship. It's like, I understand.
Oh, diddums.
Just be like, understand what's going into the development of this game. And like one personal shout out on it is, even when I was getting grumpy with it, I had Mage, he was like my little guardian angel, just sitting there going, dude, listen to your own advice, and he'd post up stuff and keep us updated and stuff. It's like, it's easy to get frustrated, but it's just, what can you do about it? Nothing.
I know some of the biggest Star Citizen streamers, they were literally just for 5 days playing marbles on stream because they couldn't get in, so and there were letters that we got from CIG stating, we know this has been rocky, thanks for the help and all that, but it's a part of it. Like, you just got to remember that, and I think I don't know about you guys, but I always feel that a lot of the complaints are from new people on Spectrum because they haven't been through this before. You know, they had to turn things off like the character reset button because people just kept resetting their character, even though they told them it did nothing. So they were essentially making the servers worse.
Henrik in YouTube chat says CIG markets Star Citizen is marketed by CIG as a release game. No, it's not. They do sometimes. I will say yes, and they cherry pick what they say, but they really should not be marking this as a release game, and they do. Like I know Chris Roberts came out and said at one point ages ago, Algared, he'd go, "There's more content in this game than in some release games." That is very true, but this is not a release game. No, it's not a release game, but you look at the second you log on, you've got that disclaimer screen. This is an alpha. You've got, that's time and time again. You see, this is an alpha. This is an alpha.
But Algared, gamers don't read. So.
But gamers don't read and gamers don't pay attention. I still stand by the view that even as an alpha, it's got more stuff than a release game. But I don't see that they sell it as a release game.
All right, so I've turned the first minute of this video into 10 minutes of content. All right, let's let Jared finish it. We're going in circles. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, hang on.
I'm going to continue pointing you to the amazing efforts of our platform team, the player experience team, and especially the community team in updating you on the continuing progress through the website and socials, because, quite frankly, they're far more plugged into those things than I am and will have much better information than I ever will. We did feel it was important to acknowledge the current state of things at the top of this show, whose story was set weeks and months before. I said it on SCO, and I'll say it again here. We don't just share in the victories with each and every one of you. We're often right there with you with the same thoughts and the same feelings about our disappointments. We're sorry for the rough launch, but I hope you can see the determination and the dedication of those people working to improve things in the improvements that are being made each and every day this week, and will continue until we get things where we want them to be. So with that said, let's get started with this week's show. Since the launch of the Persistent Universe in December 2015, mission gameplay has been at the center of the Star Citizen experience, whether that's doing someone a favor and investigating a few ICC probes, delivering an important package from one planet to the next, or infiltrating a gang of would-be ne'er-do-wells in efforts to keep Stanton safe. Missions often push players forward into areas they might not otherwise have discovered and pull them deep into the scandalous underbelly of the star system. And over the years, through the work of the mission feature team, missions have continued to evolve into a modular system that allows for designers anywhere in any studio to create missions not in the weeks and months of 2015, but in the mere days of 2023. So on this week's Inside Star Citizen, let's learn a bit more about how that modular system works, the technical complexities that make it possible, and take a peek at some of the new modules currently in development for Alpha 3.19 and beyond.
Did I hear that correctly? They're talking about modules?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Well,
that's huge.
Talking about, I thought he was talking about the modules enabling, like the tool modules that the creators have to create a mission. So
no, just at the end there, my brain went whoa. So no.
Yeah, you heard modules and went
yeah, exactly. Not exactly what I want to hear, but anyway.
Go ahead, you can do it.
I can do it.
Missions matter. No, missions modules. Elliot Maltby.
Mission modules. You're at scene 5.
Mission modules. Lars, scene 5.
Always wanted to do that.
At the very beginning, the early days.
Sorry, Algared?
I said they're nerdy like we are. The small things in life.
Yes.
Everyone was just coming up with missions, right?
What we used to have to do is have a bespoke mission for every mission we had.
Someone might have built it to act this way, and then another person might have built it to act this way, but in a completely different way.
So one person would start like a delivery mission, would have to write it from beginning to end, and then some other person would have write a bounty mission from beginning to end. and then another delivery mission, again, from beginning to end. And the problem with that situation was that everyone wrote their scripts differently.
Each mission, while might have similarities, every bit of logic was different in some way.
We are a game that constantly evolves, that constantly gets updated, so things break sometimes.
We used to get bugs back, which was like, oh, you know, that when we enter the action area for this mission, this happens, but it wouldn't happen on the other one, even though they're functionally doing the same thing.
Everything was built in a different way, and so everything also needed to be fixed individually.
It was a lot of reworking and redoing and over again, and eventually that could not be scaled up anymore.
In a game like Star Citizen, where we really want to populate the entire universe with missions, we can't really do that. We have to come up with a different solution.
We don't.
So this is going way back to the design document from freaking years ago, Algared, at this point. I'd have to, someone in chat might be able to remember, but this is a long time ago. I think they're about to talk us about the different missions that weave together. You know what I'm talking about, yeah? I can't remember what they called the design doc though. But yeah,
the dynamic missions and the way they and the chains and everything else. And
dynamic mission system. That was what it's called. Yep.
But even just picking up the idea there that you know, the delivery missions, the 5 different delivery missions you've got, every one of them was written in a slightly different because someone else built it. It's exactly the same mission, and yet the code or the logic that they've got for that mission is different. So that's just making it cumbersome. If you can streamline that and make a tool so that those missions can all be made the same way, that's going to save time. So bring back Tessa.
Yeah, so the original plan, Noob, was to basically have it so that you could have the entire system procedurally generate missions, essentially, and you could have, like, you could get given the same mission with the same title, essentially, but it has different things that happen through it, so you never end up playing the same mission twice. So you're going to even record things you've done in the past. You know, it could feel like the same mission in a different location, but different characters, different outcomes, multiple arcs, all that thing. Same thing, like if you've seen the personality system for the AI, it's the same thing. So it's like a whole library of parts, and it can stack them and modularly put them together, which is essentially what they're describing here. But you can see very quickly how that's going to bear a lot of fruit, rather than... again, it's like a tool instead, and you can hear them describing it. So instead of like just having the same mission and having to rewrite it every single time, they build a library, and that seems the way they're approaching everything in this game. Build a library and just keep expanding that library. So you know, you start out with the box missions as an example, and add more and more things to that, and then it might start out as a box mission, and it could literally end as an assassination mission on a farm 4 systems away. You know, so you just don't know where it's going to take you, and that's really cool from my perspective. But
No, I remember watching a video, about a month ago of someone like glossing over this, and I was like, that is an incredibly cool way of implementing missions. So I'm keen for this. Yeah.
Yep. So I think at the moment they're talking about the under the hood stuff they're doing to make their life easier. So you know, they'll have the building blocks type idea of doing their missions. But I can see the second you put all the missions and the creation of all missions in a single tool where it just allocates them, you're reducing the amount of code you're going to be having, and that's got to make it easier and lighter on performance. And you know, so I can see the ramifications.
Easier to roll out too across all the systems. All right, let's let this gentleman finish his sneeze. I think I paused it at a very opportune time.
Don't need all these people working on all these things all over the place if we can have more of a unified approach towards it.
That's where mission modules come in.
So the answer to this, to fix all of those issues, is a more modular system. This is where we identify key functionality between missions and plug them all together and make it all operate under one module. This means that when we get a bug, it is likely that every other mission will experience this bug, and we can fix it. So we have modules and submodules and submodules, and there is no end to that. You can keep putting them inside of each other.
Absolutely key for fixing all those problems, like I said. And I think the other thing is, if you think of this as like tier 0, tier 1 and all that type of stuff. Those first few missions, they being online, are going to feel very generic. But again, as that library fills out,
they'll
going
be
to
able
bear a shitload of fruit. Because once they start, you know, adding to that library, it's just, chef's kiss. It's going to be great. All right.
And this guy's going to hate you because you keep freezing him in the middle of a sneeze.
Yeah, it's going to get back to me. All right, anyway.
Yeah.
But on the high level, we have what are called wrapper modules. So some of the different wrapper modules are like delivery missions.
Your typical delivery mission is pick up a box and then deliver the box in another location, which has certain variations.
So we have ones that are called multi-stop, which are essentially, here's 5 boxes, here's the pickup locations, and here's all the drop-off locations. The player can decide in what order they want. There are the linear wrapper module, which is we give you 1 box and you have to deliver that before we then give you the next box.
Infiltrate and Defend has like various subtypes and different variations that we can use depending on what the mission wants to achieve.
You've got eliminate all missions, or you've got eliminate specific missions, or even an eliminate boss mission where players must neutralize the grunts first, and then afterwards, a boss shows up, and that's the eliminate target.
And those are all the sub-modules of the Infiltrate and Defend type, and we're still making more.
And then start to roll that across different gameplay systems. So
Yeah, well,
that's on foot. What if it's bosses in a vehicle, in a ship?
Yep.
You see where it goes very, very quickly.
yeah, and we've got those missions at the moment. We've got them with Siege of Orison.
Mm.
You take out the noobs, and then you take out the boss, and then you take out the noobs, and you take out the boss, and eventually you get the bigger boss. But you can see how, well, from what I'm hearing, when they've got their module and they've got the tool to do it, I can see it just making the speed to be able to get more missions out will increase. The missions will be able to change in variety because it'll be easier to swap things in and out. And the big one is that if there's an error, it's going to be easier to find the errors and fix them. So, yeah.
It's the bounty hunting modules.
Our bounty missions are quite well known. The most basic version is you accept a contract, it tells you where the bounty is, you travel there and you take it out, which then can be modified in like several variations.
It consists of the synced assassinations. It's the group bounties where you have 3 different bounties at different locations you have to get to and kill. It's the Idris event where you have to go and kill an Idris with potentially multiple people you don't know. And when the ability to capture people comes online, we'll add even more modules to help support this.
That was very well done. I'm also thinking like just taking those standard missions and stringing them together. You know, a box mission that leads into an assassination that leads into a bounty hunting mission. You can see that already. Sorry, you want to say, Noob?
That was Algared.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just agreeing with you.
Oh,
I was
okay.
just saying, yep.
Yeah.
So what we're
grants.
working on now is resource collection missions. That includes salvage and mining missions.
We're even going to be adding classic things like someone wants 40 pieces of wheat and you have to go and find that and bring that back to them. All of these things we're looking into, investigating, hopefully you'll see soon. No, Reddit, that's just an example. We're not actually going to collect wheat.
I love that.
We riot.
I love the whole look at camera and said, no Reddit.
Yeah. I've got to admit, when he said it, my response was, no.
Yeah, that was the moment. I was like, no, 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 no. Make the bad man stop.
So let's dive deeper into submodules and let's use one that looks relatively simple, the delivery module. The delivery module uses a wrapper called the multi-stop delivery. So when that fires, that starts something called the initialized delivery loop. The initialized delivery loop reads parameters that designers give us, say how many boxes they want to be delivered. For this example, let's say 3. So those 3 boxes would start 3 individual round deliveries. Now a round delivery will care and track the progress of a singular box and its journey from point A to point B. So then after that round delivery has booted up and it has all the information, that then goes, right, now I need to start the first part of it, which is the pickup part. So it starts the pick up or drop off module, which then will check what has a designer specified to me. Does the designer care where this is spawned? Do they want it at a locker? Do they want it at an item port? If they don't, it will choose randomly. So let's say they go, okay, I want it to be picked up from a item port, which is essentially what you know as a shelf. The item is spawned on a shelf and it sits there waiting. When the player interacts with the item and picks it up, it sends a callback back to the pickup or drop off and say, this item has been retrieved. The pickup or drop off goes, my job's complete, let me tell the round delivery. The round delivery then goes, okay, thank you for that information. I can now start the drop-off process because the box that I had been told to pick up has been picked up. It will then say, I'm going to boot the pick-up or drop-off again, but this time it will specify the drop-off process. Once again, taking into account anything that the designer specified if they want it dropped off in a locker or at a shelving unit again. Say this time it's a locker, then what happens is it will boot up a completely different module of the delivery locker. Then that will send the request to the delivery locker and say, hey, delivery locker, you're going to expect X item from X person. The delivery locker then waits. When you put it in the delivery locker will verify that the item is the one that was actually asked for you to be delivered. And then it will once again send an event back up to the pickup or drop off going, hey, I've got the right item. That'll go, cool, thank you. Send that up to the round delivery. The round delivery will go, well, that's my box gone. I've finished. I'm going to send this up to the initialized delivery loop. The initialized delivery loop goes, that's 1 out of 3 now delivered. It will then repeat this process for the other 2 boxes that can be done in any order. Then when that completes all over together, the initialized delivery loop will go, cool, all of my things have been finished. I'm going to send it up to the multi-stop. The multi-stop will then go, that's my mission over. Complete, you get your money, and it's as simple as that. The reason we set this up like this is because it allows us to quickly plug pieces in. For example, the prison mission had to expand on the delivery system to allow you to pick up from a corpse and drop off to a satellite as a sort of upload function. What this means is we didn't have to create another delivery module to do that specific process. We created 2 ending modules of pick up corpse and upload data. Those live at the end, so after the pickup or drop-off has run its course, it would just pick those 2, which means we don't have to add specific functionality to the entire module all over. It only has to be at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the other thing to say there is you can also see how that scales just in the examples given there, like different crates, any of those factors change and the whole thing changes quite drastically. So
now I know they were making light of the fact that it was just a long, complex thing.
Yep.
But I like that disclaimer there. That's a simplified version.
Yep.
But one thing I want to note on real quick, prison, the prison mission. They it's slightly off topic, but that corpse that you pick up the entity from, then starts the next loop. That's a little scuffed right now. If you really want to be a dick, you can throw the backpack off the corpse down into the ditch and no one will ever be able to finish that mission because it spawns that one entity.
Well, you've just told everyone now. Good job.
Yeah, I know. But like the more complaints they get about it, the more they'll likely fix that issue because it's an actual issue. It's a really big design flaw in that and they need to fix it.
But even just taking the deliveries though, you can see very quickly how it becomes a bigger box. It becomes a person. It becomes a ship. So you've also got multiple transportation missions in there. It's not just delivering a box anymore. You could be at the second stage of a delivery mission and all of a sudden you get under attack by a pirate and it changes from a box mission to a retrieval mission. So what if it's a VIP that you're transporting, as in like you're transporting a person in a bounty hunting thing, and so it's like a retrieval, and then all of a sudden that leads into assassination. You can see very quickly how this all interweaves and makes a very complicated system. Simple to understand, actually. I think, even though he did take a long time to explain it, it is still very straightforward if you go through all this.
A scenario for you. Oh, sorry, go on, Algared.
I was going to say, but what he's describing there seems to be how missions are made individually at the moment. And as you can see, at every one of those steps, that could be where a different designer had a different bit of code or different something. And that just opens a way for...
Oh, we lost Algared. All right, he'll be back in a flurry as he does. Wait for it. Very entertaining stuff waiting for Algared. There he is. And you're back.
So that's what seems to be what we've got now. And you can see that process of just making any mission is long and drawn out. And that's why, that pack can be tossed down a pit and no one can finish it because it's a particularly different mission.
Yep.
But once you can actually put it all in a single, hopefully it's a single system for actually developing them, a lot of those errors and issues can be actually smoothed out and wiped out. And
That's also why you don't see them fixing things like that too, because they're having to fix bespoke things. It's a waste of their time because they're just going to have to keep fixing it. So when that comes in with a whole new mission, as Algared's saying, they fix one thing, it fixes all of them.
Yeah. Anyway,
all right,
let's go.
So I guess you really want to hear about some of the new stuff. So let's talk about salvage modules. The salvage module is currently a singular module, and what we have done is allowed for a bunch of functionality.
The most simple version is you get a contract in your mobiGlas given by a company that has salvage rights. You accept mission in a mobiGlas, and then it's going to give you a piece of salvage, and it says, well, we have a piece of salvage for you, and it's located at this Lagrange point.
The player is shown a location where a shipwreck can be found. So they make their way there, and it could be that another NPC is there salvaging already. Or you could have an illegal variant of the mission where you have to go there and salvage everything quickly before another player that has the contract legally shows up.
But there's going to be a timer on screen of whenever the legal owner of that salvage is going to appear, which can end up in enemies arriving because he calls them in. We've made several submodules that allow to work with it. So the first one is spawn ship waves. So it's going to be a wave-based module that allows the designer to define what the waves are like exactly, and then they show up. And another module that we've been making that we're actually quite proud of is a chicken ship module. And that's a ship that shows up and then is either going to attack you or try to run away, and if you scare it off by either damaging it or taking too long, it's going to try and jump away. And if it does so, then it allows the designer to define what's going to happen then. So the most basic version would be he's going to call in his friends. They come in, and then all of a sudden it's not you and a vulture against another vulture, it's going to be you against a retaliator bomber and 4 arrows, and you're in trouble. Now, the other option is like, okay, if you destroy it, then what happens? So we have the option of like a Carrick arrives because the company is like, well, we haven't heard from Bob in an hour. We're going to send like someone else to do the salvage, but maybe something happened to him. We're going to send something bigger. Or you basically warded off the defenders and you're now safe to salvage at your own leisure.
This kind of modular approach will allow other designers to come up with whatever they want. When it comes to building missions, there could be a number of possibilities. It is only limited by their imagination. All of these sort of modifiers and options are there to sort of allow us to create different types of gameplay or different experiences with very little changing of the logic. It's a lot of just changing different properties on what's called a mission record.
Another mission module that we're working on that hasn't been revealed yet is package extraction. So it's a mission where the Ninetales have taken over another Crusader platform, and they have gotten their hands on some highly valuable Crusader prototype ship components. So Crusader really wants them back before they fall into the wrong hands. And as a result, they put out a contract, and many players all around Crusader are tasked with going to that platform and handing it to the Ninetales, essentially getting back the prototype ship components before they can be flown off-world.
One thing we've been playing with is that we hooked it up to the bounty modules that already exist. So we would fire a bounty module where the player goes to a location, they kill a ship, and then we kick off a salvage module, all in one mission. So the player goes there, kills the ship, and then instantly their objectives are like, and now harvest it. And then that's the completion of the mission. So at the moment, mining missions are on pause while we wait for resources from other teams, but in the meantime, we will continue to develop salvage missions, mining missions, and the overall scope of resource collection missions. So, you could hopefully see your wildest imagination of resource collecting missions come true. A reasonable expectation of resource collection missions in the future.
Quick one on that one. What if they don't have a salvage ship to be able to complete that quest chain? I know they could outsource the mission to other people, but
yeah,
right now the only ship that you can rent is a bloody reclaimer.
So you probably can't take those, because that's going to be a thing in the future too. You can't get missions if you don't have a ship to perform them, and if you pick up that mission, you just can't complete it. It's just that simple. It'll be the same thing with medical or whatever profession it is. The thing is, though, again, looking at what he described there in those professions, you can see very quickly you could take the salvage mission and flip that over to a mining mission very quickly. So yeah, Algared?
I was hearing him with that mission is you'd go in, you'd kill the thing, and then you'd be taking the salvage mission would be get this component or get this thing out of that ship. So
that's true too.
Or the fuel generator or things like that. So it would be
And
you're still doing salvage, but it's a different style. But yeah,
and those different modules, like as they roll out and build that library, you can see very quickly how, like what he was saying about the chicken ship turning up. You can see that different AI personality types bearing fruit across multiple missions and stuff like that. So it's really cool how they're going to build the library.
You brought up a really good point there with missions being ship specific, what you're actually capable of taking. That's a great idea. Yeah.
So the biggest virtue of this is it allows other designers like Guillaume from Montreal or Sam from the EU locations team to go in and be able to piece together their own custom mission.
We just send them, once a mission module is finished, all the questions that they need to fill in for this.
Their designer can go to DataFudge, select a mission, modify a few properties that will change the behavior of the mission, whether it's the type of box they're delivering or what enemy they want you to kill. All of these modules are intended to be stitched together in easy ways to be able to create completely new bits of content so that the content expansion can be huge.
And this is really important for when you try to build a game of the scale of Star Citizen.
They could build a mission where you go to a location to do an eliminate all, and as you're arriving there, there's a bounty target in the sky you have to take out first. As you go in and manage to kill them all, they use the item dispenser we use in Jumptown and Korea to spawn an item that when the player picks it up, it then starts a delivery mission.
That's the real win of thinking modularly.
That really just reiterated what we said, but yeah.
So that was a little look behind the scenes of what we do in the mission feature team.
The mission feature team consists of more than just the people you see here. We have a much bigger team that are building these behind the scenes to be able to bring you this new content, these new functionalities, and also help our designers internally to be able to also deliver the same thing.
This is only a fraction of things we have worked on and are working on. Obviously, as more systems come online, we are going to start making more and more modules. Salvage and mining were the most recent ones, and we've worked on those. Crafting is coming soon, so we're going to probably make some modules with that.
And we're going to continue to make...
Wait, what?
He did say
just suddenly drops crafting. Yeah,
just drop that. Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. But I think we got tips to how to that already with the MCV and the code and stuff like that.
Yeah, and even the
Vulture and Reclaimer.
Promise of manufacturing on even the manufacturing on the Galaxy, the future module there. So.
But yeah, we're already seeing it because it's just literally spawning of entities. So by being able to make your own multi-tool and attachments for that on the Reclaimer Vulture, bang. But that we saw that coming. But like just to kind of that's a confirmation. Yeah, that's good. All right, here we go.
Make more and more mission modules and more things for you to play and enjoy.
Thank you very much for letting us tell you what we do. We're hopefully making everything you like, and I don't know what else to say.
Thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode of Inside Star Citizen.
You won't see. I'm not in the next episode.
I'm not in the next episode.
You just said you were. So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that modularity is what allows for the work of one mission to be carried over and utilized in a variety of others. That it allows for the relatively quick construction and iteration of missions by designers from all over the globe. That it is ultimately what is allowing us to currently add gameplay quickly and efficiently to new locations like the underground facilities, building interiors, and even the upcoming pyro system. And that new modules are being created along the way, like the salvage and mining parts of resource collection, as well as the investigations we've discussed previously. And just to touch on Alpha 318 once more, the team continues to tackle the troubles that have plagued launch since Friday.
Sorry, someone just said something in chat that just triggered it in my head. What do you guys think about the possibility, like how we've got player built landing zones or outposts is what the word I was looking for. But what about letting us build underground? Now, I didn't think of that until just that second, but that could be a thing. With like combining the underground stuff and the city tech, and like I'm just connecting dots here again. What do you think? Is that a possibility? Or
How good are their terrain tools right now?
Well, it technically doesn't even need to be terrain with the way the elevators work. You can literally just have it like it would just have a segment under there. It's possible. Like it is where my brain's going. The problem becomes connecting. So if you had a vehicle, right? Because that's why you're talking about the train tools, right?
Yep.
Because as long as there's an elevator is easy because you can do it inside a building. It would mean you would have to have entrances and exits. So you would have to build an entrance to an underground place. So whether by foot or on vehicle, and that would then have to deform the terrain to fit. It is possible. It is possible. But how ugly and bespoke it would look. You know, when they first built the caves and they didn't really seem to blend with the terrain too much. It's that same thing. It is possible though. That's actually kind of scary. You could build just like one little entrance and it becomes an entire city that you build underneath.
I could see them doing that type of stuff. Will they do that? Will they make it available to us? Maybe down the track.
Well, it goes the other way too. Can you build skyscrapers essentially?
Yeah. Well, that's effectively the same question, isn't it?
Maybe that's why they've moved away from player-built cities and more to manufacturing Algared, though. Maybe that's a tip of the hat to where they're thinking of going instead.
Yeah, well, I know there was always the view of people when they first brought out the land claims and they were talking about putting stuff down, and I know there were people talking about the whole field of dreams. If I build it, will they come? So if you start building a settlement, would the AI actually start moving to that area if it was conducive to them to do so and start building as well? Fair questions I don't think we know the answer to.
Someone's saying Morningstar saying in chat that I'm putting more work on CRJ's plate. No, I'm not putting more work. I'm just trying to ascertain where they could make it go. And the funny thing is, they might not do that initially, but it gives them room to grow, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So down the I'm always looking at the potential of this engine. Like where can it go in the future? And obviously that's the really broad scope of where it could go. Do I think they'll do that initially? No. Because it's extra work. Is it required? But is it damn cool? Absolutely. So yeah.
And I think that if you were doing the underground facility, if you were trying to build an underground base, you would need that. Like you said, the entrance point. You have one of that. But I think they'd say, oh well, you actually need a tool to, you've either got to find a cave system which you can actually do that in, or you've actually got to have a system where you can burrow into the ground to make the room big enough for that place to go in as well. So
now you're going down another rabbit hole. Do you allow people to build off cave systems so you can essentially hide the entrance so it looks like a biological entrance, so to speak, like a natural entrance, as opposed to one that so you could actually take a cave and then turn it. That's awesome. So it actually hides where you are as well. So now there's secret locations that you can build. See, like there's so many places you can go with this.
So many opportunities and potential and dreams. But
I've played enough Scum and Rust to know exactly where this is going to go.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's going to be hell.
All right, we've got 2 minutes left on this video, so let's wrap it up because I think he's about to wrap it up.
Find continuing updates as needed at the robertsspaceindustries.com website. Now, stability has been steadily returning all week, with more and more people being able to connect in and stay in for longer durations after that. And there's been a number of absolutely critical fixes that only became known and necessary thanks to you all showing up and stressing the ever-loving hell out of the new Entity Streaming Foundation for the Persistent Universe in ways that, frankly, we never could on the PTU. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to all the developers who never appear on camera because, frankly, they're just too busy. It's been a frustrating week for everybody, but I'm also really proud to stand here and represent those who are working so hard to do right by the community and this project. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thank you for watching. Keep an eye on the website for all those Alpha 318 post-launch details, and we'll see you all here next week.
All right. So Limited Respawn said something really interesting in chat. He said that they'd be limited to land claims, but I was like, then what happens if we put 2 land claims next to each other? Aha! So so you can go beyond that. But yeah, you are right. That's actually a really good way to limit it so it doesn't go too big, obviously.
Yeah, I think that'd be certainly the start point for doing those claims.
Mm.
But then you put 2 or 3 land claims together, you start to build you could build a huge city. But I saw limited respawn's comment, and I thought, yeah, that'd be the initial start point, wouldn't it? If you want to build an underground system, or at least have it secured within the UEE, you do it on land claim. But they've also talked about you could plant your outposts outside the UEE without a land claim. It just means you don't have UEE support or security helping you. So will they keep that? Will they change that? Who knows? But yeah, it's nice to think about and dream about and look at the possibilities. But
all right, Algared, next question.
Well, before we go to the next question, don't forget that we are giving away a RSI Antares at some point during this episode. And what you need to do is exclamation Discord in either chat, and it will give you the link to our Discord. Go to our Discord, go down to giveaways, and then click the little button that says
enter,
and you'll be entered.
Yep. And all you have to do, you've got to log into the bot, but you just log in with your Discord account. But that was the easiest way for us to do it on both. Or put it this way, how would you feel if you missed out because you were on Twitch or YouTube and the other team got it? So that was the best way to do it, so but everyone could enter.
It was we did look at other options, but that was the one we liked because it gave us the ability to have everyone in at the same time. But yeah, so do that, get in, and that is thanks to CIG that we have that Antares to give away. So that's
apparently you don't have to log into anything if you enter from Discord because you're already logged in. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Lemming, for letting us know. I didn't. So I had to log in though. Maybe it was because I'm the admin, but whatever. So it made me log in. So I just assumed everyone else had to log in.
Just hates you execute. That's all.
That's it.
Okay, Nova42 has a question. You've been put in charge of freelancer rework. What do you do?
Oh, actually, that could be a really good "Can We Fix It" episode, Algared.
It could be a good "Can You Fix It" episode.
We could look at
so. If I was going to say, well, if we're going to do a Fix My Fleet episode on that, we won't answer. But Daily Noob, what would you do?
Yeah.
What would I do?
Yeah.
Freelancer. Sorry, what was it?
Fix the freelancer.
Fix the freelancer.
So essentially, the freelancer to put in, it's in the same sphere as the Spirit and the Cutlass, but it's got 4 people, and it was one of the much earlier ships.
It was one of the original 5.
They have fixed the Cutlass because the Cutlass had issues, but they haven't gone back and fixed the Freelancer. They've also fixed the Connie. They fixed the 300i. What are the other ones? There was a Caterpillar. The Caterpillar probably needs a bit of love too, to be honest with you. But those original 5 ships, the last 2 are the Caterpillar and the Freelancer. They do need a bit of an upgrade and love.
I actually can't recall whether the like I know they did the rework for the Aurora. They did a rework on the Connie. They did a rework on the Hornet. They did a rework on the 300i.
No Freelancer, no Caterpillar.
I can't remember ever a rework on the Freelancer.
Yeah, and I think just to people asking about the Caterpillar in chat, that'll come when that ship is one of the most complicated ships because it's got the modules, it's got the elevators, it's got all these things that got to come online. It's a little bit like what happened with the Hull C. So if you think of all these moving parts, once that tech comes online, then the Caterpillar. That's probably one of the reasons they've never mentioned the modules because then if they have to cancel something, like say they might have to change how the elevators work, or maybe all the modules have to lower to the ground when it lands or something like that. If they change how that ship works, I think that kind of points to why they've never mentioned the modules because they just don't know how certain things are going to work yet.
If they were doing. And I think it shows how old the Caterpillar is, because I'm pretty certain if they release the Caterpillar now, it certainly wouldn't be in game.
Yeah,
because the tech's not there for it to be done. So they
before you go down that rabbit hole, because we're now going into Caterpillar, can we let Noob answer the freelancer question? So fine. It happens here. Don't worry, Noob. Anyway,
no, that's cool.
We'll come back to it, Algared. We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
As for the freelancer, like if I was to change anything on that personally, like to suit my own needs personally, I'd like to see I'd like to see something distinguishingly unique about it. Like yeah, it's honestly, I'd like to see a tractor beam, like one of the models have a tractor beam on it, or just maybe upgun it a little bit, just make it a cargo hauler that's designed for violence. Like just make a variant of it that is just straight up designed for violence. Give it a ton of armor, give it some guns, and like maybe you can't carry a lot, but whatever it is, maybe super precious. And it can get the bloody job done. You know what I mean? You don't need a huge convoy or escort or whatever for that precious cargo like that. Like you've got the C2 and it's got a lot of shields and a lot of health, right? But you're not worried about fighting a C2, even in like a light or medium fighter. Like you're not worried about a C2, right? Even an MSR, you're not worried about an MSR. And if you're in a light fighter, like even and you're a half decent pilot, not even a Corsair bothers you because you just fly up under its rear end or on the stomach of it, and you're fine. You're not going to get hurt there.
So Algared, my thinking is like I'm actually looking at the two other ships and going, where does that kind of place the freelancer? And for me, I look at the Cutlass, knowing Drake. It's the upgunned. So in my, the thing I always use, rock paper scissors. It's the scissors. You then look at the Spirit. It's faster but bigger. So it's essentially the paper. So that basically means that the MISC would fall back into the kind of more defense role, which is not dissimilar to what you just said. Yeah. So, and I would expect it to be more tanky, with the shape of it and stuff like that. So I actually think, and this is a bit of a weird thing, but it almost puts it like a mini Raelian, with like a mini blockade runner, in the default stance, and that leads over to the Max. So it's just a bigger version of that. You then go into the DER, which is the exploration variant. It also had the extra bigger fuel tank, so it could go further on the DER. But I think the really big fix and you've also got the Misery or the Miss for the gunboat. But for me, it's the crew size. I think that's the biggest fix you can do on that ship. Drop it down to 2, not 4 like it currently is. It'll give you a lot more room in the cabin, get a bit more luxury going. And the only ship that really needs a third person, is the Misery. And in that little, that little section that's got the docking port on top. And that's how we know it's got a rework as well, because AI no longer goes vertical. So the docking ports have to go onto the side somewhere now. So they could, so any ship that has a vertical docking port, it's getting a rework at some point.
Yeah, because they want to change that location docking port, because the AI just can't get through it. It causes too many issues for the AI.
Yeah, so that room is big enough you could technically put a bed in there. So just for that variant, it gets a bed in that room. So you give up a bit of your cargo for a third person to have a bed, but you're also giving up a lot of cargo already for the Misery, for the missile rack that's in there. And the whole reason you need a third person is they're the ones that are reloading the missiles in the cargo bay. So essentially, the really interesting thing about it doesn't matter as much on that variant, because most of your cargo is going to be missiles anyway. That's why you're taking it. It's a massive gunboat that just keeps firing missiles at people.
Axis also says a really good thing in chat, Twitch. It's has no airlock. The Freelancer series has no airlock.
It does, because there are 2 doors on either side of the dock.
Yeah. But is that like also saying the Valkyrie has an airlock because there's 2 doors for that one gunner?
Which gunner? Like, is in the bottom one?
Yeah, the bottom one, because like when you open the back door of the Valkyrie, everything else is open to space except for that one area. So like,
so the troops are technically, as long as all the doors are closed, when you open that, the troops are in an airlock. But the main problem with that ship, it's not the troops, it's the people that you can't walk around in the outside of that ship, essentially, because as soon as you open the doors, the 2 people on the remote turrets open to space. So that's the biggest problem with that ship. We're going down a rabbit hole right now of airlocks, so I'm going to pull us back. But yeah, so
the Valkyrie does have issues, with that.
Yeah.
Where to use it, how to use it, because even the living quarters that get affected by that whole problem.
You can go the other way too with airlocks. Like there are other ships that don't have the capital airlocks. Like I've mentioned this, I think even just last stream, or even to you the other day, Noob, the Reclaimer. it clearly needs capital docking ports because it's such a big ship it can't be spawned at stations at the moment. But that'll never work until they go back and do a rework on the Reclaimer, and that is more than likely not going to happen until they bring the Claw online. So that's probably not going to happen. That could happen this year, even if they do munching. I'm not saying it will. I probably think it won't. But you got to realize a lot of these ships, like what's the other one, Algared, the Retaliator, the door on the side of that, they're doing a whole rework on that thing to get that docking collar working on that as well. So all the ships will eventually get gold passes again. It's just patience, and I'm a broken record at this point, but you get my whole point.
And I can see 214 Gibbs says air shields and asks about the Caterpillar as well, and it's the same type of thing. My hope though is we don't have too many ships with air shields, because the idea of air shields is they were Tavaran tech, and part of the reason we don't see them on ships is because you chew up so much power. That's why you only see them on space stations and capital ships.
Well, it might even be something, Algared, where they turn on just before the doors open. They drain a shit ton of power, but they want you to do that so you close them pretty quick.
Yep.
I could see that as a fix on the Valkyrie.
Yep.
100%. That would be a very quick fix.
I could see, because they use so much power, you've got your air shield go in, so it actually sucks power from your actual shields to actually power the air shield, which means you're now a sitting duck because you've got no shield. But it has to be something. It would have to be something like that, I think, just to make sense of that.
Another quick fix though would be remove the rails that are up there on the top and just put in glass, and then just have an airlock on the ladder. We already have that on the Redeemer as an example. There is a little airlock on that as well. So they've already thought that they've learned from their mistakes as they've gone along. They're learning. They are only human. The way I put it, like back in the day, a lot of people gave them shit about not having military advisors, but again, they've learned. So just. It's like anyone. Like if you're a medical doctor, you might be able to cure whatever, but that doesn't mean you're good at changing a tire. We all know what we know, so they've just had to expand their pool of knowledge, like any human being, as it's gone along. So just give them time, and I think that the timing has definitely bore fruit. You can look at the Retaliator as the first big ship came in game, as opposed to big ships that come along now, night and day. They've just learnt so much, and they will all eventually, as the game, get go. And I don't think it'll be just one gold pass. I think 5 years later they'll come back and do another one.
Yeah, well, I think people will still say the Connie needs a rework, and it does. It is. There are elements in the Connie that are broken. Hell, the Phoenix still doesn't have all its components that it's supposed to have. So
I need my hot tub.
That's a really good example, and I'm gonna tack that on to what Can said there. He says compare the 600i to the 400i, and I think you can go back further again and go to the Phoenix. You can go back and go to the 890 jump. You can literally see, as they've done just Origin alone, they are starting to learn what luxury actually is, and there is a massive difference. Like I think if they went back, and there was and I don't want to shit on things, but look at the 300i rework. That definitely went up a level. Imagine if they went back now and they did the 600i from scratch. I think that would be way more, and I'm talking outside here, right? Way more luxurious than it is now. Because I, as I said to you at the time, when the 400i came out, I find that bespoke, that kind of weird look I think that the 400i has, though. They do that a lot in stuff like that. So it really is bold and stands out. Like things like the Cybertruck and stuff like that, We did talk about this, didn't we?
But you look at you were talking then, if I went back now and did the 400i.
Well, the 600i, but yeah, get what I mean.
But when they did the 300i and they made that all spec, what was the next ship they brought out? The 100i.
Yep.
And the 100i, horrible ship in terms of cost. Beautiful ship in terms of construction and layout and everything else.
Well, look at the original.
Just not worth it.
Remember the original 300i? Like how high off the ground that thing was? That thing looked like a modern day fighter, but the landing gear was twice as high. It literally looked. You go back if you can find old shots of it. It is bizarre. Have you seen any old shots of that, by the way, Noob?
Yeah, I have. I've been doing a bit of a deep dive on some of the older concepts and just learning about, like when you brought up the Prospector, and you don't, unless you go and look at that concept or to someone, you don't know it's designed to do underground mining.
Yeah.
So I've gone back and I've seen a lot of that. I tell you what, the Corsair needs to borrow some of them legs.
I also think some of the landing gear stuff is going to change. I think they probably have overtuned some of the Corsair stuff, but maybe there's some stuff working in the background that we're not aware of, and that's why a couple of ships have come out recently that had really low landing gear. There's something that, like, where we've had other ships that have been way too high. So I'm not quite sure what happened there with that, but I think we do know that they've got a system in place. So when you put a ramp down, as an example, it'll tune to the height of the terrain and stuff like that. Elevators that come down will go down exactly to the area of the terrain and stuff like that. So give it time.
Now, I'll pick up 214 Gibbs' last comment about the airlock type connection ports. Ship ports, whatever, I can't just one blank. But he said, turn off the gravity, that'll solve the problem. But no, it won't, because you've got the access port in the top. You're on a planet with gravity. You turn off the gravity in the ship, doesn't matter. It's still gravity. It's still can't. The AI is still caught by that. So they want to just get rid of those, just to make it across the board easy. So
it makes it harder for AI too, because AI then has to navigate it in. You're essentially making it so they're navigating in EVA. And then they've got to be able to remember when they used to have animations to go through docking ports and stuff like that. You would have to have animations bespoke for AI to do that, because otherwise it's got to perfectly navigate, or it's going to, like, so if the AI comes at a docking port and it comes at it sideways, it's just going to go straight through it stupidly. You know, they'd have to teach them all to go perfectly through. So if they just change all docking ports so they're a walk through horizontal, it's the same orientation every single time. Where with a 3D one, you've got to figure out the orient. It's more code, it's more complexity. They've just streamlined it all and simplified it. That's essentially what they're doing.
Much faster too, to get more people on the ship or out of the ship.
So
not as cool. Like what was that? There was a concept on the Caterpillar, a central docking port module that literally was just 4 docking ports, so you could rock up with a Caterpillar and basically just have 4 other ships connect to you. But that's never going to happen now. But well, not really. You could have sideways ones, but they'd come out diagonally. But yeah, it could be possible, but it would be weird.
And CMod picks up. At least I think he's picking up the idea of that rework of ships for just AI, the Mustang and the Avenger. Both of those, their rework got rid of the need to crouch and go through weird animations to get in. And it was really done to make it easier for AI to go around. You look at the Phoenix as well. You look at the Phoenix and you sit in the chair.
Just on that, Algared, there were 2, the Starfarer is the only one left in game that still has crawl spaces. So if you actually want to see that, there are crawl spaces in the vents for the Starfarer, but that also shows that needs a rework. And the Vanguard, remember when that was sold? That whole ship was a crawl ship, and it's nothing like that. It's just now a corridor. It's completely changed.
And the next ship they brought out with that is the MSR, and the MSR doesn't have crawl spaces. It's got crouch spaces.
That's it.
So, and they did that mainly for the AI. And you look at the Phoenix, the Phoenix luxury section, you sit in those chairs and you think, why is the table so a million miles away from me? And it's so that AI can actually
the crouching, right? So when you crouch, it's the same as walking. It takes up the same space. You just lower down. But as soon as you go to prone, like physical crawling, think about how the rotation is affected, and that's why they've removed it. Because it'll be the same thing I was talking about with the going through the docking ports, except they're just on the ground. It's horizontal instead of vertical, essentially. Same problem.
Anyway, let's move on. Thank you for that question on javelins, which
that's what was on. Jesus, right?
Oh no, sorry, it was a Nova rework question. So thank you for the Nova rework question.
That really off topic very quickly.
It did. Akshake says, do you think the Antares will be a go-to ship for the hangar of a Polaris?
Ooh, if you are using it as a bounty hunting Polaris,
I could see it as a bounty hunting ship. I could see you. I suppose if you're using it as that, because you don't want you're using your Polaris as your big surrender now or die, and you've got your Antares stopping them going to warp. So why not?
What about
Thoughts,
you, Noob?
Daily Noob?
Oh, I've actually not thought about that personally because I know I'm going to put a terrapin in the hangar of mine. But
What about your second one?
I think
my second one.
I think you'll find that you'll put lots of different ships in your Polaris. To be honest with
Yeah,
you.
likely. But like I said, I haven't thought that far ahead. But if I was doing bounty hunting, like you said, yeah, absolutely. Like even like anything interdictory, like I'd chuck in a mantis, like the Antares, whatever.
Yeah. The only ship I probably wouldn't worry about doing, and I'm not sure it fits, would be a blue, because I don't need to put a blue for the or a hawk, because I don't need the cell, because I've got cells on the Polaris. I just need something to lock them down.
Well, you can't actually put a blue on the Polaris, but you can dock it with the Polaris. So yeah. I had a question and I've just totally brain farted now. But anyway, we'll just move along.
Okay.
Oh no, I do. I remembered. You're actually saving up to buy a Polaris now, aren't you? Too, Noob. At the moment, you've got a.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah, it was just like with the community, I've just got like a donate thing. I'm saving up as well, but like if they put $1 in here or there, it goes a long way. And that's like our little org ship. Like it's just a small group of us in Discord having fun, and I thought better than to get around and have fun in a Polaris. I'm mostly looking forward to the feature where like people in my org will be able to get ships out on my behalf, even if I'm not online, so they can get these things out even if I'm not there. But I think that's really cool.
We'll have to get a show with Daily Noob and Badger's going too, because he really wants to get a Polaris to Algared. Oh, not a Polaris, a Perseus. So.
Oh my god, that's the dream.
Yeah, those two
like I'd have everyone else. I'd have everyone else flying around in the Polaris, and I'd just be following them in the Perseus.
Yeah.
I've got it's an interesting thing that Badgers loves a Perseus. He's a Navy boy. Daily Noob likes a Perseus. He's a Navy boy. So
I put it down to taste.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what is it about the Perseus that makes that ship appeal so much to actual real life Navy people as opposed to the other ships? So
I got to ask now, Can, are you a Navy person as well? I got to ask that because Can hangs out with Badgers a lot. They're good friends and easy in Twitch chat. So I was just curious to know if Can's a Navy guy as well, but we'll see.
But does Can want a Perseus?
No, he'll just be on Badgers with him, I'm sure. So yeah.
But
sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, you know, I know he's a military guy, but if he's not a Navy guy, if he's a Navy guy and he wants a Perseus, that's it. That almost just compounds pounds of thought. But,
he does have so Can does have his own Perseus with a Thundercloud. So yeah, there you go.
Okay, are you Navy?
Yeah. So the absolute dream for me would be to like get an Idris and have all three of them getting around together and just causing trouble. Like, you know, bounty hunting in that would be hilarious. Just imagine rocking up to Jump Town and hovering over it with those three.
Yep.
You know, I wouldn't even do anything. Just hover there and see who's game enough to fly down and grab something.
Yep. So someone, I'm jumping in the queue here because they didn't actually ask a question, but they added me on Twitch, said, Inforunners, what new ships are they going to bring out in May? So again, Algared putting on our hats, so to speak, military-based stuff.
Tinfoil hats. Yeah. Military hats is about all we can guarantee because it's IAE.
Yeah, I think the only one we could probably guarantee, and I would even say that loosely, would be the Santoki. Started grey box October, November last year. There was a sneak peek. If you go into the community tab on the YouTube channel, interesting sneak peeks I post up there and have a little discussion there with people about that, and it looks like that the Santoki is being textured there. So I would expect with 3 months to go before we get to Invictus, that they'll have the Santoki done by then, especially if they're texturing it now. That gives them more than enough time. It is just a single seat fighter. So Alien Week, there are quite a few open things when it comes to the other side of it. I think we can safely say there'll be something that's straight to flyable, which is usual the case. And the other thing that we've been seeing, Algared, I think you would agree, is there seems to be a vehicle at every sale now. So I think you could safely say that there's probably another ship that we don't know about and a vehicle. Would you say that's fairly safe?
That's a safe bet, and we're not saying size at all. So
yeah,
We're not saying what, where, when.
Yeah. So again, the other thing we could do is rattle off all the ones that we know that are potentially coming. So X1, UTV vehicles. You've also got the Lynx. So there's another vehicle. We heard about the Misk Fury. That is actually that has to go up there.
That has.
Because they mentioned that last week on ISC, and if someone's working on that now and it's a fighter, it's in the same ballpark as the Santoki Eye, so I would definitely put that up there. If I had to bet, I'm still kind of leaning towards that medical Ursa Lynx, because that leans into the military stuff, so they might sell the Lynx with a variant at the same time. I don't know if you feel the same way, Algared, but I'm not a betting man, or in real life, but I like if I was to bet, that's kind of where I'm leaning. Like if you're taking what we already know, but it could be something completely new, couldn't it? It could be the I'm trying to pick up a name now. What's a different cat? The Jaguar. And it's a medical variant of the Lynx. You know what I mean? So that could be somewhere that they go, or the Panther or whatever. A different cat name.
I get the idea that a Jaguar or a Panther is bigger than a Lynx, and so that would be their.
I just went with a cat name.
A bigger vehicle if I was doing it, but yeah.
What's the smaller cat? Okay, the ginger. I got no idea. You know what I'm saying?
Tabby.
The tabby or whatever.
Tabby, yeah.
But also, the Lynx is a star constellation, so it would have to be a star constellation that's a cat. It might not even be cat related. I just picked that because that was what the theme was in my head.
No, I get it.
But you get where I'm going though. So like you got to try and tie it back to military, because they do, like, for example, you can't buy a Reclaimer or an Orion at Invictus because they're not military. So it is really brings combat, warfare, anything that like the Carrot gets away with it because it's technically a military explorer. The Terrapin's in the same ballpark, but you can't buy an Endeavor, even though it's an explorer, but it's not a military explorer. So it's. Yeah.
So Rand Print has the idea of the RSI Cougar. It's obviously an older ship.
I love that.
Yeah.
So fun little fact quickly. You know how you were asking Max to be your cabin boy on your Kraken because he can't get one? That's the Bear's life. That was his question.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice to meet you, Max.
Also, Can is not Navy. He just likes the Perseus because it's got big guns. So the thing about Navy boys liking the Perseus still holds. 100% of those I know like the Perseus.
Yeah.
And even some other military dudes like it as well. So there's something about it that does appeal to Navy and military guys. So
that's
anyway.
Waffle just says something in chat. Waffle Insanity says, "Can we please see some more consolidated Outlands and Argo ships?" I firmly believe, and I think we've said this before, Montreal, that new ship team they're building, I would not be surprised if that new ship team doesn't start moving into consolidated Outland, because they are probably the most the least done manufacturer. And they seem to specialize different. Like, for example, a lot of the Drake ships were built in LA. Just as an example. So they seem to tailor each team to a different style. But we could be completely wrong on that. But just, yeah.
And yes.
Fingers crossed.
Shady phase. Yes, more Kruger.
Yes. But next.
Glad you said that. It saved me having to go on my rant.
All right, next question.
Dale Smither. From my understanding, it's so when we get destroyed, another can be called out without having to wait days. Yes, I think you're talking about why I've got the million.
Three javelins. Yep.
So I think it goes there, and that's exactly the answer to the why have more than one. It's so you don't have to wait. Gecko GTMX says, any word on CIG selling 1 or 2 SCU boxes in game? I tried to snap one up to a grid and they still don't.
Cargo, they used to sell them at the cargo on stations, the cargo levels. I know you used to be able to buy ones there, and I do know there's certain size ships you can destroy, like an Avenger that'll create one, things like that. But I don't know about the size 2 ones being for sale, but you can create them. And as I said, size 1s. Snapping the cargo grids, Ooh, that's a tough one. I know you can do it with certain boxes, but I think that's the thing. A part of the cargo factor is at the moment it's only certain things. For example, on the Reclaimer, you can only snap them in certain areas. They don't snap to the elevator currently. They don't snap to the floor underneath the main floor. But eventually you'd expect them. That's what those cargo grids are those metal plates, Algared. So they're only going to snap in the appropriate places, essentially, I think, at the end of the day. So
eventually, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think eventually they'll have the pads that are, this is a 1SC slots. This one's 2, so it can take 2 or 1. This one's 8, so it can take, I think they'll do it like that, but
size will be a factor, is what you're saying, essentially.
Yeah.
I was going to mention, like, you go and do the destroy drugs mission, and they have those small, exact same size boxes just sitting on a pallet, and they could turn that into a grid, essentially. And then that would naturally fit onto exactly the same size as larger boxes. So you could, they could probably implicate that into the game eventually as well. And just like, it'd make cargo and stacking a little bit more in depth and tedious, but way more realistic.
Oh, but that's one of the things that they've talked about as cargo factor. It's that loading, and the way you load your ship is going to benefit how much cargo you can carry and fit in. And in law, that's what the whole Cargo Olympics process is. It's that which team of loaders are the best or the most efficient at getting the job done. The guys who just toss it in, you damage your cargo, you might get as much in, but you might be quick. The guys who are methodical and they do their cargo's cared for, it's in good nick, it's well stacked, they can carry more, etc., etc. So,
hey, Algared, I'm just thinking about that Scorpius Antares giveaway. I'm thinking, how about we chuck in the concierge skin for that as well? I'll just pick that up and chuck it in for the winner. What do you reckon? Just to be something different.
Oh, we'll chuck that in from our let's see what that's probably Ace Hambones $10 super chat for the day.
or we could let them pick. They can have that or the lemon. I don't know. Or maybe I just get really generous in both. We'll see.
I think we just give them a lemon.
Well, the concierge one's just harder for certain people to get. Anyone can pick up the lemon, and the lemon will more than likely be available all the time. So my brain always goes to concierge because it's limited. And
is that one with the shark teeth?
That is the one with the shark teeth.
Oh, look, definitely get that one.
Yeah, we talked about this in our review too. I still feel like that was like the gonna be the skin, and then someone goes, "Hey, look, I just put some shark teeth. It looks amazing," and then they completely pivoted.
And they've gone, we'll put that.
Some of those skins are bugged right now as well, by so
they
won't show up.
The shark tooth one and the lemming one was working for me in game. Which ones are you talking about specifically?
I sent a support ticket in pretty much day one because the blue metallic rescue skin for the C8R isn't working. They said it's a known issue for ships that you buy that have those I guess you'd classify them as higher end skins.
It must be a live bug then, because that one was working totally fine for me in the PTU.
Yeah.
So
they said they're working on fixing it. It's obviously going to be lower down the ladder than everything else right now.
I'm going to be honest with you. The biggest thing that I want fixed at the moment, other than the obvious stuff, is the ladder on the Reclaimer. Like, how can you have a patch that brings in salvage and that ship is just in like that ladder needs a huge fix? Not the ladder, sorry, the elevator
at the back.
The back elevator. I've got to say, for the Reclaimer, the front elevator actually works now. It doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
How nice.
Yeah.
They have a little crew one at the front. Used to be a death trap. You'd get in it and
it's been fixed for a while.
It has been fixed for a while.
That was a couple of years ago, but when it first came out, it used to kill you all the time. Yeah.
So,
all right, we've got 125 entrants on the Scorpius Antares giveaway.
Which is great.
So if you want to enter that, you can go into the Discord, go into the giveaway and channel, and just click the link to enter. There's a little button there, just clicks enter, and you are in. Other than that, you can type !Discord to get the Discord link if you want that, and it's, as I said, free entry. We just do it through Discord because it allows Twitch and YouTube to do it at the same time. All right, I think that is work stuff out of the way. Algared, next question, please, sir.
So we've done that one. Almond butter. Haven't heard a question from you today. Welcome.
Yeah. What's wrong with you? Or we're slower than usual. Yeah.
We're slower than usual. We're 2 hours late. Okay. Gameplay ways. What are your thoughts on using a cargo ship in tandem with a salvage ship? use a C1 using its tractor beams to collect the salvage coming from our vulture. Yep.
I think that's very, very wise. I think we're going to see that. Well, look what they did with the refinery and the Hull A as an example. You can totally see the Hull A, the prospector, and the refinery ship all working together. 100% see that.
I'm certain you will remember Dan Truffin talking mining and things. And what was one of the things he said? You've got your Hull C there picking up the mining stuff. So absolutely.
Way back in the day. Remember, the original reason I wanted a better merchantman was to pick up the ore off my Orion and take it off to sell. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, that'll be a thing. 100%.
But that was one of the things Dan Truffin talked about, pairing a mining ship with a Hull C or a Starfarer to take the cargo and take it back, or the refined ship and taking it back. So
I think that's why you see cargo as such a generalistic thing, because every ship is going to need it at some point in some form or another. And they're even noticing that on their combat ships. That's why you see things like the Tanner and the Redeemer getting those small SCU spaces, because every ship needs some form of cargo. We've said it for years, didn't we? They're going, why the fuck are none of these ships got small? And then they just started to learn that they do actually, in fact, need them.
They even from early on, they were saying that, the fighters would have space for, personal weapons and spacesuits or armor. They've now gone, okay, we've now got to put it in, especially since they're saying light fighters, you can't wear armor. You've got to wear an undersuit and stuff. So if they've got to go out fighting, they've got to carry their armor with them. They've got to have a storage slot for it. So, yeah.
Having a Navy background there, Daily Noob, is there any really glaring, obvious things to you in the Star Citizen lineup that they've kind of missed out on from your military background?
No, dude. They were actually doing really good. Like, I haven't got as much experience as some. I was only in there for a very limited time before I busted my back up. But, yeah, it's like, there's always going to be like, people want gunships with central turrets and like, brigs in specific positions and a more like true to nature carrier and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they've got a carrier. They've got so many gunships. They've got, there's like torps and missiles. So you got your variants, even though they're very similar in game.
That'll change given time, won't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And like they're only just getting started. And like me and you were speculating the other day, like one knows what's even going to come when they release new systems that are, they belong to, say, the Banu. We're going to see like maybe a Banu capital ship, for Christ's sake. Maybe Algared could melt one of his javelins down and buy that damn thing.
I will say, I have always said I would get rid of some of the javelins if the Polaris, not the Polaris, the Pegasus came out.
Yeah.
There you go.
But he's right, though. Like with those expansions, when they eventually get around to doing a Zion or Banu expansion, I would fully expect to see some really, doesn't have to be a direct competitor to the Javelin, but a Javelin S style ship from one of those guys. 100%. Well, straight off the bat, look at the Vandal. If they ever made Vandal playable, there you go. And I'm not saying they will make them playable, but like, we can dream. But like, there's no reason down the line that the Vandal couldn't be a playable race, and so you can play as the bad guys essentially.
Well, even the Tavaran, like there are caches of Tavaran stuff out there. Like, it'd be awesome to see Tavaran capital ship.
That Tavaran expansion pretty much writes itself right there, Algared. I'd actually, can I be honest with you? I know you said you saw them as the first, but I actually think they would benefit from being the last. And the reason I think they would benefit, right, is then you could go off into so you could go off into Zion space and do stuff as the Tavaran. And like it's this search for the lost shit of the Tavaran. So you could see it very quickly bearing a lot, like it's got this really exploring element to it.
You say lost shit of the Vataran, and Algared, I got a good one for you, is like they've really left themselves like an opening to create some really weird and wacky shit, because you look at Kin's 2 civilization that was lost and then taken over, eventually settled by the Banu, I believe. Like, no one knows anything about that ancient civilization or what type of technology they had. So if they want to like do some real weird left field designs massive ships or super advanced tech, whether it be
they could
worth
have,
it or not. Like,
just give an example. They could have been like the Vulcans to the the Romulan. Was it Romulans? Romulans, yeah. So you know how they were like that different, like they were split off culture. So what if that culture that he's talking about with the Banu was a split off from the Tavaran? And so it's, you see where it goes very quickly. Like
they could go down that line, but
yeah. And so maybe maybe there's two split off cultures. One went into the Zion area or whatever, you know. What if the Tavaran is the smaller of the two Tavaran empires, and so there was one that expanded through the Zion and the Banu, and it wasn't just the humans that killed off the Tavaran, it was also the Zion and the Banu. It was just in mass slaughtering.
Some dark history behind the Banu.
Yeah, I know. Like whoa.
We'd have to call the Tavaran the Dodos.
Yeah. The Dodo race. That'd be funny, actually.
But the thing that I always come back to as to why I think they'd be the first is because you don't need to worry about if they've got Tavaran as a player race in the UEE. You don't have to worry about knowing their culture because the Purge wiped out so much of Ajora. Most of the stuff we've got on Ajora is stuff that the humans saved and preserved as trophies of war to say, sucked in, we got you. Yeah. But Tavaran basically purged it all, or
maybe they could just be a race that expands with the other expansion packs, so they never really get their own. So you get a bit of them in the human, and then you get a bit of them in the Zion. You get them a bit, you know.
Yep. I could see that way as being a way you'd put them in the human world, because then you've just got your human Tavaran, and if you're playing a Tavaran, your goal is always find more of a Tavaran shit so I can actually get my culture back. And then the Xi'an one comes out. We'll go into Xi'an space and we'll find out elements there, or we'll go to Branner and
you can tell that about the thoughts of those expansion packs too, because they really have worked out the aliens behind all those guys too.
Yeah,
the Kathak and the I always forget the Banu one.
Yeah, I don't know another one.
But there is another race behind the Banu and Vandal
and I know of the Vandal. The only one I've ever got is was Aaron's comment at PAX Australia when we were shooting the Shinola, and we were talking, the impact of Operation Pitchfork, and he said, well, if you don't do anything, the Vandal will just take it over, and if we took a system back from a Vandal and held it long enough, it'd convert.
Yeah.
But we're talking about how it was linked, how they parallel kind of Roman history, and said, well, the Vandal of a Vandal, and he said, well, the Vandal pushed by the Huns. What's pushing the Vandal in Star Citizen? And so it kind of gives you that possibility that there could be someone behind the Vandal kind of forcing them to move. It could just be shooting the Shinola. So, but yeah. Anyway, I think I've done that one to death. Moving on.
Yeah. So so there's some people in Twitch chat talking about the Tavaran were like Ronins. So Waffle was talking about that. And the Kathaka behind the Zion, I just can't remember the name of the one behind the Banu, but I'm sure someone will drop it in chat. But yeah. All right, next question. Sorry.
Libby Sammy says, another content creator had the idea of making the EMP on the Antares an aimed turret rather than an AoE, giving the passenger more to do. What are your thoughts on this?
Possible, but if it's an EMP aimed turret, like, is it a cone? I can say the reason right now would be that's not in game, so it makes it bespoke, so it's more work. And then, and if you look at that, they're trying to do as least amount of work at the moment as possible, because they're all working on Squadron 42, trying to get that out the door. So, yeah.
I think part of it is that, but I think it's also going back to what Dakota said. They don't want to just keep making code for one thing that's only ever used for one thing. They want to use code where they can use it for multiple things, so they don't have to keep going back and making it. But if I had a aimed turret, that's kind of sort of treading on the EMP missiles.
Yeah.
Like, so I'd rather see the EMP missiles rather than an aimed turret, but that's just me.
it is some interesting gameplay though if you play it through, because you have to keep it on target. I don't think you could keep it on target though. Think about how hard it is to be a turret gunner and stay on target in a Scorpius or a Hurricane, and you're trying to do that with an EMP to keep them disabled. The other part of it is does that mean you can keep them permanently disabled? So is it too strong? Like, because if you're just like constantly locked on them, they just can't move. So once you've shut them down, they're absolutely stuffed. Or is it like you fire it once and you hit them and they're disabled? That essentially is like what you said. It just treads on missiles too much. And isn't that really just distortion guns?
I was about to say that.
So isn't it really just a Scorpius? So
well, we made the Mima-head build, which was essentially distortion shotguns on a Hammerhead, like 24 of them, and we just went and like froze players in space and just kept shooting them stop so they couldn't move anywhere. We broke the doors down and tried to drug them with med guns and then EVA them without a helmet back into space, just because we were really bored. But it's the same thing. It was so strong, we disable them so fast, and then they couldn't do anything.
Yeah,
and it was just broken. It was so broken.
So long story short, I think that's an idea that just hasn't been thought through, because as we thought it through and talked about it very quickly, you saw that really is just a Scorpius turret with distortion guns. So you could make your own variant. There you go.
Yeah.
What would they call it? I call it the RSI Lemon, but that's the Power Surge skin. So
the Power Surge skin. That's right.
So there's the RSI Power Surge. You know, make your own variant. Yeah.
Drop Yogurt. How are you fellas doing the giveaway this time around? Same as the Arrow? Exactly the same as the Arrow. If you want to be in a chance to win the RSI Antares, type !Discord in your appropriate chat. That will give you a link to our Discord channel. Go to our Discord channel and go down to our channel called Giveaways. And once you've got giveaways,
just click enter
and click enter, and you'll be entered. Easy peasy, pudding and piesy.
I'm thinking ahead here, Algared, with the Vulture that CIG has also given us kindly to give away. I think we'll do that as a giveaway with the buyer's guide for that one.
I think that sounds cool. I can cope with that.
Yep.
Got
a new membership there. Thank you.
We do have
for the membership
Nick
on YouTube.
Yep. So thank you for that. Moving on.
Yep.
Dracoden says, given I have not played with EMPs and quantum snares enough, how do you think possible friendly fire will be avoided if the Antares is meant to be launched from a carrier? Fire it in range of a carrier?
Yeah, I think the real one is the EMP. The snare is just it snares everyone in the area, so that's unavoidable. The EMP, yeah, just talent, skill.
I think that there is another aspect to that as well. If you're launching from a carrier and you're trying to stop them running away, then the snare doesn't matter because you're actually trying to stop them running away. So that's no problem. The EMP
missiles are good.
Yep.
That's why they're a thing.
Yep.
Smaller area, hits the target, just takes out the target, nothing else. There you go.
But the other thing that I think they talked about when they were talking the EMPs was also the size of the components. So the bigger the component, the harder it is to be shut down. So and I can remember being in the 890 jump way back when the Raven was the buzz. And one of the guys had easily knocked out my Starfarer with the EMP, hit the 890 jump with the EMP, and it just went flicker, back to normal. It really didn't impact the 890 jump at all.
Well, you even saw it in the video for the Antares. They had to hit those ships with 2 EMPs before it actually made them all drift. You know, one to take off the shields and then 2 to actually hit them. So, you know, it might be the same thing with missiles. You got to hit them with 2 missiles before they're disabled. You might hit them with a missile and an EMP. You know, again, don't fully have that all working in game yet, but again, what they're showing is pointing to those type of things.
Yeah, I think you can see there's development down the line for how that gameplay will develop and grow.
It goes into bounty hunting and it goes into e-warfare. You know, like a lot of the builds we see at the moment for bounty hunters, they all come with the distortions. Like look at the Avenger, was it the Stalker comes with it's all distortions. Except for the distortions in the wings, and then the nose gun's the same. But you get what I'm trying to say, right? they don't always
Yep.
want to take someone out. They want to disable them so they can collect the bounty alive and things like that. So
Yep.
right tool for the right job. Same thing like that guy was suggesting an EMP turret. I'd just be like, isn't that a Scorpius with distortions? Like, you want to build a ship to come into a certain area. You can take a Scorpius and make it a bounty hunter ship. You just put distortions on it. Or again, why can't the turret have the distortions and the normal guns are ballistics or laser repeaters? Because then you got best of both worlds. I think that's the cool thing about this game. A lot of the stuff comes down to player choice and freedom to do what you want.
Yep. Okay. Quick question. Daily Noob first. What are your thoughts on using the Antares as a ship for ship shutdown and boarding with a co-pilot going in?
Well, yeah, it's got an EMP. Like, that's the thing is with the co-pilot in that ship in that scenario is my ladder that only one person at a time can use with the animation of it opening and closing. It takes so long to get a second player out of that ship, and then so long to get a second player back into it. And if you're boarding, like, unless you're stealing that ship, what's the purpose at that point? Because, like, to store stuff in that ship, it's not a walk-in ship. It's a pain in the ass. So
that will improve in time.
Of course,
because they don't have animations that work at the moment properly. They do it all singular, but eventually they'll have blendings. So, for example, if you're in space, you could both get out at the same time because it would just open the canopy and you both go out. And the ladder would open and one come down, two come down, and then it closes all up. It won't be just closing and opening. So that will change.
Yeah. I was more talking in the now for that, but yeah, I fully understand that. Yeah.
Just in now, the problem I just realised with that would be the EMP doesn't shut it down permanently.
That's what I was worried about.
So you'd actually need the co-pilot constantly there pumping off the EMP to keep them shut down, and the pilot's the one that has to get out. But then you're undefended.
The pilot has all the fun again because they're not mashing the button. But down the track, if we can change VMFDs and change who's controlling what aspect of a ship, then that could be a thing.
I think it really shows though that this ship has to work with other ships.
Yep.
It really is a support combat fighter. It should not be working alone. It's just like the Cutlass Blue and the Mantis in that term of phrase. It's just that it can fight back, but well, a lot better than the other two can.
And I know that's an idea. I'm pretty certain I raised when we're doing our buyer's guide for the Antares the other day. I thought that's not what would be an option you could do, but just thinking of it now, for now, it doesn't work because the co-pilot's still got to keep mashing that button to keep them locked down. But down the track, it could be a viable option. So, okay, Mick 9 Hawk or Mark 9 Hawk says, have you seen the 24 weeks of work allocated to the Polaris from April to September? Encompasses all the tasks, including design, art, audio, and tech required for the implementation of the RSI Polaris Corvette into the PU. Thoughts on if we'll see it for Pyro or held back for longer, or it takes longer to develop?
I would not be surprised if that thing doesn't come with Pyro.
Yeah, if not before, but I would see it as a Pyro ship.
I think it really needs servo meshing. So servo meshing comes with Pyro. Pyro comes with Polaris. I can see all that totally lining up. We also know that they are working on, because of that and other RSI ships, there could be other ones coming. Galaxy, Kraken as a boss, but not actually viable. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other ones. There was about 5 different RSI ships that they could do. Do they all come at the end of this year? Who knows? Looking what happened with Drake last year, though, and how they all kind of came at the same time. Could they roll that up and roll that into the new ship team at Montreal?
Really?
So they've now, what I'm trying to explain here is they've taken the ship team and they've now made it bigger. So therefore they can do 5 ships at once, where last year they did 3. You see where I'm going with this very quickly, right? Possible. Totally possible. Will it happen? Don't know.
Now, Andre Prado, I think it is, Andre Prado in YouTube says, the Antares can be fully controlled by one player if they've got 2 accounts and 2 computers. So because on the second computer, all you're doing is hitting those buttons. So yes, you could actually, it could be the first ship where multi-boxing is a thing. Is it something I'd recommend people do? Buy a second computer just so you can use your Antares by yourself? Probably not. But it is something you could do. Anyway, while executes away, I might as well play. Let's see how many we can get through. Okay. Quanchi710 says, where's a good place to get salvage, and when scanning, is there a way to not scan rocks? Sometimes I've been flying around 5 to 45 minutes looking for some, and I always see rocks. Not much salvage. Daly, you've done some salvage. What's your advice?
Okay, so the first thing you're looking for when you're scanning is you want values that are divisible by 2000. That means you're getting panels, not ships or rocks or anything. It's ultra rare. You can still get rocks if they equate to that number, but that'll get you started. When you get panels, they're worth a lot more in terms of like how much yield you get. And as for where I would look, there's a lot, like we went to Yella, just went to the asteroid belt around there, and we had no trouble finding stuff. Like, it was a little slow to start. The one thing I would recommend is go out with a friend. Just get them to jump into any ship, and they're just scouting. While you're salvaging, they're still looking. And that will increase the workflow and yield and overall profit. And that's my advice to get you started until you get the hang of it.
All right, so there you go. So X.
Yep.
Very quick. What are your tips for finding salvage rather than rocks?
Look for divisible by 2000 on the RO signature.
There you go. Exactly what Daily Noob just said. So
I'm the one that taught him. So
oh, well, it's true. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But
okay.
I think the other thing was that we found very valuable was I forgot the guy that was with us, but he was out in a was it Gecko? Was out in a Pisces initially, and he was finding stuff for us while we were scanning, and then we flicked him over to a Vulture, but then the scanners weren't as big, so it took him a little longer, but he was able to salvage, like, do more. I still think the Vulture was the better idea. I don't know about you.
Absolutely.
At the end
completely agree.
Because it allowed him to have something to do, because otherwise he was just sitting there in the Pisces waiting for us to turn up to the next lot. And he kept complaining, though, that he couldn't find it as quickly, but it didn't matter because it allowed him to gather salvage, and he ended up getting a full 12 boxes in the time that we were doing it in the Reclaimer. So we basically got more salvage, and I think it worked really well.
Sometimes in between going to what he had found while he was salvaging it, we found others too. So it was just... It's a way better idea.
Yeah. So having that Vulture team up with the Reclaimer, it worked really, really well.
Gecko in chat.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Gecko.
So Guanchi 710 was asking a question. What do you mean by signature?
So when you scan, there are multiple different signatures, and there's one just called RS. And so when you do the ping, you get those little cubey little things that says, it gives you like a point of interest type of thing. And they have different signatures when you mouse over them. And when you mouse over them and they're divisible by 2000, so for example, it might say 8,000. That is more than likely salvage. But we have had ones where we turned up. There was like I think it was an 8,000 or a 10,000. I turned up, and it just happened to be, it then split into two different rock areas, and those two rocks perfectly equaled divisible by 2000. So there are times where it doesn't perfectly work, but most of the time, if it's divisible by 2000, it's salvage. And every panel at the moment equals. So even though it might be a small panel, a medium panel, or a large panel, they all have a signature of 2000. So I'm sure down the line things like it's those little knowledge things, and that may get more detailed over time. It might be different signatures. So there's 3 different signatures at the moment. I don't know the name of the other 2, but like that'll probably be a knowledge base of scanners actually knowing what different. Oh, that's a really high signature in this, so it probably means there's a lot of this there. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm paraphrasing, but that's definitely going to be a knowledge base of scanning when scanning actually comes online, and I think that will change the game again, so to speak, with how you find salvage and rocks. yeah.
All right. Lord Lennis says, how do you get a Pioneer for 1/3? There are no CCUs to it, right?
Yep. There are no. I didn't say a Pioneer for 1/3 the price. I said I got my Kraken for less than a Pioneer. So he's misheard what I've said.
Yep.
Yep.
But there are ways you could still do that. Even for Pioneer.
You can't actually. Pioneer is the one ship you can't get at a discount because you can only buy it for cash. There are no CCUs to it. It makes it the one ship that doesn't work for any of the tricks we have.
Wouldn't you be able to use the same method you use to get your Kraken?
Yes, you could technically. Yeah, actually, you are correct. But then you're playing the F5 war.
You are playing the F5 war.
Yeah.
So you can play the F5 war. You can do stuff that'll help you get it for less, but you're still playing the F5 war, and in the store you're still playing the same price. But there are ways you can work a discount, but it's also playing the grey market. Stop and Sniffer. Do you think 32 SU containers will release at the same time as ship tractors and the SRV, or before or after?
Don't know.
How long is the string?
Yeah, don't know.
6 of one, half a dozen another could go either way.
I would more likely to say that they're going to come with the whole C or something like that. And the way that I'm looking at the whole C, I think that's coming at AIE. I don't know if you've... So I would expect a vehicle at AIE or CitizenCon that does the bigger cargo containers. And my hope would be that they update the raft as well. But who knows? You know, that's what I'd like to see, and maybe in 3.19 we get or 2.0 we get a slightly bigger cargo container, so it works its way up. But it's what they want to do. It's what they see as priority. Yeah, that's just hard to guess at the moment, and I'm not going to go out and say, yeah, that's what's going to happen. I'll tell you I'd like to see it, but I won't tell you that that's exactly what's going to happen because I'd be lying, you know, and I don't like to lie. So, yeah.
We can always speculate and say what we think, but we can't guarantee what will be the case.
What about you, Noob? Do you think that's a thing we can see? Have you frozen?
I have frozen.
No, you're both frozen. Me too. Oh shit, you're both frozen. All right. That's obviously something on my end. Oh no, there you're back. All right.
I couldn't tell that Daily Noob had frozen because he sits there quietly and patiently.
Yeah, I just thought he was just staring at me with his big baby blue eyes, like romantically looking into my eyes. But anyway, yeah. So, what's your thoughts on the cargo factor? Do you think that it is more likely we're going to see bigger cargo containers coming as we go down the line, or with the whole series at the end? Look, because they've literally sold the whole series only about a month ago, saying this will be the last chance to buy the whole C before it's in game. So that means, like realistically speaking, it's either Invictus or AOE because the ships mostly come out at sales now, almost exclusively. So basically, I don't see that as a military ship, and I still think it's still too close for some of that stuff. I just don't see them releasing a whole series like it's not military based, so it has to be AIE.
Yes. Yeah, it'll come out then, but if there's something drastically wrong with it, I'm hoping that it still at least makes it by Pyro, because like that's a ship you would use to transport ship between such, one system to another. But as for the cargo, it depends on how true they stick to what they said about not releasing things without systems implemented for them to be useful. And to me, you'd need that to make the whole series from the sea onwards. Not just be soul destroying to load.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So I hope so. Do I think that should be priority? Not above all the systems that they're currently working on to try and fix, but it should take some priority considering that ship is coming out. So yeah.
Well, at this point, the only pictures we have of the whole sea are with some of those bigger ones that we've seen. So
exactly.
Theoretically, it works right now. Does it need them? Probably not. But do I think they want it for performance reasons? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think they certainly need the tractor beams. And I think if they get tractor beams in, and even if the SRV is not in, and they've got them, they could bring them in just for the sake of the raft.
I think this week's sneak peek and a few other sneak peeks, Algared, have had multiple tractor beams in them. So I think you are on a winner there.
But I'd like to see, So I think it goes either way. They bring them in now because of raft. Yep, with the tractor beams. Do they wait for the SRV? Yeah, it doesn't matter in the long run. Nope. We get them when they get them, and because it'll be the time they think it best fits. And I think that's probably the best thing because, like at the moment, you can use the raft. It can carry 333 of the 32 SU containers, but you don't need to worry about it because you just load up a cargo and just go. So
that
not.
Can brings up a really important point that I didn't even think of until he brought that up, and that's multiple players with hull Cs at the same station. Because like we're talking about at the moment about how taxing that is. If you don't have those bigger cargo crates, like I don't know if you've seen the C2s when they explode and like all the boxes come down, it's quite a spectacle. But then you multiply that. Like I think you could fully kill a server right now if you got multiple like Hercules and just filled them up and blew them up in the same space. I think it would just kill servers.
I swear someone did that.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I can see people now going out, taking multiple of the ships and loading up with Picos or something like that and just blowing up and seeing if they can crash servers. So when it happens, blame execute. I'll just say that now.
No, but there were people deliberately leaving trash around everywhere to crash the servers. When the server went live, they were like, "I'm in game. I'm going to stop." That was their game. Their game is, I'm going to ruin other people's games because that's the type of person I am. And I'm like, good on you. Tormenting other people is not the best way to go. But that's what that happened to us too, didn't it, Daily Noob? We were coming back with a reclaimer, right? And I'm like, this Corsair came out of nowhere again, started blasting the shit out of us because Grimhex is like, they see reclaimer coming to Grimhex, they're like, that guy's full of savage. I'm just going to ruin their whole hour of work. And then literally proceeded to pad ram us with the Corsair once we were in the hangar, and he couldn't kill us. And then like the doors were closing, and he's like, "Oh shit, it's going to kill me!" And so he took off at the last second. Didn't get his name, but man, if I had his name, I'd be reporting that guy. It was try hard moment 101, but yeah.
He wasn't a very good pilot. You outmaneuvered a Corsair in a reclaimer, so yeah.
Okay, that says, sorry, Mr. Corsair. It either says the Corsair flies like beep, or the guy with a bad pilot.
Oh no, I also am just very good at flying, and the reclaimer.
Yeah, I must say, you I don't know how you didn't hit every asteroid going full tilt in a reclaimer, but you did damn good not to.
Yeah, I fully just sped up, reversed, slowed us, landed fairly quickly. Yeah. Anyway.
If I haven't seen you do that in a reclaimer. I have seen you do it in the Caterpillar, and so.
Don't you remember me landing that time on the large pad with the reclaimer because I wanted to duplicate the thing they did from ISC? Do you remember that where I came over?
No.
But maybe it wasn't you then. But yeah,
I have seen you fly the Caterpillar breakneck speed into a hangar, stop and land, and other people are going.
I did that with Piggles and Space Tomato once, and there's literally like, because you can actually, the sensors on the front of the Caterpillar, they actually go under the like the hangar door, and there's another sensor on the top that's at the perfect angle of the wall, and it's literally like 6 inches off the wall. I'm like, how the fuck did you do that? It's just I know 3D space very well from my time modeling. That's all it is. But yeah. Anyway.
All right, Miko, do you think that the Banner Merchantman will come out in 4.0?
Oh, sorry. Oh, cat. 4.0 Banner Merchantman. Yeah. Well, they put a pin in it. It's pinned, so no. They moved on to the Polaris, and the shops.
I need my Perseus first. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, by the way, that is another ship that was on the list.
Yeah.
RSI Perseus. I just remembered. Yeah.
I didn't want to mention it.
Is it on the roadmap?
I don't think so.
Or would they list it as unannounced?
I reckon it'd be unannounced because, like, every single time they do a stream about anything, you just see people spamming like "Where Perseus" and stuff. So
yeah.
So the Perseus has become the new
BMM or Carrick. Yeah. The other one that was on the roadmap, about halfway. I think it was around about September. You correct me if I'm wrong, but the Polar was on there as well. So
The Apollo.
the Apollo was on there because they did medical stuff, and so it was on there for about 6 months, and then they took it off.
Oh, they took it off. Okay.
Yeah, but even the fact that they're thinking about it, you know, the Crucible.
What's the
Just so you
medical
know,
drone?
the Crucible was on there too at one point.
Relies
and
on
that's been
drone
taken off.
tech.
Yeah,
That ship relies on drone tech, and like you said before, like they don't want to bring stuff out that doesn't have its features.
And I think that's why it's been removed, because I think initially the plan was just to do beds, because they've already got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 beds. It's just it's easy to do.
But it's the drones that kill it.
Yeah, so because now if they're going, we want full functionality before stuff comes in, that changes everything, because that means the Banner Merchantman can't come in. Look at the Galaxy. How far back does that push the Galaxy? Because if you,
There's also, sorry,
I was going to say, if that brings out the manufacturing module, that just pushes that back too, doesn't it? But anyway, you want to say?
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, there's so many ships that are out right now that are relying on drone tech to be fully functional. So, like, that I could see that being something that they would work on, but how soon, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm trying to read what, maybe I'm having a brain fart, but the SRV is the little vehicle, yeah?
STV and the PT.
What's the
are the little
SRV? I'm having
The
the
SRV 's
SRV's the tractor beam one. Sorry, I did have a brain fart. Yes, that could technically come as a military thing at Invictus. Yes, I will give you that, and it has been worked on. Yeah, you're correct, Ruffle. I've had a brain fart there. I'm mixing up my STV with the SRV. Yeah, yeah. No, he's correct. That was being worked on at the end of the last year. Military tow truck, military moving car. Yeah, I could see that as a military. Could you see that, Algared, as them selling that under a military bound?
Utility vehicle.
Military utility. The tank moving we talked about with the SRV as well in the past as well. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe a new variant that comes with it to really sell it. So they you know how you saw with Misk and some of the other ones where they had the green armor. So maybe there's a green armored SRV that's a military variant. I could totally see that, and that allows them to sell the SRV at Invictus. Is that actually the real person from? So I'm Koku says, hi, why did you keep pausing me on a sneeze? Is that really you? Is that really you? That's really funny. If that is really you. No, it wasn't deliberate. It was just funny. Hey, Elliot, nice to meet you, man. Yeah. Sorry, bud.
Yeah. So I'll go back to the question on the Banner Merchantman.
Yeah.
Could they bring it in for number 4? At present, no. Depending on how long it takes, possibly. I think it will certainly be a ship that needs server meshing to come in because it's so big. But I think what they want to make sure they've got for that will be the stores. And if they don't have player-owned and managed stores in-game at that point, they won't bring the Merchantman in. That would be my take.
Well, would they release stores in tiers or iterations? Because there's stores that we have right now. You just walk up to a panel, press a thing, and you got the stuff, and you could list those items.
Yeah,
it would work just like that. So, the text there, we just got to have a way of inputting the item into said panel, and the store would be represented by that. Obviously, you could decorate it however you want. I guess. Not sure. It's pure speculation, but that'd how. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I think it does come down, as you said, whether they put the stores in. And they could do it, but I think that'll be the key, whether they put it in. But I think the other key thing for the Banner Merchantman will be it needs server meshing.
I think you'll probably see a new ship come along with those shops too.
Yeah.
The two smaller ships.
And
100%. Maybe one going straight in.
100%.
While we've got Elliot here, do we want to go back to the mission system real quick? Why Elliot's here? So we really liked what we saw, Elliot. That really goes in line with the old design docs of the dynamic mission system. You've changed the name, but it's still the same thing. I really liked what I saw. Nothing new. It just kind of, when I say new, it as it copied the design docs. So yeah, it's just good to see that some of those really old things are still the way they were. They're just actually being made now, which is good. So, yeah. Anything you guys want to say to Elliot while he's here, I guess?
Go on.
Okay, well, quickly, just I like the idea that there's going to be the dynamic system, of course, which is what they talked about, but I think it's going to open up so many opportunities for you to like call for assistance and help, because let's just say if there's dynamic events involved in something like just getting a box, but then you get raided by AI pirates because it's like a roll of the dice, then you're like, you know, hiding in cover, just going, I need help. I'll pay you. Come and help me. And people like opens up opportunities dynamically that you'd never expect if you didn't prepare for it, especially other people to come in and help.
For me, it was the library too. Like seeing how they can like quickly change it from a salvage mission to a mining mission, and just roll that out, and eventually like randomly procedurally generated ones. I can see all that now. So yeah, Algared?
I was thinking, if I understood correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, currently missions are being done individually, even if it's exactly the same. And what you guys have been doing is building a tool that enables all missions to use the same tech, the same code, the same etc., which means debugging and everything else becomes really smooth and clear. And if I've misunderstood that, I misunderstood the whole episode, but that was what I was hearing you say. So was I hearing you correctly?
Oh, the best part though was the no Reddit. We're not doing the collect wheat. That was the best part.
That's what I gathered from it as well.
When that was first said, my instant reaction was no.
Yeah, the Darth Vader meme. No.
Yeah, that's what I gathered from it too, Algared. The one glaring issue I see with that, which they're obviously super well aware of, is if there's one bug that they like that persists across everything, like which makes it easy to fix for them, but like that means that one bug could affect so many systems.
All right, so
many missions.
Elliot replied, so they're being built. Since I joined about 4 years ago, my drive has been to convert the bespoke missions to modular. So it's been we have been making them for some time, and salvage is the newest one. Yeah, and as I said, I can just see you now rolling like that'll. Like we're seeing with Tier 0 or some of the other stuff, like you can just see that now. You can start with salvage, and it's just going to roll out and balloon into every other mission type. So it's going to bear a lot of fruit for you. So I think it's a very clever way to do it, Elliot. So yeah.
Yeah, and I like the idea that you could turn it by just a few buttons, clicks on the button in the module. You could change it just an ordinary cargo mission to a cargo mission / I've got to go now kill that guy. Got to you could. The chaining of missions becomes really something that can be used and implemented and make every mission chain or every mission style totally different just by a few buttons. And so,
thank you for the raid, Notwatch. Appreciate it. I was going to say too. Yeah, that's a really good point. Someone was saying about Salty Mike. That's what you want to collect: bags of salt. Let's get a mission with bags of salt. That'll be a good one. Anyway. All right, next question, please, Algared.
Limited respawns. Did you see the auto unloading of a vulture in the official video?
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to go back to what something Elliot just quickly said. He said things like the missions where you go to kill the boss are uses of the chain missions. Yeah, we did talk about that. We also saw that converting over. So you go kill a boss that's a human. You could also use the same type of thing to go kill a boss that's a tank. You can also see them going dynamic. So you could start out with a mission that's a box mission that something happens along the way and it turns into another one, which is all those systems that were promised way back in the design docs, way back in the day. So yeah, like me and Algared have been here for so long, it's not new to us, but it's really cool to see it come back around again, like Death of the Spaceman when that came back around a few years ago, and just
I'm excited.
Other design docs that come along. Sorry, Noob, you were going to say?
I'm so excited for that Death of a Spaceman. Like, people are going to second guess every action they do because, just that dude trying to pad ram us in the Corsair, he might have been on his last 2 goes at it. You know what I mean?
Yep. The other thing I was going to say, like that pad ramming thing. Eventually, when we can call for help, or put out beacons for help as well, that's going to carry over into the mission system too. So you can also see things that we do that feed into the mission system. That'll all. Well, I'm sure Elliot can speak to that if he wants to, but down the line, things that we do that will create missions. You can see this whole procedural mission system, or as they called it, dynamic mission system, all all bearing fruit, but you've got to have the foundation first with everything. And so, as Elliot was working on, what did he say, 4 years? That is a long time to get that stuff off the ground. Service beacons, there you go. He called it service beacons. So yeah, he's right. So that'll bear into service beacons. Man, even just being able to drop beacons in game would be amazing at this point. Because then you can set rally points essentially for people and stuff like that. So again, cart for the horse, as we keep saying. But we'll see where it goes. Right, sorry.
It's part of that whole process of design, isn't it? It's one of the things we keep saying. You say you state what you intend and what you want, and then you work towards it. And sometimes what you plan doesn't work, and you either do a workaround or you keep working on it. And what we're seeing is so often is those early claims or hopes or dreams are what we end up seeing they're doing.
And we're noticing a lot of overlap as time goes on. Like one system feeds into another system, and that whole modular approach. That's how we're like. When I say really ridiculous things, like I say about they could take the Qantas system and feed that into the city building system and scale the size of cities to do with the population. That's just because I'm connecting dots, and it's the same thing with everything. Like it's the potential of where things could go. Like that's not something that I'd get them to build right now, but 5-10 years down the track when they're looking for cool new features, there's a cool one. Elliot mentioned you being able to pirates and shipping lanes. So yeah, that's a thing too. I think just for me, Elliot, if I was to give you anything, the one system I'm looking forward to come online is scanning. Because once scanning comes on, it feeds into piracy, escorting, the cargo. So basically that very most basic game loop of that rock, paper, scissors type thing. The last thing we need is be able to find ships as pirates and be able to find pirates as bounty hunters. Once that all comes on, I think the game's really going to kick off up to its next level. But
I really did like the discussion on the chicken ship. One where if you don't kill them, they come back with buddies.
Yep. Well, that leads into the personality system. Remember how they showed us FPS players doing the same thing? They were inexperienced and they were all acting scared and shit like that. It's exactly the same thing. It's just copying that personality from an FPS character to a thing. So that again, more fruit. But remember I was talking about overlap? That's one system that works in FPS and it also works on ships, and then it carries over into the mission system. So all these things are starting to interact with each other, which is scarily bearing a lot of fruit, which is cool.
Yep. And yes, I can understand that was specifically named because I was thinking it was
well, that's Australians. We're both sitting here going, "Oh, chicken shit, yeah."
Yeah. So 100%. So
yeah.
Okay, moving on to questions. Limited Respawns question: did we see the auto reloading of a vulture in the official video?
Auto reloading of the vulture where it was pushing the boxes out the back. Yes, I did. The one that was really interesting for me in the video was how the arms moved and the confirmation of the processing blades behind that door. Because I just speculated they were the same as the processing blades on the thing. And I think was it you that I talked with, Noob, about those blue laser pads? And you reckon it's gravity that crushes things as it goes through the things? Was that you that said that, or was that someone else?
I don't think that was me.
That might have been Angry PC Tech then, because I've been around a few different places this week. But so you know those lasers panels for the vulture between the arms, Algared?
Yep.
Someone was suggesting that as it goes through them, they're gravity based, and it just essentially crushes what goes through them, and it goes through multiple ones. And as it goes down, because you can actually see it in the concept, as it goes through, it starts as one big chunk, and by the time just before it gets to the door, they're tiny little pieces.
I like that comment from Elliot. Chris Roberts did a double take when he presented the module to him. What did you say?
The chicken shit module.
I can imagine that was Yeah.
It's going to be a decoling game now, just a chicken shit that you. It's on the side of their ship or something. Yeah.
And I can imagine Chris Roberts doing the double take. And what did you say? You know, I could imagine Sandy would have laughed.
Yeah. Sandy would be all for that.
Sandy. So I can imagine Sandy would have laughed because it would just tickled her Australian sense of humor, I think.
Well, yeah. Well,
yeah.
we're all for puns here down in Tassie. Like, one of our $2 swords at $2 shops, you know, those cheap shops, is called Ship Loads.
There was a
So
a
yeah.
sheet. There was a haberdashery shop in or a shop in Newtown that used to be called Holy Sheet.
Yeah. Well, so there's a couple more modules for you. There's the farm module, and there's the cargo
bedding.
module. Ship loads and what did you call it? Ship.
Yeah.
Ship what?
Holy Sheet.
Holy
what-
shit. Holy ship.
Holy
Awesome.
Sheet. But it was
Yeah.
a bedding
Yeah.
a bedding shop called Holy Sheet.
Yeah. So yeah.
But, yeah.
He's writing it
Writing
down.
it
He's
down.
writing it down.
Anyway,
Love
that shop's just had several plugs.
Yeah.
We're still there, but they've just had free advertising.
Yeah.
We're not even sponsored.
Yeah.
Okay, 214 Gibbs says, have the dev stated that LOD work is the last step before releasing ships.
Oh man, I would have that takes me back a little bit because I know they added the derelicts as was one of the last ones they added recently, wasn't it? But I do know LODs are in the you know, they finalize the model, then they do the LODs. So yeah, it is one of the latter steps. But yeah, one of the latter steps. I think that's the safest way to put it. I wonder if that leads into what we're saying about the Kraken.
Yeah.
Because as I said, I had it confirmed this week that the LODs for the Kraken have been updated. Well, unless you want to tell us, Elliot, are you making any missions with Krakens? I'll put that to you, but you don't have to tell us because I don't want to put you on the spot because that's not.
Well, you can put him on the spot, and he can.
You say
give
no comment. He can just say
no comment on the grounds that I'll incriminate myself and lose my job, or I don't want to answer because I'm a bastard, or
yeah,
I can't tell you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any of those, so
yeah,
we fully understand.
But yeah, we're speculating, Elliot, that in Pyro we might see the Kraken as a boss, kind of like what you see with Idris. Jared's knocking on the door. Yeah.
Jared's been watching the stream. He's going,
Jared sounds like a bit of a police this guy. if he's knocking at your door, but yeah. All right.
Jared was watching the stream as well and saw us asking the question. He's right, no. Right. All right. Ace Hambone. Any recent news on the size ships fit on what size ships fit on the Kraken?
Say that again. Sorry. What was the first part?
Any recent news on what size ships fit on the Kraken?
So they're essentially size 2. The smaller pads are size 2, as far as I'm aware. And then the bigger ones are medium, so they would be size 3, I believe. Yeah, I'm trying to get the numbers around my head because I think there's just been so much confusion with the internal and external numbers that you say tiny or small, and they can be interpreted so many different ways. So I'm trying to move over to the numbers, but yeah.
CIG, please, if you're listening, can we have an updated actual sizes?
That'd be really cool. Actually, is an
update of the metrics and size of the pads.
Well, here's a show for Disco, Elliot, if you're listening. A show on metrics.
Yeah.
What you know, an update like so. These are the different size shipses. And literally something that shows all the different ships in their own categories and stuff like that. That would be really cool, I think, because it would remove a lot of confusion for people.
Well, since Disco was knocking on his door, hey Disco, can we have a show where you actually go through the actual hangar sizes and ship sizes and pad sizes, and give us metrics? Yeah, that'd be great to have. So we
do have them. We do have them because they're in the code, so people have extracted them. But it would just be really good to
have an easy, accessible
official,
stuff, so we don't have to go by code diggers, and it would then help us work out what fits.
Well, the problem is though, so I'm reading what Hook said there in chat. Is the problem is that they have internal terms and external terms. So I can say small, and then someone, if they're thinking, depending on how long they've been around, there are different small pads. So basically the only thing that I found that is conducive is to use the numbers, and they go S1 through to S6. So
And we've been around so long, but strike. We get confused on pads because the pad names have changed.
Well,
so much, so.
let's go look at the Crucible. The Crucible was designed to fit a certain ship at the time before there were even metrics. But now, if it is to fit those ships, it then also now has to fit ships bigger than that because they are all. If it's going to be done to metrics, so essentially, this is the weird thing of it that we've been flirting with. Is that means it's the same size hangar as the Odyssey and the Polaris? Does that mean the Crucible gets near the size of those ships? And there are also now ships that are taller as well. So does that also increase the height of the Crucible? Because at the moment, like when you look at it, the roof barely goes over the top of a Hornet, but the Legionnaire is the tallest ship at 10 meters that fits on that same size pad. So it just brings up so many questions, and it'd be really cool to have answers like that from CIG. Like this is how our metrics work. So you can extrapolate out all those things. Maybe that's why they don't want to give us that, though, because then we could go, good ship, bad ship, good ship, bad ship, very quickly.
Yep.
Also figure out what ships are going to be changed and upsized and downscaled.
Yeah. So it causes a grief there. I know with the Crucibles Scarab, that they did talk about the ships that would fit on the pad, but you'd need to have the pad open to actually work on it. And in those cases, you'd have to be working Atmo or in EVA. And the ships were small enough to close the pad, you could actually work in without having to be in a spacesuit. So I think that'll still be a thing. And then you've got the bigger ships where you just don't even use the hangar itself.
But it changes, it really does change, like increase the size of that ship dramatically is the point I'm getting at. Yeah,
100%. So Asambone, we can't really answer that question because we don't, but it's the same as it has been. I don't think we've heard any major updates recently. JJ. Sorry, I actually meant to say Squadron 42, not Star Citizen. So I deleted the message and reposted. So there are 2 questions. Yeah, I think we got that. And I think initially I read Star Citizen, not Squadron 42. But I think we did fix that. Mr. Puffin stuff. Not yelling. Yep. We dealt with that one as well. Michael Frenzen says, sorry, just joined. How is the giveaway entered? You enter by typing ! Discord, and that'll take you to our...
So that'll take you to our Discord. You go down to the giveaway channel. You click on the enter in the giveaway there. All right, Algared, when you get back, I've let them know. He always comes back in a flurry.
And enter. Cool. And that'll be it.
I've told them all, Algared, because you disconnected.
Yep.
Good. All right. Next question, Algared, when you're ready.
Okay. Gunny J. What? It's not instantaneous? Don't know what you mean because
context is a beautiful thing. Next question.
Mazzaro, is the Vulture worth the pledge? Depending on what you want.
Again,
going back to our Fix My Fleet that we did with you.
Yep.
So I'll skip those. I'll skip questions from you because I think they're more or less picking up what we were talking about.
Yeah.
At the time.
Well, he didn't talk about the Vulcan, but the Vulcan again, I'd say go to the Crucible.
Vulture.
Oh, Vulture. Yeah, get the Reclaimer then. Okay. Sorry, I thought you said Vulcan. My bad. Just get the bigger one and earn down, as we usually say. Yep. Next one.
Yep. Nova 42 for Noob. What was your first ship, favorite ship, dream ship, Holy Grail ship?
Okay, easy one. First ship was a Ninja Stalker because I pledged a long time ago and then came back to the game once there was. I had a lot of people in my stream just harassing me to do it, and I'm glad I did. The current ship that I own that I really like is the Reclaimer, just because it's a good moneymaker. It's alien-esque. I get Nostromo vibes. I really hope they bring out like a Titan suit so I can chuck one in the back and role play Ripley fighting an alien.
I will. Power loader needs to be a thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I will shamelessly do that live on stream. Anyway, dream ship. Man, I really just want to be cruising around in a Perseus while the rest of them, like my guys are in like Idrises and Krakens and Polarises. I don't know. That ship speaks to me. Don't know why. You know, large guns, looks like a big knife floating through space. That's it. Did I miss anything?
Holy Grail ship.
Oh, a Holy Grail ship. Are we allowed to get the like?
He wants.
What's that? No. The one after that. The what's the name of it? The one that's literally just the retribution. Like anything that's around about a 2,000. Is it 2,000 meter long railgun? Yeah, I'm about that. Yeah, I'll take one of those. Thank you.
Cricket's going to fight you over that one.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know if we're actually going to be able to get that as a player in game.
No,
but
there's only one.
I think the Bengal's the biggest one, isn't it, at the moment?
Mm.
And then maybe down the line Pegasus, but I don't know how much more it'll go beyond that.
Yeah, certainly the Bengals one we're supposed to find in game and be able to use or take over and use. The Retribution, I believe, is only one of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if either story 1, 2, or 3 it gets blown up.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah.
Red Bear 1 has a question. What upcoming feature will have the most impact on Star Citizen in your opinion?
Sorry. Real quick, I'm gonna cut the questions off in the next couple of minutes. So if you do want to get your question in, get it in now, because we're about to do the cutoff, because we're still probably got at least half an hour.
Until another 5 hours answering questions.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yep, and we'll probably in the next half an hour do the draw for the Antares as well. So yeah, get your entries in. You've got about half an hour left on that. So yep, I'm going to cut the questions off in.
Yep.
I wanted to cut them off at the half an hour mark, but I'll give you another 2 minutes. All right, so there you go, Algared. Sorry about that. What was the question again?
That's okay. And I'll just go back to the don't forget. Enter. Exclamation Discord. Go to our Discord. Go to giveaway. Click enter, and you're in.
162 entries right now. It's not
so.
Exclamation Discord Alex the Droog, and then you got to jump on the Discord and go down to the giveaway channel and just click enter.
Yep.
We did it that way just because we do YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So we didn't want to do two separates and then draw and then do a random or anything like that. It just allows us to put it all in one. So yeah.
So what upcoming feature will have the most impact on Star Citizen in your opinion?
Star Map. I win. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Star Map makes life easy. But I was thinking engineering.
What about all the performance upgrades this year though as well? That's like I'm like, you can pick a system like engineering and that appeals to a certain player. It does affect the game, I'll give you that. But like the optimization, like being able to get more people into the game is a big thing.
But I would say that's not a game feature.
I would argue that it is, but okay.
You know, so I suppose you could say content.
If you said if you said gameplay feature, I would agree with you. But if a game feature is anything that encompasses the game.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything that optimizes the game, I could see engineering because it gives that multi-crew gameplay. I could see the missions, the mission systems and the module missions because it opens a door for so much more content to be added. So pick one you like and go for it.
What about you, Noob?
I really want to see the star map fixed. Like
real quick, questions are closed. Sorry to cut you off. Go
you're right. I really want to see it fixed. Like I actually tried to get a fair few of my friends from my Tarkov days over to this, and they were super keen on it until they had to figure out how to navigate, and the map just killed it for them. I know a couple that refunded. I told them to hold on and stop being weak sauce about it, but it didn't happen. Like it's some people are just like
so caught up in the now.
Yeah, I don't want to have to sit here and fight with a map just so I can move from this spot to this spot. And it frustrates the crap out of them. And like at first it bothered me, but like you get over it. I really want to see a new one.
I can tell you I've seen it in other games that I would classify as early access. So one that I famously am I got really sick of Ark Survival Evolved. It was frustrating the utter shit out of me. And I actually refunded it, and it was a friend that brought me back into it, and he held my hand all the way through it, so to speak, to a certain point, and then I fell in love with it. And then I was just like, I played the utter shit out of it. It's like my most played game on Steam. So I think give it time, Daily Noob, they'll come back around and you'll see those friends jump back in. It's just not ready for them yet. So yeah.
Yeah, of course, I understand that, but like that's just one glaring thing that I know bothers everyone. I haven't ever met a person that's like, I love this map. It's one of the best features of the game.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Space Tomato never shuts up about it, and I'm gonna be honest. Every time we get together, it's like we're checking on the star map, making sure it's getting updated. Like,
don't blame him.
And we both said if it was the one feature that the only thing we got this year was they fixed the star map, I'd be happy. That's the only thing. But yeah, obviously we're gonna get more than that. So if they delay the star map though, no, Chris Roberts is off the Christmas list, so to speak, or Christmas card list. So yeah,
you'll be wanting to give him a lump of coal, huh?
Mm.
All right, Danger Vince.
Yep.
Will the Cutlass Black retain its tractor beams once the tech is released?
I reckon.
On the ship model, there is a tractor beam emitter on the front of each wing and one above the rear hatch. I believe that was always standard for a Cutlass Black.
Yep, because it leads into that piracy gameplay, 100%. And I also believe it kind of puts a little bit above the Spirit in that regard, is in the C1, because it's got more tractor beams.
Yep.
And also, you also got to ask yourself, like, how strong we don't really know the sizes of those tractor beams either. So, like, does the C2 get a size 2 and then, or a medium, something like that, and you only get smalls on the colors? Who knows, you know? But
we know that the only one I think we know for certain is the 300 eyes, which is a size 3.
Yep.
Tractor beam, and we know the constellations are 2 size 2. That's it.
Well, I start to ask questions like, does it make the Cutlass big enough that can actually tow stuff? You know, like, because if it's got 3 tractor beams, can you essentially angle them all down, as an example, and then just fly up? And like, if you're good enough to fly up but sideways, can you? Do you know what I mean? Like, we've talked about this before. Using ships outside their extended role. You know, way back in the day, there was a comment that it's on one of the very first posts on not on Spectrum, but on the, like, when you leave comments on the bottom of their post, and someone saying, I can't wait to go out in my Hornet and mine. And that post has aged horribly. But yeah.
But back in the day, that was part of the idea of what you could do.
Yeah.
You know, and I can remember him saying, yeah, you could, but you won't have anywhere to store it. Now it's, no, you can't.
I think the closest you'd probably get now, and I don't even know if that's possible anymore, was utility mount on a Terrafin and putting a mining laser on that. That's probably the closest I can think of, Algared, but I think that's changed now too.
But even that would have been, because it had a utility mount, but even that would have been, you've got nowhere to store it. So, yeah.
300 I is technically a utility mount too, now I think about it.
It is.
Ooh.
So
luxury mining. Ooh. Sounds fancy.
Well, you know, mining in the comfort of your own cab, in those leather seats and etc. Okay,
does that
Nova 40?
I was just saying, Noob, does that appeal to you, doing things outside its purview?
I really like the idea of, like, all ships having a purpose, and like ships that are modular, that they can kind of branch into it, really being like a jack of all trades but a master of none. Like, I really enjoy that idea. So do I think like something like that should work as good as something that's dedicated for it? Absolutely. But the fact that you might be able to, as a quick fix to make some cash if you need it, you could add it to one of your ships. Sure.
Yep. And just to qualify, because Twitch chat is saying 300i, you mean the 315? Yes, I do mean the 315p. The Explorer has a size 3 utility mount for a tractor beam on the front. If I said 300, that was just me being, generic. My apologies. But yeah.
I want to do a poll real quick. Just something I saw a really cool post this week that someone did on Spectrum, and they are very few and rare and far between. But what it was someone was suggesting, because of the closeness of the ships and the 200 series being in between those, they suggested that we rename the 300 series to be the 200 series, and then make a new line of ships that are 300 series. What do you guys think about that, real quick?
I just don't think Origin needs more ships right now.
My gut feeling of that is you've got the Origin 85X and M50, plus the 100 series. They fill up, one of those ships easily fills up the 200. So you don't need to rename the 300 to a 200 and put another ship in. You could even push for 300 to the 400, push 400 to the 500, and use the 85X and the M50 to be the 200 and 300 if you really wanted, so.
And we've got this thing that's ingrained in our head that it's size based,
Yeah.
And as I said to Algared, I think the 200i will end up being a shop ship, but I could be completely wrong on that. I've got a feeling one of the shop ships has to be Origin. It just
a luxury shop ship.
The high end fashion or high end, like I could see Paul buying one, selling off his his finds, his relics, his rare finds, all that stuff. Yeah, his drugs, a drug ship.
Paulie's a barkeep who has a nice drink called Evercrack.
Yeah, buy this rare artifact and get a whole bag of free Evercrack from my other shop on the other side.
Yeah. That's right.
Buy one, get another one free. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to try and get us moving on questions.
Yes,
a little bit.
I know.
We are lagging.
Yeah. Try and point some of them at Noob then, because he's not talking enough. We're going to make him talk more.
Oh, I see.
This is for all three. So Noob, top 3 ship paints. And
Ooh.
I'm gonna describe them because I can't remember names because I have a smooth brain. But
just say what ship and what color.
Yeah, it's the one that makes the Scorpius actually look like an X-wing. It's white and orange. That's awesome because I'm a big nerd like that. And then all the Love Struck paints because it's on brand for me. I like pinks and purples and bright, vibrant colors like that. Nothing better to stealth in, obviously. So just love those. And then I'm a real sucker for like snow camo. So all the ships that have a snow camo, love it. Yeah. That's
so mine would be the MSR Knight Rider skin. I think that's can't be beat. It's one of the best in the game. The Execute Reclaimer skin that I'm going to make a thing. I don't know how I can do that, but I'm going to make it a thing. And the Inforunners, Endeavor, and Crucible Cult of skins. So the Cult of the Endeavor and Cult of the...
So you need to have one of the very early completionist packs with a design your skin with BIG.
You got one?
Fine. No, because it was in the old...
Damn it! We need to buy one. We're gonna get one. We're gonna get one for. We're gonna get 2 of them. And we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. You can't do it anymore.
You can't do it anymore. It was in an old digital completionist pack.
God damn it!
It was. And because at that time there weren't many big ships, it was for design a ship skin for.
Damn it! If we maybe, man, I don't care how much that costs. We need to go buy one. We'll make that a thing.
Oh dear!
The Cult of the Endeavor has to reign supreme. I don't know.
The Cult of the Endeavor, the Church of the Crucible.
Maybe someone who hears us will have one. Will just help us get that made. That would be so sick though. Like a Cult Endeavor ship. Like it's like so many connotations there, but it awesome.
It was the original thing was design a ship for a skin for your with a design team for your constellation. So because that was the biggest ship kind of at the time. But yeah.
Man, if you could get that.
I wonder how many people would make the Connie kind of look like a schlong. Because of the overall shape of it right now.
Oh, I've often said that it's
very phallic.
It's very phallic, yeah.
Someone told me it was like a flying phallic.
Yeah,
and the second they said it, I went,
can't unsee it now. And
do you know? I haven't shared this with people, but I'm going to share it now because it's funny. I want a gold skin for the constellation, and then I'm going to call my constellation Gold Member.
That's great. The Retaliator, when it's all folded up and landed, if you look top down, also look kind of like a butt plug.
Yeah.
You can't unsee that one now either. I'm sorry, chat.
Okay.
Was it Retaliator when it's what?
When it's landed, if you look like top down at it.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Yep. Next question. Sorry, Algared. He's trying to go fast. This is very unusual where Algared's driving the show and I'm slowing him down. This is usually now you know how I feel.
You can blame me. It's fine.
No. Normally it's me speeding Algared up, but this is a very rare situation where he's trying to speed me up. Yeah, you're acting all calm, but you know what I'm like. I'm the frantic.
My 3 ship paints would be the Omega skin because it's a proper racing skin. I do like the G12 for the same type of thing. I also like
Omega one's very nice.
Yeah, I do like the Omega one. I've gone blank on the other ones.
Raven and the kitty cat one, the space kitten.
No, it's the the heart, the
Heat Seeker,
nose
Heat Seeker.
heart, the heat seeker, the heart seeker on the
Seeker,
Hornet,
sorry,
because
yeah.
it's got the nose art. And
I'm gonna be honest.
about it.
That's a whole series of ships they could do on its own. Just like vintage nose art decals
Yep.
would sell like crazy.
Oh,
You
yeah.
marketing team, if you're out there listening, yeah, man, get on that. Like you would make a mint. Just a pack of decals that go like decal art. That's got to be a thing down the road. You know, like the shark teeth.
Even just look at
man.
it in terms of ship skins or skins with the decal art for the different squadrons you've got in game.
Yep.
Man, that would sell.
Being able to like make a like a squadron number and like a circle or a triangle or whatever, just different shapes and stuff. Yeah, 100%.
Decal for the 999 squadron or any of those or any of them. Anyway,
actually, Knight Rider's sorry, I'm just reading in chat. They're talking about Knight Rider. Knight Rider's actually really like we got to hang out with him at the Bar Citizen, the virtual Bar Citizen. He's actually quite a nice guy. Just he's got a lot on his plate, just like everyone else at CIG. They're a bit short staffed, so yeah, give him a break. He's trying to do his job best he can. But yeah, he's actually quite a nice guy.
Red Bear 1 said, should Anvil get a capital ship or a large ship like the Liberator?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Should Anvil get a capital ship or a large ship like the Liberator?
What do you reckon, Noob?
Sure, but not now. They're working on enough.
All right, done.
Concept, maybe, yes, but yes. Yep.
Waffle Insanity. How do you think they're going to genuinely make the Odyssey appealing? I know they have been concerned as to its purpose, but how exactly do you think it will fit in with the current development of the game?
I think we'll come back to the really short answer. Algared it is appealing. They just sold it wrong.
Yeah.
I was going to say be more clear on what it is to everyone.
Yeah, that again comes back to the whole marketing department. We've said this before. The marketing department needs to talk to the QA people. They need to talk to the game designers when they sell this shit. And it's really obvious sometimes they don't talk to the QA department because, not QA, sorry, the community management team, because they really have the pulse of the community.
I really do think the Odyssey is a survey ship, not a exploring ship. And if you sell it that way, then you're not done. And the fact that it's got a hangar and a combined cargo bay, which makes it easy to load and unload, there are three things there that just make it an appealing ship.
If you go to the extreme and go, it'd be like me trying to sell the Reclaimer as a racing ship, right? It's just not. It's going to appeal to a completely different audience, and not seeing that a survey ship is a very specific form of exploration, and you're literally turning around and trying to sell it as it's a carrot killer. It's Star Trek, go where no man's gone before. That is a very different thing to a survey ship. Very, very different. It's like industrial exploration versus glorious and for the, that type of exploration. It's very different type of exploration.
The Odyssey's not going where no man's been before. The Odyssey's going where man's been before, but we're going to find every
nook and cranny and make a shit ton of money doing it.
Yeah.
And the carrot does not make money. Well, not in the same way. Not to the same extent.
The carrot's there for the glory.
Yeah, that's it.
Odyssey's there for the mullah.
That's it. That actually covers it really well. Yeah. That's a really good way of putting it.
That's why I say it. So, yeah. De facto. Having a large personal fleet brings up interesting issues when someone passes. Have you made any thoughts, actions of donating your fleet to any org or individuals posthumously? No, I haven't. X, you thought about your fleet?
We've talked about doing like giveaways and stuff like that. But yeah, we've done that already. We do giveaways and stuff.
But for when you die, for when you pass on.
Oh yeah, Algared's will. That's fine.
All right,
okay. That's already done.
So X is claiming my fleet as my will.
I will name a javelin after you.
I know that I've talked about
the SSS Babyface.
I know. I'm looking forward to when we can actually loan ships to our orgs and make them available to fuel. That's one. There are elements in my fleet that I've always thought were org ships. So, what about you, Daly?
I've heard a lot of people say that they're going to get buried with their NFT pictures.
Really quick before. Sorry, really quick.
For me, I'd like to donate it all Just like randomly, I don't even care who to. Just
Sorry,
gone.
I've got to cut you off because the Twitch thing's about to disappear. So 80% of people on Twitch said no to renaming the 300 series, but on YouTube that had a lot more votes, it was 61%. So we only had 8 votes on Twitch though, so not everyone voted. But on YouTube, I'm just ending it now. So it was 57 votes. So I would actually, if you kind of combine those two, that actually still makes it favor of yes. Wow. Okay. So
Pretty close though.
so that's that. And the original question was, would you rename the 300 series to the 200 series to create more room? I would have no problem with them renaming things if they have to, but they seem really scared about it. Like how they had to move the ships because of the $100 price Algared. Things like that, you know.
Yeah, I don't think they need more room. I just think they just need to rename some of the ships because
I don't necessarily. Sorry. Asshole in chat just said. So Twitch is
Ash.
So Twitch is dumber than YouTube. I wouldn't agree with that. Ash.
No, they're just different.
Yeah, they're just different. Twitch is fine. There's nothing wrong with you guys. You guys aren't dumb. Anyway, all right.
Okay. Mostly shenanigans. Why does cheese taste so much better than when melted? Because it does. Okay. MPCDN.
What the? Sorry, what was that? There was a question about cheese. I'm still trying to roll my head around. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Melted cheese is better than regular cheese. Yes.
Yeah.
Question: can you CCU to a Connie Phoenix during the green sale next week? No, I don't believe there are
limited
for Phoenix.
Limited. It's
So
always been limited.
I think when they first sold it, there were CCUs that you could get, but it was broken because those CCUs you were supposed to take off from the total. So they ended up selling a lot more than they intended. But that's the only CCUs I've ever recall seeing for any Constellation Phoenix.
I think the only other thing I'd add there, Algared, is if you're unhappy with a ship right now, remember you are playing the long game. So down the line, that Phoenix will get a rework and it'll be way better than it is now.
Yeah.
And that's why Algared hasn't got rid of his, yeah?
And how do you know it's going to have a rework? Because it still doesn't have all the components it's supposed to have.
That's it.
It's still missing the third turret. So, yeah. Tom Griffin, question. Just tried to play a game, had to redo my character, and also home point, it won't save. Is there an EU server update? There has been a massive update to the game. You are able to at least get in the game. That's a massive bonus for you. I can't even get in to make a character. So, yeah.
Yeah, so someone in chat, first-time chatter, Princess Pony, is saying, for some reason, I'm back to being stuck on entitlement processing. So every time they bring out a new patch, and I believe they dropped a new patch today, I'd have to open it to check, but I think they have. Every time they bring a new patch, you have to go through entitlement processing again. And that's going to happen all the time. So that's one of the things we've been saying. So instead of just having this one server in the United States, they're probably best to have regional login servers to speed this up. And I think they're probably slowly learning that because that's where all the complaints are coming, is from entitlement processing. But I do find it really funny how they called it entitlement processing, because knowing how entitled backers feels sometimes, I think it's quite funny. So yeah.
In YouTube chat, Mazario said, "Donate to me, noob." Others have said, "Since we're talking about Algared's age, I wonder if he expects to see live release." Of course.
Yeah, he'll be right. That's a bit harsh.
Also,
Old Man Halfman's never going to die.
That was savage.
Yeah,
it was.
I did have a question and I've just lost it. Don't worry about it. We'll move on.
Okay. Well.
The giveaway. Going to wrap that up in 8.5. Well, right on the hour. So it's basically we're at 7.5 minutes. Roughly, right? So if you want to get into the giveaway, exclamation Discord to go to our Discord, and then go down to the giveaway channel, click the enter button, you're done. And that gives you entrance into a Scorpion and Terry's giveaway. We're also going to chuck in concierge shark teeth type of looking skin. I don't know what else to call that, but yeah. Anyway, right. Thanks, Algared. Sorry.
Yep. I get the CMACD. I get the same problem. My entitlement does not work because of it. It's too big. Okay, Mano 21.
Yep.
I have my basic starter pack. I want to buy a ship to do piracy. I was thinking about waiting for a sale on the Spirit C1, but I'm not totally convinced. Thanks. My budget is under $200.
So you're thinking about a ship like the Spirit, and you got a $200 budget.
And you want to do piracy.
Mm.
And the pack they've got is the basic one. You could get a Corsair, which is fits the bill, and you get a Buccaneer as a loaner with it. So technically, you get two.
So it's a little bit. It's a little bit over your budget, but I would agree with that. The Corsair. So what is it?
240?
Yeah, that's where my So it's an extra $40, but that's where my brain goes to.
Well, if they CCU the basic pack they've got, that'll cover that 40.
But also Warbond CCUs as well, so you could easily bring the price down by $40.
You could possibly bring the price down.
Mm.
Yeah. So my initial thought would have been
that'll probably be available in Invictus though, because it's combating.
Yep.
So yeah.
Built for violence.
And if I was looking at a ship and I wasn't thinking Corsair and I was wanting to go a bigger ship, I'd go Cutlass to start off with.
Do one of your lights turn off, Algared? You look different.
One of my lights has died.
Oh.
It's out. It's not charging, or it's drawing too much power, so it's run out of juice.
Okay.
So yes, one of the lights has died.
That's all good. Well,
so
shows we're coming up to 4 hours, so we're
coming up to 4 hours, which means the lights. That's right.
We are 19 away from getting to 200 entries. So let's see if we can get to 200 entries. You got a bit under 5 minutes. So if we can get another 19 entries, we'll hit 200. That'd be cool. All right.
And if you really want to make us feel good, like, subscribe, hit the bell, and
I can do this thing. Hang on, I gotta do this thing. There you go.
Yeah, like, subscribe, hit the bell, and all that stuff. It would be lovely to have to get to 14,100 subscribers on YouTube.
I'm looking forward to 15. Just
I'm
round
looking
number.
for 15, but I was going for a round number, but 15 seems too far away at the moment. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, we're growing slowly, but it's good. It's good.
Line by line. Manu, hit us up in Discord as well if you want to have a deeper conversation on that.
What was he? What was he wanting to talk about? Sorry,
that was the starter pack.
Yep, for sure. More than happy to help you out on that. But as I said, just as Noob said, the Corsair sounds like a good idea for you.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I was originally just thinking Cutlass to start, but yeah.
If you were really like, I'd actually even go higher to the Caterpillar personally, but that's like $330, so that's like $130 outside your budget. But again, if you can get Warbond CCUs, you could probably bring that down. But there's no reason you can't go to the Corsair and then work your way up.
And then work your way
over
up.
time, cash flow, you know?
Yep. Dustin Leebled Smith, he says, do you think a Vulture would be the go-to ship for an Odyssey? It depends what you're doing.
Sorry, say that again.
Do you think a Vulture would be the go-to ship for an Odyssey? As a survey ship, I think the go-to ship initially would be a Polaris.
Oh, really?
Not a Polaris, a Prospector.
Prospector.
I actually think it's the I'm gonna be honest, kind of like what we were doing in Salvage. I think it's the Terrapin.
Yep, and that's the other one.
Sending the Terrapin out in front to find shit, I think,
because
is just
you've got the massive scanners.
So while you're doing like core samples or whatever, so it's like it just flies with you in the hangar bay, and then as soon as you stop to do something, all right, we can't scan anymore. Terrapin, get out there and find the next thing.
And that's exactly why I was thinking. The Prospector, you're on the planet scanning, so you send the Prospector out to do the scanning on the planet. So
you could still scan with the Prospector and mine with it. So yeah, you are correct.
Do some quick scans or
that's
quick checks of the area. So that's where I was thinking. So we're thinking the same.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I guess the advantage of if you did take a Vulture instead is there's no way to pick up salvage on an Odyssey. But why would you want to fill your cargo bay with salvage? They're completely not working together. Like I could see the advantage of being able to pick up that, but like it's only 12 SCU, and then you've got to dump it into the Odyssey. So you're retracting from the role of the Odyssey essentially.
I honestly think the Terrapin's going to be almost invaluable to a lot of orgs and things like that, because it's such a great ship, like Algared said, and like that's going to be, you're going to be able to work around the core mechanics of your main ship. a lot more if you've got that little guy out there just doing its thing. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
It's the same.
Even a combat fleet, it's going to be great.
I think Algared's right. The Prospect is probably the closest because it's got it can't do the mining as well. I think the Prospector would be really good because you can send it out as a scout, and it could also initially start the core sample, so to speak, and go, oh shit, I found this. And then the Odyssey comes along and does the proper scientific one. I think the other one to kind of think about it, Algared, would possibly be a science ship that adds to the data, an agricultural ship, because when you're scanning the planet, you got to think of the resources you're looking for. You're not necessarily looking for salvage. You're really looking for things that
you're
you
looking
can
for ore and
things you can
seed.
salve. So if you're looking for rare plants, rare animals, so like you wouldn't bring a hunting ship because you're not trying to kill them. You're just trying to find them. So science leads into that. Anything that can give you data collection that you could sell, because that's essentially what the Odyssey is. It's collecting data. It can put down a land claim, or it can just take that data and say, look, I know it. So there's two ways you can do it. You can lock it down with a land claim, or you can just go, I know where something is. Do you want it? You'd obviously be able to charge more for the land claim. So if it's a really fucking valuable node that you just get so much in this one area of a land claim, you'll put a land claim down and just sell it because it'll be worth so much. What were you saying? Sorry, Noob?
The Herald Hook said something like a data runner would be a nice add for the Odyssey.
That's not a terrible idea because that can it means they can run the data back and sell it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah. I could see that 100%. If you're worried, if you found something really valuable and you had
sell it straight away.
Yep. Just get it back and secured. Yep.
So,
absolutely.
So the long answer to your question, Dustin Lee Bladesmith, is the Vulture could be a good ship to go with your Odyssey, but there are multiple other choices that probably are better.
Yep.
And it really comes down to what you're doing. If you're doing more exploration in spacey type stuff, you probably want a Terrapin. If you're doing prospecting, you probably want a Prospector or something in between. The world is your oyster.
Yeah,
I
think that's the best thing about hangars, and non-bespoke hangars. So I'm thinking Carrack. I'm looking at you. If they'd actually made the Carrack like a metric tiny hangar, it would have been way cooler, because then you could have put things like I know you can land an Aurora, but you can't land some of the other, you can't land a Mustang. It would have been really cool to have. Would have given it more flexibility, and that's why I like the fact that things like the Polaris and the Odyssey are to metrics now.
Well, it's even the Carrack. You can land a 300i in there, but you can't close the hangar up because when it's sitting on its wheels, it's too high.
Yep.
So yeah. Three Dog says, question: would the Cutlass Blue count as military and be included in Invictus?
Yes, I would believe so.
I think advocacy gets counted as military, don't they?
They do the DefenseCon, Drake DefenseCon is where it would be sold.
So it'll be there in Drake DefenseCon. Yep. So, Dustin Lee Bladesmith has another question. Is there currently a bug with named ships? I haven't seen a name on my reclaimer since this patch.
The other day when I think they don't work with skins and they are bugged. I remember a while ago John Crew talking on one of the shows saying that they are bugged at the moment, and it's just something they got to go back and fix, and it was something to do with the scale as well. So again, it's just broken at the moment and it's priority order, and they're going to come back and look at that and add it to other ships down the line. So it's not important right now to them.
Yeah, and realistically, your name shown on your ship is nothing. It's not important.
All right,
and that's not your ships. That's my ships as well, by the way.
All right, I think I'll keep trying to run this competition until we get to 200. So we're at 184. So we need 16 more entries, and then we're going to give away the Antares. So if it doesn't, I'll do it just before we end the stream. So basically, go !Discord in either chat. You can go down to our Discord, go into the giveaways channel on the Discord, click the enter button, and you're done.
Tell your friend, go tell your friends to come and join
Yeah.
the Discord channel,
Yeah.
or the YouTube channel. Like, subscribe, hit the bell, make us feel loved, special, and welcome, and all that other stuff.
Yeah, Scorpius
Um,
Antares, and we'll chuck in a concierge skin to go with it as well. It is not 6 months. It is a lifetime insurance with a Star Citizen download. It is.
That's right.
It is the one you want type of thing.
That's
and if
right.
you don't like the Antares and you win it, turn it into something else.
Yep. DCO it to something else.
Yep. Or melt it. No, you can't melt it because it's a giveaway. But you
It is a
can.
giveaway.
Yeah, you can upgrade it.
Question: during Invictus, do we have sales of concept ships, old and unfinished? I think we answered that earlier, or kind of sort of answered that earlier. What sales will we have at Invictus, or what ships will be there? Usually the ships are certainly on sale of those that are available in Flyable and game. So I think. Dire.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say Direwolf 6399 says, how do we enter the raffle?
As we just said, exclamation Discord, go down to the giveaway in the Discord channel and click the enter button. Done.
Drop Yogurt. Question for Noob. What was the thing or moment that you were hooked?
Realizing the scope of the game. Because, like, you know, anyone that's into sci-fi and space and stuff, you see all the ships and all the things, and they're great. Don't get me wrong. That blew my mind, seeing how every like part of the ship was somewhat mechanical and moved, and the detail that went into it. But once I started streaming and people kept coming in and telling me more and more and more about what the game is actually going to turn into, knowing what I'm in for in the long haul has got me. I'm here. I ain't going anywhere. You know? So you can expect me to be flying through the verse, doing my own derpy thing, all the way up until release and beyond. Because this, like, yeah, there's no other game like this out there.
Yeah,
there isn't.
For me, it was Chris Roberts sitting in the Hornet saying, "You might remember me from such games as," and that Troy McClure moment that hooked me for basically the same reason. I knew what I was in for, and I knew how big the game would be.
That's exactly for me, but I just watched it a little earlier than Algared. But yeah, it was that video, the Kickstarter video, 100%, and just some of the things like PC games are dead, and it's like, and at the time, like, it's been that long, they were really pushing consoles, like, and look how much that's back. Like, it's at the point that they're now talking that they don't reckon there'll be consoles in a couple of generations because they're just so close to PCs now. It's ridiculous, and that's the reason they wanted consoles, was they could make them cheap. And they could basically they made more money on the games. Anyone that owns a PC will tell you, you get PC games for heaps cheaper than you get console games. Yeah. And look at what PlayStation and Xbox are doing. Like, you've now got to play games on their online services. So they just charge you through the nose for everything. Anyway.
Yep. For Drop Yogurt, it was landing on Port Olisar for the first time. So, yep. Almond Butter, do you think it's possible for Star Citizen to create a race as aggressive and military as the Vandal in space, and yet that has yet to be discovered? Possibly.
What are those? There's a term. It's like xenophobic or something like that. They're really isolationist people, and then when you turn up, they just become naturally very defensive. There's a word for it, and I can't remember. My mum's a school teacher as well. There's a word, and I can't remember what it is. Do you know what it is, Agrid? It's something phobic.
I'd say xenophobic, which is the idea of others.
It is xenophobic. I was correct. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's how I'd say it. So there'll be like a xenophobic race. You turn up and that they are scared and become very defensive and hyper aggressive because, reasons. We did see it in like one of the examples I'd give is like tribes in the Amazon. You still see them like someone rocks up in a helicopter and they're throwing spears at the helicopter because they don't know what it is and what is this satanic thing to them. Yeah, what is this dragon, this flying bird thing? Like, they don't know what it is, so they do it in fear. you know.
Yep.
And it's just human reaction, and you got to imagine there going to be other races out there that are more emotional than us, less emotional than us. How does that all
I'm
play in?
hoping they go full Starship Troopers with a couple of planets. You just go down there and it is absolute horrific monstrosities that just like endlessly hunt you, and I'll spend most of my time there. Like that to me would be peak gameplay. I'm all about monsters and creatures and things like that. And as soon as they're in the game, I'm going to be lost.
Your favorite company, I think, is Rayari.
Yeah, Planet Predator is what you.
No, well, Rayari is the company that for Microtech, I believe, made the Arboreal Stalker.
Yeah, but
An
like
Predator. They make an Apex Predator.
But you know the Predator movies, how he's always hunting people. So like, yeah, the really nasty things. And so a planet where like it's a race of people or race of aliens that are just really into killing everything. That could be really funny. And like people go there they're trying to figure it out. So the scientists go in there, like it's all this mystery about it. Like
I'd love to see that role play.
It writes itself real quick, doesn't it? Yeah.
And Alan Butter, I do get your Talking Galaxy races, and I think I go back to the comment Erin asked, what's pushing the Vanduul?
Yeah.
Now, was he just making a throwaway line just to play with the lore of, Rome versus Star Citizen? Or was he hinting that there is somewhere out there that's pushing the Vanduul and making them be so aggressive towards us?
69 viewers on Twitch. Nice. Anyway, we got 8 more entries to go, and then we're going to be giving away the Antares. So 8 more to go. Exclamation Discord, and then just go down the giveaways channel and click enter.
Yep. So Squanchy710 says, when I'm salvaging, it takes 5 to 45 minutes to look for some salvage. Is there some? We did that one earlier. That was
just scanning.
2000.
RS signal divisible by 2000.
Yep. Sandgroper, question for those that came in late. How was the live 318 been for you? Sandgroper, I hate you. Be quiet. Go away.
Algared had a great time.
I think
I've been streaming it the whole time.
I still haven't got in.
And I'm somewhere in the middle. So, yeah, everyone's having different ones.
So, Noob's been awesome. X has been sometimes. I've been never. So, there you go.
Yeah.
We've got all bases covered. We're
talking about games. They're not picking up women. Anyway, right next.
One other thing. I just thought of it, Algared. Try to join in on someone.
Oh yeah, that works too.
Yeah, I can't even get into that point.
But when you do, I'm saying
he's too entitled. He can't get past the entitlement process.
Yeah, too entitled.
Entitlement is crashing. So it's not your account doesn't work.
Too many ships.
Yeah, that's so. Andre Proto has a question. Is it possible the UTV will launch with Invictus? That's a utility vehicle, possible.
Yeah. So Justin Wolf 53 in chat, he says there's no giveaway channel. You have to accept the rules. If you don't accept the rules, you can't see the channels. It's that simple. And that's because it's a public Discord. That's not something we've set up. It's a requirement by Discord themselves. So yeah.
And our rules are very simple.
Yeah. Be nice. Be nice to each other, I think, is the only rule, really. I think actually I put it as like Bill and Ted. It was like be excellent to each other. So yeah. All right. We've lost Algared again. I'll go on to the next question. Mazzaro says, question.
Whitmore, with the don't take.
Say again, Algared?
I was waiting because I was gone.
Yeah, that's right. You're back now. Say again. You're up to Mr. Mazzaro? Is that what we're up to?
Mazzaro. Yep, that's what
the UTV, is it possible? Yes, the UTV is possibly launched in Invictus. But the next one is the Mazzaro says, question, would it be a good time to buy the banner matchman during IAE? Moreover, do you anticipate the price increase when it comes out? Yes, it looks like it's going to go up by $100, and I think I did say for a while I think it's going to land about 750. But yes, it could go up even more. I think the fact that they've put a pin in it at 650 is actually lucky for people because it now gives you a bigger chance to buy it. It also gives you more Warbond CCUs to get for, so it's actually a massive advantage to us, not a disadvantage, quite honestly. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the price could go as high as an 890. So
yeah, it really could. But I think where it is right now, it's very indicative of 750. Yeah, you'd agree. But if it goes higher, it will. Yeah.
So
Yeah. What about you,
go.
Noob? You reckon it's gonna go any higher? Or?
Yeah, when it's out, when it's all done and dusted, like it's a huge ship. You know, it's got capital class stuff on it. I can't see why it wouldn't be hitting like 750.
Yeah, it also shows me that they've got to come back and do the anti jump now.
Yeah, like, if you can get a cheap CCU to lock it into that price, if you're interested in it, do it.
Yep. Yep.
Dustin Bladesmith has another question. He says, and this is one we just say we can't answer. It's Kraken when. You don't answer when questions, they don't get answered.
All right. As who said that in chat? C McD said 2 more entries to 200. So last 2 entries, and then we'll get Lemming to draw that one. So yeah.
Andre Prado has a question. He says, "Is it possible the UTV will be launched?" You've answered that question.
Yep.
Justin Wolf 53 says, "When do you think they will come out with a gun turret on the Terrapin replaces the scanner for the turret like a Hurricane?"
If they did that dropship variant, Algared is the only time I could see that.
This turtle's built for violence.
No, well, in law, I know you're saying that in jest, Noob, but in law,
the turtle pin.
The Marines actually like the Terrapin as their dropship. There is a dropship variant.
I believe it.
Lemming, real quick, Lemming, can you draw that, please? So we're now closed. We're up to 202 entries. Lemming, can you close that and draw it, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Algared.
So I could see that being the case. The problem I have with that at the moment is that would have to be a totally new variant because it's a utility mount on there, not a weapons mount. So
unless they brought out something bespoke just for that allowed
an adapter.
Yeah, because they do have bespoke ball turrets on Hornets and stuff like that. So
yes,
it would
but that would be replacing the utility mount. So at that point, I'd say it would be a different variant. So not a optional thing. So, but they could.
A variant like that's not a bad thing for the game either. Like
no. Well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just thinking ball turret would be great, but the turret on it's a utility mount. Therefore, you'd have to change for the type of mount it is. Because it's all to do with the piping and the power and the relays that are going to be in. So, a bear life for me has a question. Do you think pirates deserve to go to prison? I don't, because it keeps putting me down. What, keeps putting you in prison? Well, I'm sorry, it keeps putting you in prison.
There are a lot
be a better pirate.
But there are a lot of bugs too.
There is a lot. There is a lot.
There are a lot of bugs that put people. Look, that's what we complained about for ages.
I know Bear's had a bloody rough time with prison. I'll say that much because like he's been put in there for a few reasons that aren't even of his own.
Yep.
And that's been so bugged. He's been like he was stuck there during because he got in early and it was bugged. He couldn't reduce the time in any way, and the escape mission didn't work. So he was stuck in there for 24 hours. He couldn't play the game.
Yeah.
Pretty rough.
I would just log off and go do something else for 24 hours. But yeah, that is a problem. The problem there is not should pirates go to prison. The problem there is should prisons work. And that's the issue with that. If you're an active pirate and you're deliberately breaking the rules, and you end up going to prison, suffer. That's what you do. If you know you're deliberately doing stuff that's against the rule or against the law, and the consequence of that, if you die, you're going to go to prison. That's part of your risk and reward, isn't it?
I fully agree with you. I done an extensive amount of testing during the PTU at the prison. I made a few videos on the mission and all that type of stuff. One thing I will say though is just because it's a punishment doesn't mean it shouldn't be engaging and fun content.
No, and it shouldn't be broken.
Exactly, but like this is we all know it's a development. How long's a piece of string? All that type of stuff. Like eventually, it's going to come out. It's going to be great. Already got assets in there for it to be fun, like boxing rings, cards on the table, all the different ways you can trade and gamble merits. Right? I'm sure that'll be great in the end. But 24-hour sentences right now is when it's all buggy is pretty rough. That should be dialed back until it's more polished.
And like again, I think it comes back to that question: Are the prisons working? No. Should they be working? Yes. But again, should pirates deserve to go to prison at present? maybe you need to do something. But yes, if you are actively knowing you're breaking the rules and you know the consequence of breaking those rules is you go to prison. To me, it's that's you. Should you go to prison for those situations where you get a crime stat for for something that's not even your doing. That's a bit rude.
Yeah.
So,
I fully agree. I do think there needs to be a jail system. I don't actually hate my time spent there when it's all working great. Like I really enjoyed the escape missions and the parkour challenge.
But when it doesn't work, it's a pain in the tush.
Oh, it really kills the stream. I can tell you that much because you're stuck there for like however many hours and you can't actually leave.
Yeah, and I've been there once where I couldn't do anything, couldn't even gather minerals because the little gun thing wouldn't work and it didn't. You couldn't get a new gun and it didn't give you one to start with. So you're kind of okay. I got to twiddle my thumbs, but yeah. So there are issues with prisons, but I don't think it's an issue of should pirates do deserve to go there because they've broken the law. But the question I think is more, what's the problem with prisons and how do we fix that? And yeah,
dialing back the time a little bit for now till they fix it would be a good idea.
Yeah,
just a little bit, not heaps, but just some.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
I think okay. Moving on.
We have a winner in the Scorpius giveaway. Discord username of Bryce3244. So Bryce, if you can reach out to me on Discord, you'll see my name up in the top of the Discord on the right-hand side. Just right-click on my name and shoot me a message. And we'll
congratulations, Bryce.
Yeah, we'll get that off to you, Bryce. Congratulations.
Enjoy your new RSI Scorpius Antares with the gorgeous skin with the shark's teeth. I still think we should again in the lemon skin.
How about this? He can pick. How's that sound?
Yeah. I think we said that before. He could pick. But the concierge skin is certainly the harder one to get. So that makes perfect sense to give that one. Waffle Insanity. And oh my gosh, we've only got 5 questions left.
How quick it goes. Those 4 hours just fly by, don't they, Algared? Oh my god.
Yep. They do. It's hard to believe. We started 4.5 hours ago. Speaking of the Odyssey, Inforunners, do you all read my questions about the Odyssey? I think I may have missed it.
Yeah, we did. We
do read your questions. They just take us time to
probably about 15 minutes ago, or a little bit longer. So yeah.
So I think we answered those questions. At Puff and Stuff, do you think we'll get the Perseus in 319?
Mm-hmm.
We'll get it when it's ready.
No, 319 is the Invictus patch. So no, definitely not.
We'll get it when it's ready. But I would expect to see it more.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not working on it actively at the moment, are they?
Well, we don't know. They got
there are unknown ships. So theoretically, they could be working on it if they're working on the Polaris because it's an RSI ship.
Yeah.
But I'd expect it when the RSI ships come. So Kobayashi Amakara's maid says, how have you handled making tough choices about ships you love? The idea end up not loving it when finished. Waited years for a Redeemer and it's been pretty much dull ever since.
What? Get the fuck out! No, just kidding.
Redeemer still kicks ass even after the nerf.
Redeemer's amazing, and I think the other thing that you would agree with me, Daily Noob, is clearly being nerfed, but it'll be unnerfed later.
Oh yeah, but look at the Ion. We talked about this heaps.
Yeah.
All those ships.
Now versus release, and you got to realize, like it's really obvious with the Redeemer because when that thing goes to land, it overcorrects up to 7 times before it lands, which tells you they've nerfed the speed of it but didn't change the thrusters. So it's a dirty nerf, quick and dirty.
Yep. Hard choices. Well, I don't make the tough choices. I just keep collecting.
He buys everything. If you buy everything, can't suck if you hit everything at the same time.
That's right. It's like shooting a barn with a shotgun.
Fish in a barrel.
But it does you do get the tough choices, and sometimes there are ships I've got, but I don't really like. I don't really like the Mustang. I've never really liked the Mustang, but it's in a pack of ships that I wanted. I at least wanted the Omega, because it looked cool.
Yeah. Well,
the other ships I could CCU them, but the cost of CCUing up to ships that I want
was astronomically high.
It's just astronomical, and so you don't. You
just
know,
live with it.
At that point, you just live with it. You just suck it up.
Yeah, for me, like I want, like the ship I want the most is the Perseus, but like I will CCU that up to an Idris if I get the chance, because I'm sure I could buy the Perseus in game for less than a Hammerhead when it comes out in game.
Yeah,
but I'll have it for when it's in game and not available for a UEC.
It's like the Corsair.
And that'll suck, but I'll do it.
Like the Corsair for me. Like I went on my way to get the Corsair because I was like end of last year, I want to try that out, and then I tried it out and I just didn't like it, so now I'm getting rid of it. And at the moment, it's probably going to turn into Aurelian. And then I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think I'm going to keep the Aurelian though, because I don't really need that cargo ship. It kind of falls into.
You got the BMM.
I got the BMM, but it also, I'm weighing up how rare that alien ship is actually going to be, and it sounds like at its price point, it's going to be probably more common than we think. So I go, well, what'll I turn that into? And it's probably going to go to a Galaxy just because there's nothing else there. Or do I go real greedy and do what Daily Noob's doing and go all the way up to a Perseus or something like that? I don't know. Time will tell. Next question.
Me in Discord says, when am I going to give away one of my 14 endeavors? I don't have 14 endeavors.
Yeah, he's got 48. What are you talking about? They're rookie numbers.
No, it'd be 42. Come on.
If
you're going to do that number, it'd be 42.
Look, I'm thinking of comedy here on the fly, Algared. You can't you can't rush comedy. But no, okay, cool.
Well,
right, Bryce reached out to me, so the Antares is gone. Hi, Execute. I'm reaching out about the Antares. Also, Algared is right. The lemon skin is the best. What? Okay, you can't have the lemon skin now. I've decided no. You can have the lemon skin. I do like it how the funny thing is I named it the lemon, and now you're calling it the lemon, and now Bryce is calling it the lemon. I think CIG are going to change the name of that or get really annoyed really quickly because I've called it the lemon, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It's going to stick.
The lemon.
Yeah.
Really annoyed. So have you handled marketing? We've done that one. Robert Hill says, with all the new EMP warfare coming to Star Citizen, do you think there will be any new defense tech for protection?
Oh.
Well, the Herald, doesn't the Herald have like EMP resistance on the side of it by memory?
It certainly had some form from memory of defense for its systems, so it could send the pods off. And
I've got to speak up here. I just had a brain, like, you know, the epiphanies I get out. I just had an epiphany. MCV, Argo MCV, but it's tailored at turrets, and so they can sell it for military use. Manufacturing. He did say today, manufacturing is coming soon.
Okay, so you're manufacturing turrets or making repairing turrets or
and that's literally just spawning them where they go. That's not hard to do, and we know they're in game because they were in the couple of years ago in the pyro, you know, where the 400 gooseneck thing comes down and the turret, you know, the video I'm talking about. Well, the yellow shit.
That's kind of the standard standing turret instead of having a vehicle.
Yeah. And so the MV comes down and puts them down, and then later on it can do smaller farms and all that. But initially, it allows you to place turrets.
I could see them doing something.
And they're already on the back of the Spartans, so just spawning them non-movable is brainless, essentially. Wow.
Yep.
That is, and all the stuff's there.
Yep.
Wow, that would mention the effect that's going to have on Jump Down.
Yeah,
you could even have, you could set up racetracks that deliberately, so the turrets are shooting you. So you could have so example, you could have two race teams. The first team races round, and one team shooting at them, and then they swap.
Yep.
So combat races where you're literally in turrets trying to stop them from winning. That could be quite funny. Anyway,
could be interesting. Okay, Rand Print. Last question. And this is an awesome question. Why is the Endeavour so cool and so far off?
Because it's so
Daily
cool.
Noob.
Because it's so cool.
Yeah, Daily Noob. Why is the Endeavour so cool and so far off?
Again, yeah, it's super cool, but like for a realistic answer, all the things that it can do aren't in the game yet, so they're not going to release it. Even if it was.
Yeah.
I have a side question for you. Have you been converted to the Church of the Endeavour? Sorry, the Cult of the Endeavour.
The Cult of the Endeavour. Yeah, I really enjoy the ship. It's just not the highest thing on my list because my fleet pretty much revolves around kitting out. So no matter what our little org/Discord/stream wants to do for the day, we can go out and do that and have fun. So like industrial ships is a huge thing. Having a couple of things for large fleet battles is another thing. A crucible to repair those ships is probably super needed. So yeah, as much as I do really like it.
Church of Crucible. Active. Cult of Endeavour.
Absolutely. No, I'm definitely getting one. 100%. It's just there are ships that need to come before that for us to be able to like make full use of gameplay loops that are available to us now.
So you're not a true believer yet. Okay.
Close.
True believer, you'd have one already. Right.
Oh, money permitting, I would, yeah.
Yeah. I was being just there, but yeah. Yeah, basically, it is so cool.
Did you see what Amalus just did? He turned his Endeavour into a Perseus. He's gone the other way. The cult, the Satanist. I can't even say that. The
Satanist?
The Satanist of the Perseus. I don't, what's the opposite of a
You
cultist?
are anathema.
Yeah.
Anathema. Yeah. We condemn you to hell, the lowest depths of hell for that heresy.
Yeah.
Repent.
Yes. I don't know. We need a what's that? The exorcism. Exorcism.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right then.
Lord, from the hand of evil men, save us.
So yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell. We are wrapping up here now. So I'm going to send, just before we kick off on Twitch, we will have the Vulture buyer's guide this weekend. Man, I've got to get around to that, and we'll also be giving away a Vulture in that video thanks to CIG. I think we'll also chuck a skin in there as well, Algared. I think that might be our thing, Algared. We just chuck skins in with things just to have a little bit over everyone else. But yeah, so we'll chuck a skin in there for you guys as well. I'm a big fan of the red one, Algared. I don't know if you had a chance to check out the other two.
Nice.
It's got this kind of cherry red.
Chuck a skin in, yep. Yeah, but that's because you're a red boy.
I am a red boy. I am going to take a rare opportunity to raid a friend of mine. DG360 is on. He is never on at this time of day, ever. So I'm going to take the opportunity to raid him. Unless you're kicking off Daily Noob, but you're wrapped up, haven't you? So
no, I got a fun-filled day full of sleep, so I can get back up and stream again tonight.
Me too. Where can people find you on the interwebs, though, Daily Noob? Before
Daily Noob _D on Twitch, and the same thing on YouTube. Yeah, we'll be putting up a lot more videos soon. I tend to cater towards new players and tutorials.
Yep.
So if you want to learn how to do something and it be broken down for the smooth brain in you, then yeah, that's where my content's going to lie. But yeah, I'm live every day on Twitch around about the same time, which is 11 o'clock AEST.
All right, then. With that, say goodbye to everyone on Twitch, YouTube. Thanks for seeing you. We'll see you next week. And Twitch,
bye.
Say hi to DG360, and I want to hear lots of comparisons in DG's 360's chat between him and Algared's haircut. And I'll be there in a minute to talk to you guys about it.
Thanks for having us, Inforunners.
All right, no worries. All right, raid out on
daily
Twitch. So Twitch is gone. They're over with DG. As for YouTube, as we said, yeah, we'll have that video out with you guys shortly this weekend. All right, thanks for joining us. Likes, subscribes, Twitch memberships, all that type of thing. Is there anything you guys want to add before we sign off? Or we're done?
Nope.
We're done. He's been Daily Noob. He's been Algared. I've been Execute.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here.
Catch you in the next one.
That was a ton of fun.
They can hear us.
Oh dear.
Wait.